After the death, the body was mummified by packing it in.
Knowledge is not only power, knowledge is profit, right? The faster you can learn, the faster you can earn.
In a nurton, a kind of salt, in order to remove all moisture from it. The embalmers also removed the major internal organs, leaving only the heart in place. The brain was pulled out through the nose in pieces by means of the and discarded. This nose part is really important because this is why you see their nose looking all crazy and they make you think they're not Africans. It look like some crazy thing there. The liver, the lungs, the stomach, the intestines were surgically removed, mummified separately and placed in 4 vases called canopic jars, each topped by a lid representing one of the 4 gods known as the sons of Horus.
You're right below there, bro.
Oh, you got him? Uh-oh.
That's them right there.
Yo, man, you scaring me. Now you getting too spooky for me, bro. Come on, son.
You gave the scribe. What did you think you were going to see?
Oh, man, Bobby.
I missed it. You named that?
Mm-hmm. What are they?
I'm talking about right there, looking at them. Can you name that?
Not really. I know one is the Dot 2F. What's that? The bad one. That's this one, right?
No.
Damn. I was close. I was close. He ain't reading that book.
No. Remember I told you?
All right.
Then I wanted it, and I had to pass it on. Okay, give it back to me. Yeah, let me know. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna call. You know what? I'll give it. You know I'll give it back to you. That's it.
All right. It's okay. It's cool. I'm almost done. It says after drying out, the body was wrapped in linen bandages to keep it from falling apart and anointed with oils. The bodies of poor people who could not afford mummification were wrapped in a reed mat and buried in the grave dug in the sand. Ironically, the practice often dried and preserved them better than those which have been mummified artificially. So now this will talk about the process. So the process took 70 days. At the end of this time, the body was escorted to this tomb in the necropolis, normally located in the desert cliffs on the west side of the Nile. At the tomb, priests performed a ceremony on the mummy or on the statue of the deceased, known as the mouth opening ritual. This was intended to give back to the dead person the food, use the mouth for the body and other senses. So I gotta read that again. This was intended to give back to the dead person the use of the mouth and the dead body's other senses. This is talking about in death. A bull was then slaughtered and other offerings of food drink were presented before the body, and his grave goods were finally buried. So when you deal with this specific ceremony, this is dealing with, come on, man, stop trying to scare. I'm alive, so you did that. Yo.
That's what the whole thing is about.
Yo.
I've actually used this.
Don't get away from me, man.
You crazy, man.
Listen,
you
man.
gotta believe it if you're doing all that, right? See? Yeah, but I'm saying by him, that means he believed it.
Nah, I'm just basically pointing out, because this is my whole bill, that they believe that this was used for the people in this afterlife, because they believed it. It's not symbolic. Wow. This is what they believe. This, I'm going to keep saying it. This was intended to give back to the dead person the use of the mouth and the body and other senses in the afterlife. This is what it says. If the text say something different, then you can show it to me. I mean, it is what it is, right? So now, when the brother was building the other day, I'm just going to go through this part of it. This is just dealing with, the scenes of the judgment, right? So, wait, you might got to pause it, so I got it to go back. This is dealing with, after this, the mouth of the opening ritual is talking about that conception of the spirit of the cow, where it went, what happened, what was the tomb like. This is what it is. It said the Egyptian tombs had 2 parts. The body was inserted along with its grave goods in the burial chamber below ground. The room was sealed after the funeral and was supposed to be inaccessible from then on. Above ground was a chapel, or in this case, a royal tombs or the entire temple. Here, offerings could be made and prayers said for the deceased. The chapel was normally decorated with images of the deceased and centers of people burning offerings, and could consist of many rooms. Its focal point was usually niche recesses in the west wall, known as a false door, with an offering slab placed in front of it. Through this niche, the spirit of the dead person
Oh my God.
could emerge from the burial chamber and partake in the nourishment in the offerings. The ceremony performed at the funeral meant not only to restore the dead person's physical ability, but more importantly, to release the body from its attachment to the body so that it could come and go at will. The body was supposed to rejoin in his life force, the ka, so that the dead person could continue to live. The deceased are often called those who have gone to their kas. Once this reunion has taken place, the deceased becomes an ak, literally an effective one, as we read earlier. Now, this is where we get to the judgment. I'm bringing all of this up, which is why I start with the foundation of what the ka is, what the ak, and how it functions. They're talking about a part of the body that is existing in some other plane.
Yeah.
Do you believe in the afterlife? Do you believe in magic? The Egyptians did. I'm crazy, man. You know I'm crazy. All right, look. In this trial, the heart of the dead person.
The small cap and penny stock markets are absolutely on fire. You know, recently I got...
Person was weighed in a scale against a feather. The hieroglyph for Mayat. And abstract noun meaning, among other things, proper behavior. Well, you can point the camera to where you want you to put it.
Where? On the altar. This is the shrine of Mahat. You know Mahat is on the altar.
Right.
You see Mahat, right?
Right. Showing that the person had lived a just and proper life. If they did, the deceased was declared. Key word here, the deceased was declared. Doesn't say the living was declared. The deceased was declared, justified, literally to a voice, and allowed to join the society of the dead. In the funeral prior, the book of the dead, the transition is represented in the scene where Horus came, etc. So anyway, for the dead person, the burial chamber and his mummy were a kind of individual duat, Osiris or Asar. This explains why preservation of the body was so important for the Egyptians and why the deceased was once often addressed as Osiris. At night, the Ba could rejoin the mummy in his tomb through this union. Again, this is talking about something that they believe to happen. My big brother Jabari wants to tell me it's a metaphysical. It's talking about right now. I don't know. I don't get it. I hope you can break it down to me and show me something different. Now, there are 5 different priests. I'm not going into all of them. They have different functions. I want to deal with the priest that's dealing with the functions of what we are talking about. This is from the book published by Cambridge, Religion and Ritual in Ancient Egypt. Emily Tita, she came on the show one day. So that was a good day. Also, she on my Garfield show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we had that shit. She came through. So, Sem priest. The Sem presided over the opening of the mouth ritual at a funeral in which he touched the face of the mummy with tools to revive the senses of the deceased in the afterlife. Again, every scholar is saying this. He performed the same ritual on the statues, imbuing them with the spirit of the person they depicted and enabling them to act as surrogates for the one who commissioned the image. She then goes, the lector priest. The lectors were an important part of the funeral service, as they were responsible for reciting the spells that guided the soul of the deceased from the time of death to his transition to an transfigured spirit. I don't know how we are saying this is talking about right now. I'm Jabari, you better help.
There's nothing you said that I disagree with.
Okay, cool. Okay. In the Dynasty 6 tomb, the lector is credited with being the one who shall carry out the rites of transfiguration for an act in accordance with those secret writings of the skills of the lector priest. These people, they also worked in government as well. Those are the 10%ers. I'm gonna keep calling them that. So here I'm calling this part acting out their belief. This is in her book. These are called exactly. This is a figure here, figure 53. Zooming on this. Hey, wake up! In the Dynasty 6 tomb, the lector is credited with being the one.
You never pay attention. Brother, go ahead, man.
All right, look.
People hitting me up and all this, man.
Mama formed statues about a hedge renept that was thought to be able to perform services for the deceased. It was thought to be able to perform services for the deceased. Stop scaring me, man.
It's right there, right up under you. This is a real one, too. That's an ancient piece.
Yo, man, you got a lot of stuff in here.
Yes, I do.
You trying to beat them.
Welcome to the shrine.
The Shabati holds in each hand for doing agricultural work. She got stuff in their hands. Just making sure.
It's a he.
Okay. Works, and it wears a heart-shaped pendant. Oh, yours is pseudo. You don't got a heart-shaped pendant.
It's just not there. It's there. It's there.
All right. In the Middle Kingdom, wooden models of entire workshops showing the household staff grinding grain, making beer, and slaughtering cattle were inclined among the burial goods. In the New Kingdom, tombs were stocked with mummified statues called shabats, who were ready to perform agriculture. So this will get into the next image. These things right here were also the same way that they would paint food on the wall. They knew that the damn person is not going to get up and eat the goddamn food. They believed that the cow was energy and that these things could come back, and once the proper things are spoken, the heka, the words of magic, they'll be able to recreate this. This is what it says. Group of statues that represent the deceased family and the house workers who will prepare food for the deceased for eternity. He's laughing. This is what the Egyptologist said.
Because he agree with everything.
Okay. This group, okay, cool.
He gonna just show where you don't understand.
Okay. The group also includes musicians and the effect of 6 concealed structures, acting out their beliefs. Another means of providing food offerings was by covering the walls of the tomb of the coffin with the images of food through the principle of substitution. The images were thought to be able to serve as actual food. Food could also be supplied by 3-dimensional models such as loaves of bread made of stone to ensure that the symbolic food of offerings would be ever present and fresh. Stone statues of men and women making food could be inclined in the tomb. Now, we are to my favorite books. This book, the ancient Egyptian books of the afterlife. Now, I'm not reading all of this. I'm just going to get to the point. I'm only picked 3 of them, 3 of these books. So this is the coffin text, right?
What press printed that? What press printed that?
I don't even know.
You should take a look at it. Don't be surprised.
You?
No, but
All right. Well, I got it now, so I'm good.
You say you.
Oh, yeah? All right. It says the coffin text eliminated. Listen to this. This is a different time frame. So now we in a different kingdom. It says the coffin text eliminated the royal exclusivity of the pyramid text, putting the text at the disposal of all deceased persons and thus making the enjoyment of the afterlife something that could attain, that all could attain now. Every deceased person was Osiris now. But the principal group to make use of these texts consisted of the non-marchers of the early 2nd millennium, BCE, and their families. The essential contact of the pyramid text continued the material basis for continued existence. The purpose was also served by fringes of objects, burial goods, etc. This one is going to talk about the Book of Two Ways. It says, of special importance is the Book of Two Ways, preserved in 2 versions. It is the earliest example of a cosmography. So this is talking about like a map of the netherworld. It still lacks the clear arrangement of the later books of the netherworld. The Book of Two Ways does not commence with sunset, as do the later books of the netherworld, but rather with the eastern horizon and sunrise, so that the journey through the hereafter takes place mainly in the sky. Many obstacles and dangers stand in the way of the deceased, such as the circle of fire around the sun and the menacing guardians of the gates of the hereafter, pitch black darkness or wars of flames. Oh man, this sounds like, I can't read this. You gotta pass. All right, this is talking about the I am Duat, right? The I am Duat, it means basically he who's in the Duat, or the Duat is the underworld. The detailed opening section of the I am Duat stresses knowledge. It stresses knowledge. It promises knowledge of neither worldly phenomenon. 9, which in Egyptian stands for many of many times. And in this process is also important the summary of the content of the I am Duat. Now, this is one of their books where they are telling you what is in the Duat. They're not telling you this is a metaphysical story. They're not telling you that, well, this is happening right now. No, they're telling you this is what happens when you die. They believe in it.
Yeah. Spooky.
Now, the book begins with the entry of the sun god as the ram-headed Ba's soul into the interterrestrial realm of the first hour of the night, and it ends with the rebirth in the morning. That whole concept of rebirth, sun, fighting enemies, etc., is the same process that happens on the earth. To be able for the people to maintain their kingdom, they have to show power. The regenerative power of the sun was reflected in that idea because no man never came back to tell us whether the living God or not. So this is the only thing that they can use is nature to express these things and the stuff that they added on to it. So picking up on he is in the duat. This is a part of a chamber right here. This was the time that they put into this. To make a myth? I don't know. It says the next 2 hours, figures 10, 15, and 16 begin the actual netherworld, which is depicted first as the realm of abundance dominated by the watery expanse called the Warness in the second hour and by the waters of Osiris in the third.
When I first saw this product, I thought it looked kind of crazy. Didn't really understand what the benefits would be, but
In both hours, the solar bark is accompanied by other boats that are not depicted again in later hours. Again, this right here, they believe is happening when you die. This is not talking about right now. We must stop metaphysically, family. And that's my own remix word, metaphysically. Now, my favorite part, Jabari, you gotta watch this part. You gotta watch this part. You gotta watch this part right here. All right. I call these specific people the 5% of ancient Kemet. So in my lessons, we say that the 5%, you know what I'm saying, they are all wise to know who the true and living God is. And they don't fall victim to the 10%, who I call these priests, who are making the people work for them and making them believe that their king was sponsored by some mystery god in the sky and by giving these offerings. You heard me. This is what they believe. This is what it is. By sponsoring this person and by offering these things in these temples and doing these things that Egypt will be blessed. But you had a majority of people who thought otherwise. So in a book called The Dispute Between a Man and His Body, the problems are personal, not social. Specifically, the focus is on the role of that mysterious life force called the Ba, the indwelling demonic power that controls man's life. The argument this person was having with himself is actually a debate. We wonder what would happen if it escaped from his body at the moment of death, and what vital force would have played in his afterlife. What would happen to a man if he were deserted by his Ba? This and related problems are not so much resolved in the text. So now, at this specific juncture in this Middle Kingdom, you have people questioning now, yo, what would happen if I didn't believe in this? Then we come up to my other people. These people are called harpers. The harpers are people who sing songs as the deceased, right?
Wait, they do what?
Harpers.
What do they do?
They sing songs.
Oh, they sing songs.
Yeah. You just want me to say that, right?
Yes, I do. You guys have a problem with me saying.
Oh, yay. Okay, all right. Now here we go. Here we go. Tell me how any word sounds in Metal Net.
Any word. I want to be clear that there are some words that we are replicating. We are the vowels of this.
The consensus is nobody knows how Meta sounds, bro.
Some words.
It's not enough to know how a whole song is sung. You gotta say that.
So because we're not exactly sure how it sounds, we shouldn't try to sing it at all.
I'm not saying none of that. I'm just telling you that they don't know. I'm telling you that they don't know. But anyway, I'll get back to my 5%.
It's not the same song. This is what evolution is about. This is what
No. We make songs, but we also sing the ancient songs.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. The instrument that accompanied the song sung to the dead was almost always the harp. Hence, these compositions are known as harper songs, carved on tomb walls and on the mortuary stele. Harper songs are part of the mortuary. This thing is all, I think it did something when I copy pasted it. A very special part. Their theme was death, but the reflections on death and not ritual text required the ceremonies of burial and revivification. Hence, their authors were free to pursue their own understanding in an imaginative way. Their main approach was to praise of death and of the tomb and to reassure the owner of the tomb about his fate. But their freedom from ritual requirement, listen to this, but their freedom from ritual requirements produced an unexpected and startling innovation, a song that laminated the praises of life and urged the enjoyment of life while it lasts. This song, the famous harper song from the tomb of 01 King, that thing, I repeat, yeah, okay. Yeah, we don't got the F there. Went so far as to cast doubt on the reality of the afterlife and the usefulness of tombs. They now began to question because they wasn't under the control of the 10% with their mysterious afterlife from their mystery God teaching that I don't know about the reality of this afterlife. I don't know why we building tombs and why our people are doing this work for these people. I don't get that part. So that's why I'm calling them the 5% commit. You know what I'm saying? So that is that. So at the end of the day, my build is very simple. I'm just basically adding on to show why I believe, how you want to say it, believe. Say it? Say believe.
Believe.
Okay, now I just wanted to show why I have my understanding on why the ancient Kemetic people believed in the afterlife and the things that went there as being literal, using as much little sources as I can to make a complicated subject. This is very complicated. I basically minimized a whole bunch of things, but to put it in that aspect. And this is the reason why I'm a 5%er. We have a lesson. Who is that mystery God? There is no mystery God. But the Son of Man has searched for the so-called mystery God for trillions of years and was unable to find this mystery God. So what do? We lost no more time in searching for that which don't exist. Because we agreed the only God is who? The Son of Man or the light of man, however you want to break that down. The point being is we choosing not to lose no more time and searching for that which does not exist. Here, you have just saw for 4,000 years, these people put multiple research. They put more research into studying this, making up stories, dealing with a mysterious afterlife, instead of dealing with the science and technology to destroy the enemies that later on became to invade. If they put more into that, instead of putting more into this mystery God and this mysterious afterlife, just maybe commit would have lasted 1,000 more years.
Now they ain't gonna do that.
That I say peace. Jabari is looking through his stuff. He's gonna pull out that 1985 stuff on you.
Not all 20 slides.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, wow. What year do you think those books are?
So, hold on.
Give a close up of what you was doing.
I just gave a close up.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. That's cool. All right, Brother Jabari, let's.
Right now is that the depictions. I put up 11 underworld.
Hey guys and gals, I hate to break the news to you, but Wall Street has been lying to you for years.
Oh my God.
Books. The book of Cal, the book of Gates, the book of order. He don't want to touch that.
Wait
we want to go through all the hours.
Let me say something.
No. Let me finish.
I got to say that.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So I'm showing you that these people believed in this. I'm showing that they thought that this was going to happen in the afterlife. What he's supposed to show us is that the afterlife, that stuff is not real to them. No. It's not literal to them.
Sit down.
It's all simple.
Sit down.
You failed to do that.
Sit down.
This
is the problem. This is the problem. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay. You danced about. Let me finish.
I want the spooky stuff only.
and all this nice stuff. He talks that real mystery God stuff. But this is my.
That's a one of a kind. Be careful with that.
I know this is a old. Cause I remember this cover.
Right. By the way, you know who made that cover?
No.
Brother Heru.
Let him go.
Really? Man. Yes.
See, look at you,
That's
man.
why it's so special.
See, we do more than this just that. Come on, brother.
That's his design.
This is my point, right? So he used this, but I just want to say something. Any individual that picks this book up, we are talking about 2020. The black man and woman and child here in America has specific problems. I'm telling you that we have no more time to waste for searching for things that we're dealing with the unknown. He wants to tell us that these are all forces in the afterlife. He made some points. If I give you this book and you read the first page, or I tell anybody to read the first 3 pages, they have to go through a dictionary. You have to go through all different kind of things to understand that. Is this the solution for the black man for having knowledge of self? No, you can't learn that from this book, bro. You can't just read a chapter and get the understanding from this. That is a fact.
You have to work with someone.
You have to. That is a fact.
That's what this one is.
I know. Proselytizing.
Actually, the process.
I'm just playing. Let me take. Hold up. Scratch that off the thing.
No, you can read it.
No, take
It's a
that off.
joke. You can make a joke.
All right. In this book right here, oh, this was funny that this popped up. The judgment of the dead. Floyd has just been knocked out. He used Mr. Bud, like I knew he would. That's why it's there. The belief that the deeds done in the body would be subjected to an analysis and scrutiny by divine powers. He said divine powers, right? Symbolic divine powers. After the death of man belongs to the earliest period of Egyptian civilization.
The powers aren't symbolic.
Okay, the powers are real.
The image of how we represented those.
Okay, got you. And this belief remains substantially the same in all generations. It is quite certain that the belief in the judgment was as deeply rooted in the Egyptians as the belief in immortality. All the evidence available goes to show that each soul was dealt with individually and was either permitted to pass into the kingdom of Osiris and of the blessed, or was destroyed straight away. Now, right, I'm just saying this. I'm pointing this out to say that these people believe in the afterlife.
Yes,
I'm not arguing what he's arguing. I understand that Ampu and the animals are symbols.
Right.
I'm not saying that those are real things walking around on the planet. I'm not saying that literal things walking around on the planet. I understand that. My whole issue is these people believe in this afterlife.
Right.
Now,
that's a fact.
In the afterlife.
That's fine. Hey, that's good. This is why I started with the foundation of all of this. The foundation is how the Egyptians saw themselves. I want y'all to remember, I pointed out the Ka, the Ba, the Ah. Each and every single one of these things showed you that he said there is a double. And this double of the Ka, the Ba, and the Ah, I specifically showed you, went someplace when they died. They believed that the soul or the immaterial part of yourself went to another place.
I believe it goes to another place.
Okay. And I believe the scenes that they pulling up, they're saying is literal. So I got, all right. Look, this is the model that he keeps bringing up. And I'll keep showing you. The model for the dua. The Egyptians thought of the afterlife not as a kind of continual angelic state in some paradise, but a daily non-physical.
Wait, say it again.
A daily non-physical. You heard me. Daily non-physical. Right. Non-physical existence on earth. The model. Listen to this. The model for this new existence was the daily journey of the sun. Right? So they used, hold on, brother, wait a minute. They recreated a new world based off of the things they have right now. Right. Because nobody knows what happens when you really die. So in their minds, these priests that I call the 10%ers made up of this ideology.
Yeah.
And they believe in the Book of Gates. They believe in these hours. All of these books. Remember, I got these 2 spooky hours in for a reason. These hours, they are describing the things that are in the dua. They are telling you that you must complete and go through these things. He wants to tell you that it's only symbolic in powers and they never saw the afterlife as being literal.
No. We have to go through those things, Rob.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you.
No, I don't know if you understand. So then you shouldn't be arguing with me. I'm telling you.
No, you argue with me. I'm not arguing with you.
Who called me here?
Who called you here?
You said I need to talk to you.
From the beginning, you said that you wanted to go up against me about these issues, that we were not connected to the Kemetic people, and that they believed those things were literal.
Yeah.
I didn't start this conversation with you. You said that to Son Netter.
He called you.
Got us on the phone.
Okay, fine.
Right.
Anyway,
yeah,
hold on. Again, I'm just making my point. Why I came here. I came here to show and prove with documentation that the ancient Kemetic or Remesh people believed that that afterlife scene was literally to them. He says it's not. Again, to why? A designation of the netherworld. Again, this guy here, Eric Horry, he is the foremost scholar on this subject today. There is no one who passes it. Now,
how old is he?
He's old as
hell.
hell.
Okay. I want you to research that when you look at it. I'm not going to tell you why that's
you're right. It could be somebody else that got some new information. Okay, so now when the book says that the Egyptians did not, the afterlife was not only for that, I need to see documentation. Because when I'm coming to you, I'm coming to you with documentation. I'm not coming to you.
What do you want documentation of?
I want you to show me that in the beginning concept of them writing that the afterlife was not for just the king. Because in the pyramid text, they are describing the king who's going through this, not the average, the person.
We'll have a conversation about it.
We can build with that. But again, I'm just rehashing this, y'all.
That's fair.
Yeah, I'm just rehashing this. When I'm coming to talk, I'm coming with points. Believing in the afterlife is among the fundamental concepts of Egypt. Let's scroll down here. These practices underwent continuous development into Roman times. That the afterlife was of prominent importance for the Egyptians can be seen from the number of richly furnished tombs found in the Nile Valley and the most expensive remains preserved from ancient Egypt. In fact, the Egyptians invested a large portion of their wealth in the afterlife, more than any other culture in the world. What I mean by that is Jabari brought up that we in America spent billions on that. Yeah, we spent billions on that, but these people were doing something different. They was writing books about what happens when you die. They was building temples. They was building tombs to these Pacific kings. You must understand that they thought that the king was the reflection.
Yeah, Rabon's doing good until you mentioned that pouring out the liquor. Like, he got body. If I was him, see, our ego be killing us. Once I seen where Jabari is taking that, it was straight dagger. He boomerang daggered himself. At that point, I would say, okay, listen, bad analogy. Okay, forget about that. I would have dropped that analogy. I wouldn't have kept with it. And that's how he got beat up. Like, bruh, that was a bad analogy, man.
Of God, you must understand this. Am I lying, Jabari?
You just don't understand.
Okay, so King wasn't all right. He wasn't.
All right. Okay. So anyway, let me get out of there. Again, this is just for fun. This is, they having fun, so they're not beefing, not like that. Rob Bourne feels a certain way. I share sentiments. Jabari feels a different way, and some of you might share sentiments. It's not that serious. Like, I won't debate y'all on this. Like, I got what I think from what I think will happen, and you guys got what you think will happen. It's not that serious for me to debate something like this. You dig? So let me get out of there. I'm gonna touch on a little bit of, now look at this camera. We ain't gonna touch on him, but I do want to overemphasize that how far Black people will go to scam each other, to scam the race. If we share the same, now listen, when we talk about finances, I'm going to share a key word with you guys. But if we had the same passion for success, as the same passion we had to scam each other, we will be a nation to reckon with. We will be on top of the world of everything. Science, all STEM, finances. If we had this same passion to do the right thing as we got for scamming, oh my God, man, we will probably be splitting the Red Sea, literally. You dig? Who knows what type of spooky stuff we can do? But we only had that energy for each other when it's negative, nothing positive. If we go out, if we do all this right here, this fronting for unity, this would be appreciated. But we do it for scamming. My man got dressed up and went to Cleveland, went to the damn site trespassing, all to scam black folks. Okay, now look at this. My man doctored up a fake, phony Temple University degree. Like we look at we really gotta understand we are predators towards each other. It's all fair game. Look what we're doing. We're coming up with fake doctrines. We can't even spell the goddamn word right. That's how eager we are to scam each other. He had to put this thing together so fast to scam us. But he couldn't even take time to see that this was a misspelling. Now, had he spelled this right, he'd have fooled us to this day until somebody did some thorough research. He would have fooled us to this day that he had some type of background in science. He lied about it. Like we go, and look, it's not for the greater good of black folks. He did this to scam us, you, me, your friends, your family. You dig? Your people. He did this to scam us. That's crazy. These guys should be on American Greed. Well, they ain't making any money, but damn, they should be on something. Maybe we should do something like American Greed, but on the low, you dig? Like nobody's that ain't really profit too much. We should do a show exposing like the no-namers, like these guys I just showed. Okay, now, so let's. Oh my God, where is the All right, let me get out of here. So I want to touch on a little bit of and then we're gonna move on to some finance stuff. I got a little more reading to do, a little more highlighting, and then we are good. But I believe that's a real major concern that we would go that far to scam each other, man. Damn, who can you trust? For your own people that you follow, subscribe to, and listen to their messages and their wisdom, they will go so far to scam you. It's crazy, man. Like that really puts me on edge. That's why I can't really trust black folks like that, because I see what it could be, the negative side. All right, here we go.
In the beginning with God. The issue.
Let's get a little science.
The Edgars are moving on. Their family is growing, and now they need a new car and have to trade in
now
their
look
car.
how loud the damn commercial is. Loud as that, right?
The issue, and the reason I reached out to Sai, and forget, respect you, respect you, Sai, respect everybody.
Yeah, he talked about being a gym teacher, something like that, in out there in Temple. Marcus Counts, that's his name. Wow. He graduated from Temple. He played football there. You seen it. But the dude is saying he graduated with a Bachelor of Science degree. The dude in biology. The dude was a football player. He was a gym teacher, man. He had a BS degree, bro, and it wasn't a damn Bachelor of Science. That's what I'm trying to say. Yeah, they deserve to get scammed. You dig? I feel sorry for those who don't know, but those who have watched the same videos we watched, if those guys get scammed, they deserve it. Yeah. Now I don't believe Jabbar did them dirty all the way through. Like the Egyptians were clearly spooky. Like Rob Bourne pulled his sources up with the experts, the top Egyptologists in the field. Jabbar is a relatively nobody in that field. He's not a scholar in that. So his opinion means nothing in academia. So that's nothing. So Rob Bourne is quoting the best in the field. All right. So that's it on that. But when Rob Bourne ran to the analogy of pouring out liquor, he messed up right there. Right, Amber, but everybody gives Polite a pass. I don't know how. Like they act like Polite is paying them. Like why he gets a pass? Now there's a such thing as spooky because we made it an actual word, And some of us get spooked out when it's lightning and thundering. You dig? Like children start crying. So that's definitely a true word. But let me go into this spooky right here.
Reached out is because Sarnetta was letting you get away with saying, and I say this with respect, as my view, as I'm listening, Sarnetta was letting you get away with a lot of misinformation, crazy information, and a lot of pseudo conversations while you were attacking people that you believe is pseudo. And so he let some things you said just fly by. And I'm thinking, well, when we say, according to Sal or other people, crazy things about the Bible, y'all don't let us slide. Y'all right on it. Y'all ask questions. Y'all asking, and we're not going to let Ankh slide. Ankh going to have to answer for some of the things he said, and he may be able to. And I'm talking even more.
Yeah, the coronavirus is spooky. It's a real thing. And it's spooky to even think that it's going to be in America at our, you dig, exposure. You know, we are going to be introduced to it. And it's spooky to even know that. Yes, you definitely use that word correct.
More in the scientific, Ankh may be able, but what we're not going to do is just let Ankh say anything he wants and it go unchallenged. When Chief called in, you had a lot of...
The name of the live is No Money is the Root of All Evil. The root to all evil. You dig?
Things challenging what that brother was saying, and maybe rightfully so, because I didn't agree. But Ankh got to get some answers on tonight about what he said. I'm not about to catch him off guard, because I'm not about to talk to him about things he didn't say. So I don't want to catch him off guard, because I don't know if
I don't know. All right, hold on, Unc. Hold on, brother. No, I want to come to you, brother.
Wow.
I want you to give clarity on what's going on. What qualifies you to speak on evolution? How long have you been studying this right here? Open it up with that right there. Let the people know your research.
Black African power. What's good? What's happening? Well organized lie. Defeats a disorganized troop every time. Who we? Man, you already know what it is, man. It's God killer in the house. I'm in Raw Squad up. Real black atheism is on the rise.
Peace.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun night tonight, right? It's gonna be a demonstration.
We ain't gonna play the whole thing. I just want to go into what Pastor is saying and try to respond.
Nope, it's room for growing in science.
Okay, so now
I always had.
I want to get Pastor on here though.
And my career is actually modeling.
What is that?
You can't go for that meeting.
Really?
I want to be clear that what we heard science was the study of the natural thing and the cosmos, right?
Natural forces.
Natural forces.
Yes.
All right. So now my next question to you, and I believe you said this last night, but I want to set this foundation up so we clear on what Ankh is saying. You also said science studies what it can observe. Science study and test only.
But Amber, look, we're gonna talk about finances. I'm glad you said that because there's a part of this book. One of the books I have many financial books, but one of the book I have, it says how to acquire the wisdom of big picture thinking. So this applies to your comment just now. It says number 2 is learn from every experience. It says big picture thinkers broaden their outlook by striving to learn from every experience. This is an experience that we're going through right now, playing these live videos, and we're recapping. So we're not playing the whole video. We're recapping what was said. This is a moment of clarity and education. Pastor's going to say some things. You know, like when people are debating, it's really easy. Like we mentioned earlier, you're going to mess up words, make up words, and it's easy to miss points and not address it or not even articulate your argument that good because you're emotional. Like your mind is like moving fast. But we have the privilege to sit back and view what happened and you dig and figure out what happened and correct the mistakes. So I'm going to correct the mistakes of Pastor, and I'm going to say what Unc could have said if it wasn't a debate. See, when you're debating, it's easy for things to skip your mind. But it said they don't rest on their successes. They learn from them. More importantly, they learn from their failures. They can do that because they remain teachable. You got to remain teachable, okay? Got to remain. And this is from the book by John C. Maxwell, #1 New York Times best-selling author, How Successful People Think. You dig? It says, change your thinking, change your life. Yes, and of course I got Think Rich, Grow Rich. We're going to get it in. But as I'm playing the video, I'm reading this book, and I'm just taking notes, and we're going to discuss some of these key points, how it can help us out. Because the lack of money is the root of all evil, and is not the opposite. You give Black folks money, we are happy, we are cheerful, we like to share, sharing is caring. We want to party. You don't give us money, we're fighting, we're drug selling, we're prostituting each other, we're selling each other under the bus. All that happens, the cooning, when there's lack of money. So let's get that right. But anyway, go ahead, Pastor.
The things in which it can observe. Is that correct or not?
Exactly, the watcher, post, debate, analyst. Matter of fact, you guys might could add into this. So let me share this. Let me share this link, because you guys might. I'm not the best on this subject at all. You did like this is a broad subject. You see, my man B. Gaddafi had raised a question yesterday, and we all had to Google it and figure out what's going on. So there's a lot of information. It's a broad subject. It's very, very broad, and most of the astrophysicists can, they do the best they can to explain it. But let the pastor go in, and we will analyze what he's saying.
Concerning what science tests and observes, or tests and studies.
No. Science is also predictive.
It's predictive. Because I didn't hear you say that. So now you're saying science is. So first, let me ask this: is science the study and test of the natural world or the physical world?
Yes, that's one aspect of it. Yes, it is also predictive. I can give you a quick example of how to
give you an example. Yep.
So
okay, listen, man. Science does the scientific method. You have to have a prediction. You have to be able to predict what the outcome is going to be. It's not. It's different. It's like our lives. It's our lives. When you plan your day, right? You're gonna have your thoughts together. You're gonna just jot down what you plan on doing, and you want to follow through. But then you also want to predict if everything goes right, this should be the result. So prediction is definitely part of the scientific method. So that's not a hard concept. But if you don't know that in advance, you can't hold what Unc says as the standard of the scientific method, because we are all laymen, right? We're not scientists, so we are going to mess up. But you can't hold science, the scientific community, on our screw ups. And again, if anybody want to say something, I'll just pause it. I could, I could chime in. So I'm only playing this as I read, but anybody can say pause it, and I'll pause it. I can make a point.
It goes going, right?
If I can't hear you for whatever reason, because it's loud, then just type in the chat, because I do have the screen up. I can see the chat. So if I can't hear you on the live stream, I could definitely read your text.
He's one of the first European. Him and Albert Churchwood.
I don't care about that.
Cavity. Okay, so light doesn't do the same damn.
There's no such thing as a good or bad memory.
Amber,
there is no such thing as a good or bad memory.
Learning about who we are existing in a world that's already existed before us. So if you just called us the learner and the people heard it, then you made us secondary, because teachers are primary, learners are secondary. If you don't learn something, that means you don't know something.
You know what, Red? I like that right there. You're right. Nature is the man teacher. Nature is the master.
You're going to like a lot more before I'm done.
Okay, hold on. Nature is the master teacher, right? So we can agree there, right? The natural world is the master teacher.
I agree. Because my Bible tells me that even if you don't got proof of God or don't believe in the scripture, you will see him through nature. Nature will teach you. Nature will teach you.
Hold on, let me ask you.
I told you your hair's gonna be full tonight.
Hold on, man. Hold on, sorry.
It's not gonna be good, for what you said. From what you said last night, you gotta answer this question you said about science.
Hold on. So now, come on, Star, don't do this. So now I gotta ask you. If nature teacher, right? Does religion come after nature? Was religion always here? Was religion always here, right?
No, sir. No, sir.
So what is the key figure in religion?
I mean, there's a lot of different ones.
Come on, give me one. That's your answer when you answer that question. What is the key figure in religion?
If you're asking me for mine, it's God.
Thank you. So we can honestly say, right? You know, I got you, right? Let me take my time. We can honestly say, based off of what you just said, that whole little sermon you just gave, that God comes out of religion, and religion comes out of the minds of human beings.
Did anybody want to say anything? Blake or Amber, did you guys want to say anything before I press play?
Hold on.
I didn't say that.
You have to say it. By you admit what you just proved science was being secondary, and you agree that science comes from
I'm from that song was hard, yo.
And then you agree that religion was there after the creation of the cosmos. You cannot have religion. You cannot have God. If you hate both God. So yes or no? Does man tell us about God? Yes or no, man? Because you're in checkmate.
Say that again.
Does man tell us about God? Yes or no? They talk to you just the same way God, nature, whatever element teaches. It's true. With T-Top, that's fact. But answer my question, is the world that we live in, that science studies, is it only physical? And I said, yes. Okay, now, it is. Hold on. Here's my question. Make my point.
Yes, sir.
So then, like I said,
Please,
if
Rob,
you agree that nobody knew about God, meaning God talk to you, right? Let me hear you say it. Yes. Wow, really? Does he have a voice?
Say that again.
Does he have a voice? Does he speak to you in words?
Yes, God has a voice. I'm not saying that I have heard the audible voice of God. I have never said that I heard the audible voice of God. But okay, God speaks to nature. God speaks to nature. God speaks. So that's your belief that God is speaking to nature. No.
Okay, hold on. So how can you prove
he was gonna tell
that
you,
when you're looking at the sun, that's really God talking to you? That is an idea and a concept formulated. Hold on. That's an idea and a concept formulated by human beings. Come on, Brad.
Nope.
Like I ain't running here. What's this? No. Stop. When he asked me a question, withhold that bomb, because I got an explosion. I got an atomic bomb at the end. Now wait. Now, I'm asking the question. Now y'all just heard tell me that the world is physical. Then y'all heard ask me. He asked me, has God ever?
What's going down, Blake, Amber?
Peace. What's up?
Peace.
What's up, my guy? I just pulled into the garage.
Okay. Yo, what did you do out there? It's like it's warm weather out there, bro.
Oh, it's beautiful out here, man.
What temperature?
73.
Damn. Where you at, California?
No, I'm in Phoenix, Arizona.
Oh, damn, bro.
That's disrespectful.
Yeah, we out here freezing, man.
I'm in Minnesota.
Oh yeah. I know you're freezing.
It was actually kind of nice.
I can't do it.
But the damn show ain't no 73.
Yo, man, I need that 73, man. Really, I need that.
Yeah.
So, what's on your mind?
Shit, I'm just coming back from this basketball game. My voice is hoarse. My dude just lost the state championship, so I'm a little bitter right now.
Yeah.
Aww.
Yeah, I've been coaching the kid since he was in 5th grade. It was his senior year.
Wow.
It was his worst game. He actually broke the state record with 15 threes, but that shit don't mean nothing when you lose state. I know.
Threes. That's
15 threes, bro.
That's some Curry type stuff right there.
Oh, man. I'm hoarse as shit. I can't even talk.
I think he might have still did his thing. He still got some people looking at him.
Man, 15.
Oh, yeah, but God, man.
How many points he had? He had 60?
60 points, bro.
Hey, Blake, how many points you had? 60?
Yeah, I think he said 60 points.
Really?
Yeah, I think.
Damn.
Yeah, he still did his thing. I mean,
Hell yeah. Yeah, that mean the other team was just great or his team was cheap.
Yeah.
So what's on your mind, Amber?
I'm just listening to their back and forth, and I guess I got a few things with the argument. First of all, yes, we live in a physical world, but what do we classify our thoughts as? Is that physical or not?
Okay, so science don't consider your thoughts as physical.
But they do exist though, right?
Well, we believe our thoughts are something, but we do know that we have a brain, you know. So I think the thought thing, I think that gets to some old other type of philosophy. I don't think, like, I'm guessing because I haven't really, but I do watch Star Talk all the time, and they talk about the consciousness and intelligence. And Tyson Neil deGrasse, I keep saying his name messed up. Neil deGrasse Tyson. I can show you videos, and he goes into like consciousness. So you talk about thoughts. I guess thoughts are thoughts like consciousness.
Right. I would say so. Yeah.
So hold on one second. So I don't want to guess because again, I'm not an expert at all. I'm a layman. A layman means I'm on a bottom level. You dig? I'm a fool when it comes to this type stuff. That's so when I say layman, I mean I'm on the bottom of the discussion. So that
I wouldn't take that as a diss because I am too. I would just assume that they have to be classified as something.
All right, well, but here you go right here.
Consciousness is, I think it's a poorly defined thing. Where everybody's trying.
So he said consciousness is a poorly defined thing. Let me back it up.
Therefore I am. I think, therefore am I you?
How do you define consciousness in this context?
Consciousness is, I think it's a poorly defined thing. Where everybody's trying to define
It's a very amorphous word in this context.
It's amorphous in many contexts. The whole book's on consciousness. You know why they're still publishing books on consciousness? Because we don't know anything about consciousness. That's not true. We know something. But the fact that it is an active field of research, the evidence of this is that people keep publishing books on it. Consciousness explained, consciousness re-explained, my version of consciousness, their version of consciousness. This will continue until we understand consciousness, and then no more books will be written about it.
Why do you think it's so different?
Because you're trying to understand the thing that is making you try to understand it.
It goes back to another episode when we were talking about the mind.
The mind, brain.
Why only 10%?
How can my consciousness understand itself? That is a challenge. It would be yet to rise.
Do you think it's worth pursuing, or do you think it's futile?
Oh, no, I think anything that we don't know is worth knowing. You're asking a scientist, is it worth knowing? Oh, definitely. Check it out. It may be that consciousness is just something else, some illusion of something else that's actually going on in our brain.
So now that was key right there. He said it might just be an illusion of something else going on in our brains. So it might not even be anything that we think it is, right now.
Illusion of something else that's actually. It may be that consciousness is just something else, some illusion of something else that's actually going on in our brain. But it's like on Earth, it looks like we're the center of all motion, and it looks that way, and it feels that way. We feel like we have a consciousness, but go to the heart of it, no, we're in orbit around the sun. So
now I want to add on to that. So there was a debate back in the Greek days and even the Roman days, was the Earth in the center of the solar system, or was it the sun? And few natural philosophers that we call scientists, the Greeks were not scientists, they were known as natural philosophers. Few of them argued that the sun was in the center. but mainstream, let's say clergy or thought was that the Earth was in the center. So Tyson, and it wasn't until Galileo until they realized that the sun was in the center. So Tyson's using that as an analogy. He's saying the first thought, logically, it seems like the Earth is in the center of the solar system. We look out out in the sky and we see everything around us. So it's naturally and logical to think that. But he's saying like science is so weird. It turned out that we are going around the sun. So he's saying the same thing with thoughts. Like we might think thoughts are one thing, but they could be an illusion of something else, like the illusion of things orbiting the Earth. So hold on.
We're not in the center of anything. There's some other thing going on, perhaps. Oh, we ran out.
So that was it on that. So I don't know if that answered anything, but
well, so I guess the better question, maybe to kind of narrow it down. So if thoughts are consciousness, and consciousness is this thing that we don't truly maybe fully understand to the extent or exactly what it is, but as it stands now, is consciousness classified as part of the physical world?
Nah. When he just said that, like he was saying, like they don't know anything about it, like much about it at all. Like all we know is that our mind, believes that we have this consciousness. So, but he was saying it might just be it's just like it's philosophy. Like we talk about it, but it might just be just talk.
So like God is undefined.
Right.
So for me, like going back to what Ankh was saying, like, oh well, did man create God, and if not, then did he speak to you? And so it's a little faulty to me, because that's like saying that for what we believe thoughts to be, that's like saying we don't have a deaf person doesn't have thoughts, or because they can't speak, that there's nothing going on there when they can communicate in other ways, or because a person is blind, that that means that well, if they can't see the thing, then the thing is not there. That's not necessarily true. That just means that they can't see the thing. That doesn't mean that the thing ceased to exist because they can't see it. So, and that's not even an argument for the existence of God. It was just, to me, a kind of a flawed argument. It was another thing that was mentioned. I want to say it was the pastor. Yeah, the pastor with the teacher being the primary and the student being the secondary, but at some point the teacher was a student. So is the teacher shifting from primary to secondary to back to secondary to primary? Like, it's just kind of like weird. That was a little weird to me too.
Yeah, I get exactly what you're saying. They're just freestyling, and they kind of like don't know where they're going really. They're just trying to put each other out. Okay, so let me play a little bit more, because I'm trying to get to some of Pastor major points. I'm trying to play his argument against the Big Bang. So if he's like missing something, maybe the panel, including myself, can explain it in a way maybe didn't do, or because sometimes we can word it a little differently. So, but I want to first play his concerns, like what concerns he had, because some things when I first watched this, it was just clear that he had no idea what the Big Bang was, because he said some things that just was just like not taught in any book that's talking about the Big Bang in actual facts or actual events. So I'm gonna go ahead and try to play some of his argument. I'm gonna pause it.
Well,
if I may. Well, how do you know?
I was gonna say, if I may, I think that's one thing that maybe that they can learn from in the future in the panel, is to just kind of, if Unc is gonna defend the Big Bang or evolution, then maybe lay out a framework for what he is, what his premise is, and what he's standing on. So that way the pastor has kind of some level of understanding. And I think that equally so, the pastor should speak on what his premise is, so that they're not arguing against ideas of someone else. Like, because typically the people get into these debates and they're arguing general ideas that the person may not necessarily hold, or may not necessarily hold in the same way that there may be different variances in what they believe and what, you know, they stand on. And I think that it's best to kind of define, well, this is my position on this. This is what I believe. These are the reasons why I believe it. And this is what my position is. So that way you don't get halfway through the argument and people like, well, I didn't say that, or you don't even understand what I'm saying. You know, you get those weird things where it's kind of like, well, what are y'all debating on if you
and
never?
That always happens. That always happens. And when I ain't gonna say any names, but when I'm on the phone with them and it be too much arguing, I'm like, yo, bro, let's first slow down. Like, you're arguing the argument. Like, yo, how are we arguing the argument? You dig? Like, we're not even arguing our points and what we disagree on. We're arguing right now just to argue. I'm like, yo, slow down so we can see what you just said. I'm like, slow down so we can see what each other are, what we're saying to each other. Slow down, and we can't even get that across. They're arguing. They're still arguing. I'm like, God damn, man, let's first talk about what we actually are arguing, because it's confusion just there. So yeah, so you know, a lot of testosterone, you know, a lot of ego. Guys just don't want to lose, and to me, it's not a loss. It's just a dialogue. Now, I was hearing the pastor talk, and it sounded like they had a prior discussion. I'm trying to find it now because I heard him say that he's just repeating what Unc said before, so I can't find it. See, this says part 2, so that couldn't be it. I wonder if it's on Black News 102. I don't know. Sorry, going back and forth. But anyway, let me try to play something he says.
Oh, that the sun is talking. Watch this, y'all.
Tell you crazy.
When it comes to science, the world was here before science. Is that correct?
Yes, the world was here before God.
Now that question, like, come on, like, Pastor. Now I'm gonna give Pastor a break because Pastor, at this point, he was new. Like, he's way better now. But at this point, it's like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, with science, with the world here before science, like that? That's just crazy.
Okay, all right. Well, then here's the question.
Right, hold on. Yeah, my question. The world was here before God, right?
No.
Wait a minute. We just
let me finish my answer.
So I don't. Hey, Pastor, get to a real point.
Just get scared and don't want to have belief is when your butt can't explain the things you study. Because what you can't, you know that didn't come out. You know that didn't come out of man's imagination because we ain't that great. You can study what is, but you cannot.
I have to take you on
If the people
no matter what you say, man,
creation of man. But what I challenge him at, hold on.
See, this going back and forth, like, it's hard for people to follow the conversation.
Where I challenge you at, that you ain't responded to, what I wish you would, is the one thing we know man did not create. Fine if you want to say man created religion. Fine if you want to say man created.
All right, so check this out. This is ridiculous. I used to work here on the CBOE, but now they won't even let me.
It's science. Fine if you want to say man created my aunt. Fine if man created the Medunetta. Fine if man created all this. The one thing you ain't responded to is the one thing we know man did not create is the universe man studied. But now when we know we didn't create that, let's talk about what did. You ain't got to say God did, but you got to at least admit everything that is didn't get created by man. And if we gonna stop and run scared and say, since science can't prove, science you already admit is a learner. I don't expect science to prove everything because science is trying to learn about what is. And it's so much bigger than man
when you go a little off, you might be circuit.
All right, my bad.
Yeah, no, it's all right. Do what you do, but try to move your wire because your might be going in and out.
Hey, Rev, can you put like a little timestamp in your piece? You're going a little long. It's gonna start getting me mad because people do it all the time.
You ain't gonna get mad.
On this sermon, son, you ain't gonna be able to use our after this, so people gonna see how I'm acting. I'm acting scary. Scary.
Listen, everybody know how I act. I can push your hands out. I can be like the gentleman.
But you ain't gonna do that. You're gonna deal with the information.
Hold on, man. I'm saying everybody know how I can go. I can go from 1,000 to 0. So everybody know I ain't got no friends when I don't want none, and then I can chill. But what I'm saying is I'm not gonna allow you to give me long ass explanations and then I got my pen and pad out. I'm not doing it like that, Brad. What is the one question that you claim I won't answer, bro? What is that one question? So I can answer.
Okay. All right. It's not a question. I wanted you to respond to a statement. You asked me a question. And I said, man wrote the Bible. Well, there ain't a man in the world that would say we didn't write it. Man wrote the Metanetta. Man created science. Man did this, man did that. But there's the one thing we know for sure that man did not create, and that is the world in which man studies. And so my statement that I want you to respond to is, do you agree that man didn't create the thing that is studied? He said, whatever we came from, how to tell, and he told you to go look at the skeleton of a human body to look at your tailbone. And I'm asking Unc, how does he know if he's calling it or whatever? To know something, you would announce he came from this, it had a tail. To say whatever means you in a not able to identify what the fact.
Now, what's funny is I think it's the dialogue where they was talking about this and other things, and I text Unc. And you see right now, he's on his phone. I said, Unc, get back to the Big Bang, because Unc got a bad habit of going down rabbit holes. I said, Unc, get back to the Big Bang.
Thing was, and the problem with.
Hey, what if I told you that you could go from this to this in just 24 hours? Seriously.
The fact is because this is what science does. It pumps faith like it knows something. When the fact of the matter is, us having a tailbone and us having the bone structure. Please have him answer the question.
You saying, what did we come from with a tail?
That means to have a knowledge that exists independent of experience. Do you believe that you can have prior knowledge? A knowledge, since you said you believe that the world is only physical.
I didn't say I believe anything. I said I
figure out what you tell me, science tell me. I want the scientists to tell me what science says. And my question is, since you know man didn't bring the natural world into existence, and you believe the world is only natural, I'm asking you, not to ask me, but I'm asking Unc to tell me, and if he don't know, say he don't know, to tell me, how is it that you don't subscribe to? Don't ask me, how don't you subscribe that what brought the natural world into existence is greater than the natural world? If your answer to that is, because I think the world has always existed and it brought itself, and the reason he don't want to say that is because soon as he jumped out the window and say, like he tried to suggest, but he ain't strong enough to stand on, I think the world is eternal and brought itself into existence. Because as soon as he says that, then he is doing exactly what he says believer is doing. He's talking something he believes.
Now, okay. Now, if you know anything about science, right? Science uses mathematics. So this is part of the prediction. You know, science uses heavy mathematical equations. So it's not left to believe. They actually start using calculations, and the calculations makes a prediction. It tells them what should be happening or what happened. So like a lunar eclipse, the reason why they're spot on, because lunar eclipses are based on pure mathematical equations. So they can determine when the solar eclipse will happen, or the lunar eclipse, whatever, when it will happen. They're using mathematics. There's no belief there. So the pastor is kind of confused with that. I don't think he understands that math is used to predict the things that scientists say should happen or did happen. I think he's confused there.
Period. That's why he don't want to answer that question. He got to turn it back on me. So there's the question.
This is the first Reverend House of Conscious.
Too.
Okay.
He's gonna have to answer some questions too.
Well, this is why this is the first Reverend.
A little better. I never.
Now, by the way, I love Pastor Bennett. You dig? And like I said, like I think when he came into the community, I think he was a little off a little bit, but I think he's a beast now. You know, I think most people run from the pastor, and you seem polite. My man went the other way. So the pastor got good in a very short period of time. He's not pseudo. He's not pseudo. My man definitely reads. He observes. He you know what I mean. He's serious. So I give a lot of credit to pastor.
Said you didn't answer my questions. I asked the people to remember how at the beginning, so I'm very big on what people say. I stand by what I say. I asked the people to remember at the very beginning, Aunt said, I didn't even want to know what the questions was because I'm ready to show the people how I do this, right? And I'm saying that to say, I need y'all to remember that when we are being questioned on scripture.
All right, I just want Pastor to make one point, and then we're going to end this and talk about finance. Pastor, just give me one thing you disagree with in the Big Bang. One thing. And then we'll address that and we'll stop this video and go right to finance. Give me just one thing. Dang.
Well, God created the cosmos. No, brother.
All right, so check this out. This is ridiculous. I used to work here on the CBOE.
So
now they won't.
Yes.
So maybe I've missed it in previous conversations, but how does he reconcile? Because he said the one thing that we know man didn't create is the world. How does he reconcile that we're not the only planet that exists? We're not the only galaxy that exists. So if there is life to be found, do they have their own Bible or?
Right.
Like, how does he reconcile that there are literally things that are in existence that the Bible does not mention bringing into existence?
Exactly.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
Who's that, Asco?
Yeah, what's happening?
Peace.
What's up, Amber?
What's up?
Hey, what's up?
Peace, bro.
Ain't too much. What's good, Blake? Yeah,
What they do, man?
Yeah, how it's resolved, Amber, is real simple. God created it. It's that simple.
He just forgot to mention that part?
Yeah, they just they ain't put it in the footnote.
Oh, okay. It's gonna be in the sequel. Okay, my bad.
Well,
yeah.
He did say, peace to the panel, by the way, but he did say, he asked the question about the universe, not just the planet Earth. He said, we know that man didn't create the universe.
Okay.
I think he was putting everything into that. You know, he was considering all of that.
Right, because I'm having problems with his questions as well. Like, I don't even know what to answer because I don't understand what he's asking. But
yeah, I don't think he was asking nothing. I think he was just making a statement there.
Right, so you know what I'm
But there are still multiple universes though. Like
that's a hypothesis. We just determined that last night that was just a hypothesis.
And that's a hypothesis that I actually agree with.
Yeah,
but Amber, even if there are multiple universes, his overarching point is that we should all be able to agree that man didn't create it. That's the same thing.
Yeah, that's his main point.
But my thing is, but it is a man's thought process to think, well, if I didn't create it, if this idea of a God exists, then maybe it's the God that created it. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're still defaulting.
He ain't thinking that far.
You think that it's an original thing or it's like a smoking gun to say, well, if we didn't create it, we know something did. But that is your limited ideology that something must have created it, because in your mind, everything in your life you've either created or some magical being had to create it because you didn't. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's it's a little weird to me because it still does not really, you still can't prove that because you didn't create it, that means some other entity like a God did.
Yeah, but I don't think he got to that point yet, Amber. I think right now all he's doing is getting onto a seed to the, just that one point that we can all agree on, that man didn't create the universe. So he's in essence like laying a groundwork. You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
but Haskell, what he's doing is he's setting up he's trying to set up his kill shot,
Right.
which is most his kill shot is most of the Christian apologists' kill shot, which is in philosophy is called a false equivocation. So what he want to do is say that Unc has a belief. You know what I'm saying? And that since Unc has a belief and he has a belief, you know what I'm saying? They on equal grounds. That's basically what he want to say. Like Unc ain't no farther than what he is. You know what I'm saying?
Corey,
So
we all know
that's the false equivocation. But go ahead, Hassel. Yeah.
Yeah, we all know where he's going. It's kind of like Wilder throwing out that little left hand. You know what I'm saying? Like we all know where he's going. You know what I'm saying? But if I'm in Ong's shoes, I'm conceding to that. Okay, fine, yeah, we know. You know what I'm saying?
No, me too. I
No
was
doubt.
that's so
I'm gonna
difficult.
concede to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I say that's the thing. I believe our egos and everything gets involved, and we make things more difficult than what it need to be. I'll say yes. Man did not create the goddamn universe. Okay. What's your point? So look. So instead of that, I'm going to play Asar and Pastor because this is the same subject, but this worked out way better. This was just straight information. It was none of that other stuff. So we get to hear at this point, Pastor had different conversations, and this is his best argument. Like this is his last debate on the Big Bang. So this is his last. So he had time to really research. I think he had about 2-3 discussions with But this is his 4th discussion, and he's like he believes he's ready now.
On live now.
So I'm only gonna play his part, Pastor, and not even all of it. I think Asar came late.
Are just ignorant of science.
So this is Pastor.
Hey, unbiased. You should ask Garfield what he used. Cause I don't think I ever seen any ads play like when Garfield played videos.
Yeah, he probably got that YouTube premium stuff that I gotta go get, that everybody's been telling me about. Yeah, I'm gonna get it. Trust Haskell. This thing is annoying the hell out of me, bro. So I'm definitely gonna get it. You know what? I'm paying for 2 different chemistry videos, and I don't need 2. So I was already charged. Yo, it's crazy because when you paying for stuff online, I mean, it's no way to like unsubscribe or to cancel my payment. I gotta go write an email. I gotta find his email. I gotta do all this extra stuff. Like, why is it just not easy? I just can't go to the thing and just cancel the payment, unsubscribe. You know what I mean? Why I gotta go through all this extra stuff? So what I can do, Haskell, I could just replace that video, which I don't like anyway, like those video lessons, I could replace that for YouTube Premium and just do a swap.
All right, family, this video is going to come up a couple of different times, and what I want you to be clear on, when Stein asked...
Now, you see the title, No One Knows? See, again, like Pastor's real ignorant to not just science, but scientists. Like scientists brag about what they don't know. Like they don't act like they don't know something. Like they'll tell you they don't know what happened before the Big Bang. They'll tell you that. Like the scientists will tell you what they don't know. So I don't know why he's making a big emphasis on no one knows, but let's see where he's going.
how did the origins of life begin, or who. He said, why are you asking a who? This is going to be very important as we go forward. A theory, a plausible, scientifically acceptable general principle or body of principles offered to explain the phenomena. Family, also, all of my sources are on my last 2 slides at the bottom. I got over 20 of them. I'll show them at the end. Faith, a belief with strong conviction. Now, one of the things we're going to see is that science, people that do science often talk about, we don't deal with belief. We about to prove that wrong. The Big Bang. The Big Bang is classified as a scientific theory or explanation on how the origins of the universe and life began. The Big Bang theory is not a scientific certainty. It does not assert this.
See, you know what I'm saying? Like, so that statement right there, Pastor, I hope you learned from that. But a theory, dude, it tells you right here, it's an explanation based on the evidence that we're looking at. A crime scene, they see a gun, they see a body, detectives say he was shot. He did. Now they don't know if he shot himself just yet. They don't know if his wife shot him, so they're giving a theory of what just happened. All they have is the evidence. We have a gun, we have a body, that's it. So a scientific theory is the same thing. A theory is just an explanation of the body of facts that's presented. It's real simple. It never says certainty, by the way. As a matter of fact, let me say this. When it comes to medicine, all science does is say we have the best medicine. That's it. Not that this is the end all be all. And when science comes with an explanation, they don't say this is the end all be all explanation. They just say we have the best explanation in the world. So they just say that they are the best in the world in whatever they're producing. They're not saying it's the end all be all or it's certain facts. They're just saying we have the best in the world. If you have something alternative, bring it, and we'll look at that. And that's what scientists claim. By the way, that's what science claims. It doesn't claim to be factual with explanation.
It's certain that it happened this way. It is the best explanation in the scientific realm of how the origins of life began. The Big Bang Theory says that the universe are expanding, and if you extrapolate backwards or rewind, which they can't do in time, using the known laws of physics, the prediction is that just before a period of very high density, there was a singularity, which is typically associated with the Big Bang. The theory announced scientifically that the universe and all it had a beginning. Here's what I'm saying. The Big Bang Theory is just another way of saying we believe or we have faith in our methods and measurements of describing the origins of the world to predict, not know.
Now, that's false. Okay, so science has a way to reenact the Big Bang. Okay, and one of those ways are they use their Large Hadron Particle Collider. So I'm gonna show an image of that. So this is not a belief. Again, it's based off some type of evidence or experiment. I'm gonna type in Large Hadron. Look, it should come up. Hadron. Here we go. So CERN, right? Here we go. So Pastor, like sometimes, like we here, this is one right here. This is a Large Hadron Collider. They use this to clash matter and different particles into each other to try to figure out different things. So, for example, you ever seen like the car crash, the car going to the dummy into the wall, so the reason why they do the car crash experiments is that they want to see if the car will still be intact before they put it in the public. They want to know when you get into a car accident at this speed, will the car still be intact? If the car incinerates, then that car will not make the market, obviously. But if the car is intact and just a little head, front end damage or rear end damage, but the car is intact at 60 miles per hour, then they feel like this is a safe car. An airbag could possibly preserve his life. If that car incinerates, then who knows how they bring it on the market. So with Hadron Particle Collider, it's the same thing. They collide the particles to see what comes out of it. And then they go to the universe and see if they see that in the universe. Because they know that when the radio comes out the car, they know when the airbag comes out the car, and they know when the hubcaps come out the car, they know at one point it was on the car. So when they clash the particles together and whatever comes out of it, they know that that was once in the goddamn atom or particle. So if they follow subatomic particles in space, then they know that those things had to build an atom or something like that. So this is why they use this right here. It's no different than a car crash test. So Pastor again is not aware of these things. So let's move on.
How the origin of the world began.
Hey, but unbiased, I wanted to make a point. I wanted to add on to that, unbiased. Not only do they do those tests in a laboratory, they go out and observe this in nature.
Right.
The further when you looking, we all understand that when you're looking at the sun is the light that we see from that sun is 8 minutes away. So it's 8 minutes ago. You know what I mean? So the further back you look into space is the further back you look into time. When we look at the CMB, the cosmic microwave background, that's the farthest we can see back.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? And so, this is, that light is just now reaching us from, you know what I mean? And is moving away.
Right.
And this is 14 point some odd or 13.8 billion years ago. You know what I'm saying? So we not only can reconstruct it in the laboratory, but they observing it directly in nature. So you know what I mean?
Right.
And that's all to do with light speed and everything. Without understanding light speed and all that, we wouldn't even be on this hangout. So the pastor is always wrong.
Yeah.
The only thing I'd say is in my opinion, impossible to resolve in the it's not the only thing, but it's the fatal flaw in the theory. And perhaps you could explain it unbiased, since my take personally on like the Big Bang, I would sit there and try to like study it, but I told Dr. Mayat this, I don't glut my brain with what I think to be just rubbish. The unresolved
proof is rubbish first, though.
Right.
No, but what I'm saying, I won't invest the man hours needed to be as versed. I don't think I'm gonna get anything meaningful out of it, so I won't even invest. We have a limited amount of time on the earth. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna waste my time
I see what you mean. I see what you mean.
But the thing that I find unresolvable with it, and maybe like I said, unbiased, being that you study Big Bang and you ascribe to it, or you subscribe to it, I should say.
Yeah.
Is how do you get organic from inorganic? Because from what I understand, the singularity is inorganic, right? So starting from that point when where that singularity explodes or starts to expand, or whatever terminology you want to use, how does it go from that to organic life? I don't see that.
So can I take this one? Can I take a stab at this one? So we already know that we do you concede that when within the Big Bang, once the Big Bang happened and the expansion started, that stars was created, right? Do you concede that? Is that believable?
I mean, that's part of the
stars was created out of the theory, at least in as far as your understanding of the theory. Is that can we at least agree on that?
Yeah, sure. I could concede to that. Go
stars
ahead.
do exist, right? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So do you understand that our sun is one of many stars? Can you agree to that?
Right, I could agree to that.
Okay, all right. Then we can get somewhere then. All right. So in these stars and in our sun, is it's a giant nuclear reactor. It's nuclear reactions going off every millisecond. I don't even know the numbers on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But once these lighter elements crash into each other, they create heavier elements. And so you understand that you probably wearing if you married, you probably got on a gold ring. It's all, you use all kinds of metals that you know what I mean, that's created in these collisions. You know what I'm saying? Because the lighter elements make heavier elements. Now, one of the heaviest elements, I think the heaviest element is iron.
Yes, in fact.
So once that star creates iron, once it gets to the point where it's creating iron, it's immediately dying. From that point on, that star is dying. Now, the bigger stars, unlike our star is like a medium-sized star.
Right.
So the way stars die, they die two ways. Now, our star, since it's a medium star, it's going to become a red giant, and it's going to swell up until it just uses up all its fuel, and it's going to scorch the earth to where it ain't, it's inhabitable.
Right.
And so, but bigger stars that's much bigger than our star, they go supernova when they die. They explode. You know what I'm saying? And in this explosion, this is where you get all of these elements. You know what I'm saying? All the building blocks of life. Everything comes out of these stars once they go supernova. Right? And so stars are going supernova all day, every day. You know what I'm saying? They've been going supernova since the beginning of the time. The bigger the star is, the faster it uses up its fuel, and the bigger the bang it does. You know what I'm saying? Well, in space is a vacuum, so it don't really bang, but it does explode. But so that's how you get the chemistry. And out of chemistry comes biology. So first you have chemistry, then you have biology, brother. And that's just a basic, you know what I'm saying? I ain't got time to run it all down, but that's just a basic summary right there.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine something. I would imagine something like that would be extremely complicated, to explain. Because in everything that you say right there, I get the gist of what you're saying, but I still can't.
But do that seem that seem outlandish though? Like what part of that seemed, not trying to be facetious or nothing, but like did any part of that seem like what now hold on, that just sounds like outlandish right there. That don't sound right.
No, I wouldn't say anything you said was particularly implausible. It was a very bare bones explanation, as you admitted. But what I would say is, it still doesn't resolve how you get.
Have you ever seen how chemistry, how simple life comes out of chemistry though? You ever check out
Man, ask it on watch. Yeah, he don't watch.
Cyanobacteria
Hell
is.
no.
You don't know? Have you ever heard of a cyanobacteria?
Hell no, you ain't heard of that.
No, but look, I'm biased.
Okay, if you check out a cyanobacteria, bro, they what they call them is stromatolites. They usually in salt water. They in the shallow parts of saltwater areas, and they call stromatolites. They look like rock mounds, little small rock mounds, but they not. It's the byproduct of the bacteria. These bacteria is stacked up and they like calcify. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So
the byproduct.
Hold on.
Wait, I didn't say one thing. I didn't say one thing. I'll be 5. I guarantee I'll be 5 seconds.
Go ahead.
Corey, like my issue with people is like they'll have questions before they actually research the information on the said subject. So like you said about the cyanobacteria. Okay, I have a book called Slime. I have many books actually that go into that, but the book Slime definitely goes all the way into that. So what I'm trying to say is, like, we have questions about things we've heard of before we actually read into the things we have heard of. So I'm saying we got to be fair. Like, so when I went to study chemistry, I didn't have questions without reading it first, So now I don't have much questions. So when you read about these things, Haskell, in advance, you're not going to have too many questions. But you can go ahead.
Right.
Yeah,
So,
but Go ahead, high school. You finished. I was really done. Really, you know what I'm saying. You can go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Yeah. What I was gonna say is that process he just explained right there is talking about bacteria. Going from a simple to a more complex form. Again, we're talking about organic life developing into more complex organic life. To my knowledge, it has never been demonstrated where something inorganic.
Well, I just
What
explained
do you
it. Well,
mean
you
by
gotta look at you.
inorganic? I think
You
I'm
gotta,
confused by that.
yeah.
Well,
But
inorganic would be.
there's inorganic material. I mean, go ahead, Haskell. Explain
Hold on,
yourself.
she Amber asked me what
Mhm,
I mean by inorganic.
mhm.
Um, Inorganic life would be any inanimate object, element, whatever it is that cannot perpetuate itself, doesn't reproduce. So that would be like iron, a rock, uh, carbon, those type of things. And the Big Bang Theory says this singularity, this atom, whatever, is the precursor to all organic life. And the transition from the inorganic to the organic, they can't resolve it. So, I'm gonna.
They have resolved that though. That's a false statement. I mean,
Yeah, yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. Like he hasn't.
I just explained. We just.
No,
I mean,
Corey.
you can't. It didn't happen overnight. You see what I'm saying? You said
Right.
it went from
It was a
a
miracle.
singularity.
The answer
You
is
said it went from
miracle.
Like millions of years, man.
yeah,
Yeah, but
billions. You know what I'm saying?
listen, you could say 76 trillion. It's still you still have to give me.
I think what he's saying is if it was purely inorganic, I don't care how long it takes.
Right.
How would you get an organic life form from that? But my understanding was always that all of these things were kind of they come from the way I kind of look at it is like how everything in Earth and outside of Earth is kind of the elements can be found everywhere.
Absolutely.
Maybe in different concentrations, but they can be found everywhere. So just like you have like a carbon atom and and depending on the number of carbon atoms and the number of oxygen atoms, it may change the element. So that's just how I look at it. Like, yeah, it was a concentration of all of these things, but it was the different ways in which these things were broken down over time that created life, that created this element from that element, and that element from this element. It isn't that like, oh, how did this inorganic thing come from that? I mean, to be perfectly honest, it's just the perfect mix of a little of this, a little of that. It's like the perfect storm. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, so
I
here's the thing.
understand
Wait, hold on,
completely.
Haskell, because I want to keep playing past a minute. So what happens is, Amber and Corey knows this, that again, you remember the top of this right here, said no one knows. So at some point, like science, when they attempt to explain certain things, at some points of science, they get into a gray area where they will have a hypothesis, but they really can't narrow it down. And what happens is, I'm saying Haskell do this, but some pseudos would take the part where that scientists are limited, right, on their explanation. They'll take that part and ignore everything before and everything after and say, hey, well, they can't do this. The whole thing is pseudo, but everything before and everything after makes absolute sense. And they won't ever dare to challenge that. So what we do is a lot of pseudos, they challenge the gray areas where scientists admit that they're a little shallow in that or in that particular, thing that they're trying to explain.
Yeah, but I'm biased. I'm gonna say one thing, and then we could go back to the video.
Yeah.
The one thing that I'm having an issue with is integral to the entire theory. Without it being resolved, the entire thing collapses in on itself.
Nah,
So hold on.
Say that again, though. I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him. Can you repeat?
Okay, so Corey, the point that Unbiased was making is that for people who dissent from scientific consensus on certain theories, what they do is they'll cherry pick a trivial aspect of the theory that can't be explicated all the way, and they'll just highlight that to say, well, then this invalidates it. But my particular query, if it can't be resolved or it can't be demonstrated, is not a small little thing. It is integral to the theory. If you can't resolve what I was saying, the entire thing collapses.
Yeah,
You know
but
what
you was I understand what you're saying, and you probably might be correct on that. But what you were saying has already been resolved, bro. The only dilemma in that and where scientists query about is like exactly when and where. You see what I'm saying? Is like they don't know exactly when and how the conditions exactly was, because it could have been multiple different kinds of conditions when the first life arose. You see what I'm saying? But they do understand the basic steps on how chemistry turns into biology. You see what I'm saying? And then evolution works from there. Don't tell me you don't accept evolution, Haskell. Come on.
No, I don't subscribe to that either. No.
All right, hold on. All right, let's just play the video.
Let's play the video. Ain't nothing I can say. You know what, Haskell? All the stuff I just said don't even make everything I said before that don't even make no difference now. If you should have already told me you didn't accept evolution,
right.
I wouldn't have never took the time to explain. You know what I'm saying? What I explained before.
Why is that, Corey? Because if evolution is a matter of reality, then
all right, hold on. Listen, I'm not trying to. I'm not.
Go ahead. We're gonna go down the rabbit hole.
I just want to counter Pastor. Because I've been chopping up with Pastor on the Dagger Squad here and there. We're supposed to have a little build. So hold on.
In the chat, if you start with belief and co-founder of the string theory, not just someone who studies science, but someone who does science. Listen what he says. The strength and weakness, direct quote, the strength and weakness of physicists is that we believe in what we can measure. And if we can't measure it, then we say it probably doesn't exist. And now watch what he's saying. And that closes us off to an enormous amount of phenomena that we may not be able to measure because it only happened once. For example, the Big Bang. So essentially, this physicist is saying we believe in our measurements. And if we stop doing that, then there are certain phenomena that we would never be able to say ever existed. So if we couldn't measure the galaxy and the universe now, we would never know that the Big Bang existed. So we believe in our measurements.
So Pastor just missed what he was saying. Again, I explained it earlier. Pastor, the measurements are mathematically equations, dude. Math is absolute for the most part. So let me go ahead and just keep going.
Doctrine of creationism is this: a doctrine or theory holding that matter, the various forms of life and the world were created by God, usually in the way described in Genesis. Now, for some reason, Asar jumped out the window and said the Bible doesn't talk about the origins of life. He may not believe it, but to suggest it don't talk about it means you didn't even read Genesis 1:1. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Based on that argument, that short interpretation of that is something different. In the beginning, time, heaven, space, and the earth. All right, the Big Bang. You know who is known as the father of that? George Lemaitre. You know who he is? A Christian. All right,
Pastor. Almost all the natural philosophers were Christians, dude. See what I'm saying? Like the guy has a weak argument. They were starting to challenge their own religion, the natural philosophers. But a lot of them, like, they would challenge certain things, Amber and Corey and Haskell. But the one thing they wouldn't challenge, it came later. It came like at the end of, like, I think classical science. they decided to challenge the origins or who created the origins of the world. That was the last thing the natural philosophers challenged. So that means they challenged everything else, but they wouldn't dare challenge the who created the earth. So they all held that God created the earth. You dig? So, Pastor, they were all still Christians, dude. So what you're saying right here, it just fits the narrative.
He began the idea of an expanded universe in 1927. Hubble's law continued that and built upon it and even confirmed it that the universe had a beginning. By noting that the universe was expanding, they noted that it had a beginning. Here is just a quick picture that scientists use all the time to kind of show an example of what they mean when they say the universe is expanding. Start with this little small balloon over here. They blow it up and say it was through inflation.
Hey, Corey, there?
Yeah, well, go ahead. Unbiased.
All right, so Corey, I had the same discussion with Double X. So I want your take on this. So, from what I know and what I read, the expansion, because it's not a Big Bang, but the expansion, the hot expansion, is what they call it. The hot expansion was the beginning of the universe, but it wasn't the beginning of the beginning because it was always there, right?
No. It's really kind of a non sequitur to kind of talk about like the beginnings because time came into existence with the Big Bang.
Right.
Time and space, space time come into the
existence
I know
with
that. The Big Bang.
Right.
And so like talking about before that is like,
No, I'm not talking about before.
Talk about that. Go ahead.
I'm saying, okay, the hot, fire, dense, small particle type thing, okay? Before
the singularity.
Right. Well, the scientists kind of like hesitate on that word singularity. But
right, yeah.
Yeah, so just for the sake of argument,
generic, I'm just using generic terms.
Right. So that's something, right? It's something. So that means that time has not started until it expanded, correct?
Well, see, it's kind of funny because that's something there that you're talking about. It would pop in and out of existence. You see what I'm saying?
So, but my whole thing is that it was something.
It was unstable. You know what I mean?
But it was definitely something there before time was official, correct?
But it was. I don't know. I'm not. They don't. I don't hear scientists get too clear on that. So I'm not gonna try to get clear. But my understanding is you see, when you think about time coming into existence, and this little something that you're talking about, we can only explain it in human terms. That's why we got to call it something.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But what we saying don't mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing. That's the thing about trying to explain things because we limited to to our human tools. All we got is language. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you really can't really put it in those kind of terms. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, we saying something, but really we not really saying nothing because this thing is popping in and out of existence. You know what I'm saying?
But it is identified,
but it really wasn't there. See, the thing is, like, it was there, but then it was here, but then it was neither place. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's crazy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So but I ain't even, like I said, don't give me. I read a lot of Lawrence Krauss, so I know about that, and he don't even like to put too many definite terms on things. Like I said, we just limited into our human language.
Yeah. Haskell, you had something, Haskell?
No, I didn't say anything, but sure, I could add something. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, is it fair to say then that, I mean, you guys have already said it. Theories like the theory of evolution or out of Africa theory or what is Big Bang, these things are not theories in the same way like the theory of gravity is a theory, right?
Yes, exactly. They theories in exactly the same
No,
way.
no, 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 no.
Scientific.
Hold on. I didn't.
Go ahead though. Go ahead. My bad.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clear that up though. They are
No, no.
theories in exactly the same way.
No, they're not. They're not. And the reason why they're not is because right now you can go outside and you can test the theory of gravity, right? Which says free falling objects fall to the atmosphere, or to the earth at 9.8 seconds per second, right? That's fixed and it's definite, and you can reproduce it over and over and over again right now in real time.
Hey,
When it comes
Haskell,
to
but
theories, y'all got to
Go
stop
ahead.
doing that, man. I know you
Okay,
guys
my
are
bad, my
very,
bad.
yeah, I know
Go
y'all
ahead, go
are
ahead, go
super
ahead.
confident in these things that you profess, but you know, just because someone doesn't see it like how you see it, it doesn't mean that they're, you know, they don't
Yeah, but
comprehend
I'm
or
finna.
whatever.
I just wanted to explain something though, because you laying a lot of premises down before I want to clear some things up first with you before
Okay, well,
you know what I'm
was there
saying.
something in all right? What in particular did I say that you disagree with?
Well, you said that you can test gravity. You can go out and you can test gravity, which I agree with. But see, the thing is, the theory, the part about the part that scientists was query about, that's not even a part of the theory. You won't read nothing about that in the actual theory. You see what I'm saying? Like when they talking about before the Big Bang and all of this type of stuff, they don't. That's not a part of the theory. Only thing that's a part of the theory, the only thing that's a part of the theory are the things that they can test and repeat.
Right.
Just like
Great
gravity.
point.
So everything that happened after the it's called the Planck time.
Right.
The Planck time is the smallest quantity of time that you can measure, right?
T equals MC.
Everything that happened
Zero,
after the Planck time is what is within the theory.
Right.
Nothing before the Planck time. But go ahead. I just wanted to clear that
that's
up
the
for
T
you.
equals zero, by the way. But yeah.
Right. But again, as I said before, the theory that free falling objects fall to the earth at 9.8 seconds per second, that is fixed and it's definite, right? There is no ambivalence there. There's no, there's nothing nebulous there.
But do you know about the theory of general relativity? It is gravity is relative. So you know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
It don't act the same everywhere.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So how's it fit? What are you talking about?
Right. But again, Corey.
Go ahead.
Corey, you have to stop doing
My
that, brother.
bad, but because you saying things though.
You have to stop. Hold on.
All right, go
because
ahead.
let me
I'm
repeat it
sorry.
again.
I apologize.
The theory of gravity states that free falling objects fall to the Earth's surface or atmosphere at 9.8 seconds per second. So that addresses everything you just said there about gravity being relative, because I was very specific as to the environment in which the theory operates. Hold on, you gotta be patient. I was very specific as to the environment in which the theory operates, right, and how it works in that environment. So I absolutely understand that it is relative. However, this doesn't invalidate my point. My point is, within this matrix, within this environment where the theory works, what is posited about the theory is definite. It's fixed, right? It's measurable. It's numbers. It says this falls at this rate every time. When you compare that to theories like evolution theory, out of Africa theory, et al., those things are not fixed in that way. There's a delineation between the two things. Do you understand that?
Can I
feel
interject
you,
now?
Haskell.
Can I
Go
interject
ahead.
now, please?
Go ahead and
I raised
interject,
my
bro.
hand. I've been trying to get in, and I'm just being railroaded.
I ain't even see you, bro. My bad.
Yeah, no worries. I think I was
Hey, Blake, my bad. Yeah, I'm over here looking at the game. Yeah, you just gotta talk. You gotta talk.
Okay, right on. I'm trying to be respectful because I've been. All right, you're right. I think we ran down the rabbit hole by saying that. Let me ask this first: is gravity a theory or is gravity a force?
It depends on what you're talking about. I mean, it is a force, but it's explained within a theory. It's explained that how you explain it is called a theory. That's how you explain gravity. So I don't, really what you're talking about.
All right. The reason why, I mean, like if I go to NASA.gov and they have a definition of gravity, now I'm not to see anything about a theory.
Yeah, because it is a force, but the explanation is called a theory.
Okay. All right.
Well,
then we're in the hole, and then since we're in that hole, then that's why he's going to keep spinning that.
No. The Watcher. I'm sorry to cut you off.
I'm listening.
Listen, I don't know if you got everyone here understands English, right? Is my diction not clear? Am I not, articulating myself well enough? I just stated that I understand the difference between a scientific theory and a theory. If we all want, we can do an exercise right now. Unbiased could share a screen. Look up the definition of scientific theory and then the definition of theory, right? So we should all be able to agree that there is a delineation between the two. Now, I'm not saying
I never doubted that you knew that though, Haskell. I never doubted that you knew that.
No, but the Watcher just made a comment that I'm gonna keep harping on this theory thing. And I'm trying to show him.
You ain't. No, I know.
Right.
Please don't assume that I meant theory. I meant scientific theory. But since you're lumping it there, because my understanding was something completely different. And I know where you were going with as far as being tested. It's something that you can prove it and test it over and over again. Just like I wanted to interject in with the inorganic matter. Because, I mean, if we look up a biogenesis or if he would just Google and had it on the screen, then I think it would answer a lot of your questions or lead you to have different questions. But when you narrow it down very specifically, we're not explaining it to your satisfaction because you have, like, I guess Neil deGrasse Tyson explained it best even when you're debating, people have to have an acceptable answer that they're willing to accept to where they'll concede a point. But since we're never going to be able to arrive at that point that you're willing to accept because you have a different view of it. So what I wanted him to do is to pull up a biogenesis or just Google life from inorganic matter, and then it will give a much clearer definition than what we can explain to you. However, if you're willing to accept it, that's on you. So I'm not trying to change you. I just want to put the information in front of you to see what you think of it. And I don't mean to condescend to you.
What's the name of that thing? Say it again.
A biogenesis. But I was trying to get to that, when I was going into the cyanobacteria, the stromatolites, I was going to slow walk it to that, you know what I'm saying? But they didn't want me to slow walk.
He was stepping on it every point because every time you laid out a point, we needed a definition on that, and then it was even more murkier and more cloudy, and that's when we couldn't really get to that live. And he's not doing it. I'm not assuming or accusing him of doing it disingenuously. It's just he needs more clarity, or he needs more clarity, and so that's why
he wasn't malicious with it,
so he can see it. Right. And I mean, I don't. Just like how I could have said he's getting emotional by saying that I don't understand about the difference between the theory or where he was going with it. But again, I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything. I just feel it would be better for you to understand it if it was put in front of you. That's all I was saying, my guy. I don't mean any disrespect, Haskell.
Yeah, but I believe I'm sure Haskell definitely understand that, the theory and the scientific theory. So
yeah, we all agree with that. But see, my whole point is the fact that he took it there and kind of muddied the water again, and then it kind of made me want to get frustrated because I felt that's disingenuous because I don't think anyone said that, nor was I going in that route. But I'll leave it there.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Shit,
it's all good watching. We just talking at the end of the day.
Are you being pedantic?
Yeah.
Am I?
That's above my vocabulary, man.
Am I?
No, not at all, Amber.
What makes her? What makes? Okay. Okay.
It's like you would say, Amber. We being exact.
Precise. There ain't nothing wrong with it. Say what you mean and mean what you say.
All right.
In other words, this is what I'm saying. The theory of gravity is a scientific theory. The theory of evolution and Big Bang is just a theory. That's what I'm saying.
All right. Okay. So let me go ahead and post this. Right? Let me just finish playing this.
The world begin to
I respect your opinion, bro.
Expand. These dots on the balloon, y'all, those are galaxies. By the time it gets to this third balloon, which is really what we're looking at down here, right? So this is what we're looking at now. We're looking at galaxies that are expanding from each other. And so what science says is...
Hey, I'm actually going to stop that. Yeah, I'm actually going to stop that right there. You dig? And we're just going to dialogue about just different things. But I want to talk about this book that I got, Think and Grow Rich. It's very interesting because let me first share my screen so we can look at something, because I saw them had this discussion, a debate, but I don't care about the debate, right, at all. What interested me was the name of the person they were using, because I found his background to be very interesting and motivational. So they were talking about Joseph Greenberg, right? So again, like the debate, it was beyond my, pay rate, my education. But what stood out was my man upbringing. You dig? Like I was really moved and motivated by this, and I kept using him for like a whole different analogy. It had nothing to do with the actual debate. So it says, I want to just, because this is going to tie into what I'm reading, okay? This is early life and education. It says, Joseph Greenberg was born on May 28, 1915 to Jewish parents in Brooklyn, New York. His first great interest was music. At the age, so I want y'all to hone in on the age, okay? At the age of 14, wasn't playing basketball, football, or something else. He gave a piano concert at Steinway Hall. He continued to play the piano frequently throughout his life. Now, if y'all know anything about piano play, y'all would know that piano equates to intelligence. Okay, so children, parents give their children piano lessons because pianos and intelligence, it just go hand in hand. So it says I want to go into his upbringing, and this kind of jumped into his life, like his adulthood, too fast. Oh my God. Okay, so let me do let me type in linguistics, see what happens. 77. God damn, I can't do that. All right, let me do school. Let me do school. Okay, that's a little better. Okay, because this kind of jumped into his grown manhood a little too fast. You might not do it. So let me go backwards. Damn it. Because X sent me some stuff. See, you see I got stuff already highlighted. That means I already read this before. I want to go to it. I want to read about his childhood, not his adulthood. Okay, so maybe it's here. Because it's going to tie into the Think and Grow Rich old narrative. So if I can't find it in the next link, then I'll just tell you what happened. Okay, so it's probably right here. It's one of these, because I read both of these. It's one of these. So it's definitely not this one, because that's over. So it might be this one. Okay, so I believe it's this one. Okay, here we go. So let me make this a little bigger. And this is when I say we have no excuse in today. So it says, his mother, German, Drew, his father's, blah, 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 blah. It says, as a child, he sat fascinated next to his mother while she played the piano. So we read about this. And one day he asked her to teach him. So he was interested in piano. So Hall, at the age of 14, and won a citywide prize for best chamber music in cymbal. So at a young age, he wanted to know. And please note that his parents had introduced him into the piano by learning the piano themselves. You dig? Or somebody knew how to play it, and the parents had put him in that environment of a piano to even have an interest. So with us, a lot of times, we're not bringing our children to things where they can be exposed to different ideas, because you never know what you're good at until you're actually exposed to it. And for us, high school, Amber and Corey and Blake, sometimes we get exposed to our strengths a little too late in life. You did, because we start to move around and we figure out we love painting or we love doing this at a later age. But unfortunately, it's never like an age like 14. So, okay, so here we go. It says Greenberg's fascination with languages began equally early. There we go. I want to talk about that, not the grown man stuff. He went to Hebrew school, which offered only an elementary education in Hebrew, essentially how to read the script. But Greenberg got a hold of a Hebrew grammar. So this is elementary, by the way. So just keep in mind, this is elementary. Okay, he got a hold of a Hebrew grammar, taught himself the language. He's an autodidact as an elementary kid. He studied Latin and German at James Madison High School. So now we're in high school, and that might have been high school. I don't know. He had a friend at the Erasmus High School who studied classical Greek, but James Madison High School didn't offer Greek. Greenberg learned as much Greek as he could from a parallel text edition of Sophocles' plays and the etymologies of the Oxford Dictionary, and asked his father if he could transfer to Erasmus High School. They went to see the principal, who asked Joe why he wanted to study Greek, and he simply said, "I like it. I want to study it. I like Greek." And the principal refused his transfer. Now look at this part. This is where we're going to Think and Grow Rich. On the way home, he cried. Okay, my man wanted to really go to that school and learn his language. So it says his father took him home and gave him a Greek grammar book and a Greek grammar dictionary from a used bookstore. With those books, he taught himself Greek. In fact, that was the usual way he learned languages. So that's all I want to read from that, because of course it goes more. Like, he just had a fascination with languages, as I said earlier. So now when I go into this book overemphasizes on the word desire. So it says, matter of fact, let me pull this up right here. This just be a little easier. So I'm just going to skim through it. So if you know anything about me, I love to type what I'm reading. I just feel like I get it. I type pretty fast, so it's like I get it better as I type and read. So, so now this was advice from an entrepreneur. It says, whatever you will do for free, you will be very good at it if you were to charge. So whatever your hobby is that you love to do for free, if you were to finagle that and somehow get people interested in learning as well, you will be successful in that. The things you love to do for free, if that ever became a business, you would be very successful. Okay, so he says, truly, thoughts are things, and powerful things at that. So this is back to Amber. She talked about thoughts earlier. It says, when they are mixed with, where we at? What's this? Definiteness. There we go. So when they are mixed with definiteness of purpose, persistence, and a burning desire. So this is going to be the phrase, or the term, the phrase. So when you look at Greenberg, my man cried that he couldn't learn, what was that, Hebrew or Greek, whatever? He cried. He had a burning desire, and he became an autodidactic linguistic as a result and made American history. But it says thoughts are things and powerful things at that. When they are mixed with definiteness of purpose, persistence, and a burning desire, that's a key point for their translation into riches or other material objects. So not just limited to just riches. It says one of the most common causes of failure is the habit of quitting when one is overtaken by temporary defeat. It says, seek expert counsel before giving up. Before success comes in any person's life, they are sure to meet with temporary defeat. So this is like not penning a rosary life. When you try to do something you love, you're probably not going to be successful in your first attempts. You might get lucky, but look for the loss, is what he's saying. And perhaps some failure. When defeat overtakes a person, the easiest and the most logical thing to do is quit. It says success comes to those who become success conscious. Failure comes to those who indifferently allow themselves to become failure conscious. So this is a mind state. And we're talking about thoughts earlier. It says another weakness found in altogether too many people is the habit of measuring everything and everyone by their own impressions and beliefs. Some cannot think in terms of riches because their thought habits have been steeped in poverty, want, misery, failure, and defeat. And I experienced all that when I was in those pseudo groups. You dig? So it says one must apply the principles of success. One of these is desires. You go back to desire, and we've seen Greenberg had a desire to learn linguistics. As a result, my man made American history. So knowing what one wants. So basically, I'm saying this to everybody who's listening. I'm saying when you have a burning desire, that's a jewel. That's a jewel. You dig? That's a gift, and you should act on it. That's what the book is saying. So if you want to be successful, if you want to be successful in anything, doesn't matter. It has nothing to do with riches. If you want to be a great mathematician, you want to just be a great bowler, whatever it is, it's saying you must develop a great desire for it. That's the only way you'll be guaranteed, or that's the only way you'll be the best you will ever be in that particular thing, right? It says, knowing what one wants a little more than 30 years ago. So it goes into a history of somebody. It says a little more than 30 years ago. Now, I will go with that a little later. Because I don't care about that right now. That's later. It says, when a person really desires a thing so deeply that they are willing to stake their entire future on a single turn of the will in order to get it, they are sure to win. And we read that example from Greenberg. Okay, so this goes into somebody else, Con Edison assistant. So blah, 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 blah. It says, Barnes will reach another time. He was determined to remain ready until he got that which he was seeking. People should adopt a definite purpose and stand by that purpose until it had time to become an all-consuming obsession. So again, you should be obsessed in your purpose. And you know what? When I talk to females, you dig, and they're dating somebody who so a lot of females tell me that a lot of their boyfriends, their husbands, and baby dads are the guy who they didn't like at all at first. But they said he was persistent. My man had a definite purpose. He wanted her. And they didn't give up. They kept trying, and as a result, she gave him a chance. Okay? So that's what that's going into. So it says, before we can accumulate riches in great abundance, we must magnetize our minds with intense desire for riches. You can replace riches for whatever you want. That we must become money conscious until the desire for money drives us to create definite plans for acquiring it. So it's getting your mind right. It says that every human being who reaches the age of understanding of the purpose of money wishes for it. Wishing will not bring riches, but desiring riches with a state of mind that becomes an obsession, then planning definite ways and means to acquire riches and backing those plans with persistence, which does not recognize failure, will bring riches. So that's that whole faith without works is dead. You got to put the time in. So if you want to gain muscle mass, you got to be in that gym, putting in that time. That's all I'm saying. And you have to have a burning desire. Without that, you're going to work out half-assed, which some of us already have done. So we could definitely relate to that. It says the method by which desire for riches can be transmuted into its financial equivalent consists of 6 definite practical steps. Viz, it says fix in your kind the exact amount of money you desire. It is not sufficient merely to say, I want plenty of money. But it says be definite as to the amount. So you can tell Polite he read this, because if you watch his videos, he kind of go into this in his own words. But it's funny how people don't get credit to where they got it from. So it says, determine exactly what you intend to give in return for the money you desire. There's no such reality as something for nothing. Establish a definite date when you intend to possess the money you desire. Create a definite plan. That's why you have to have a business plan. You want a business loan. It says, create a definite plan for carrying out your desire and begin at once Begin at once. So no procrastinating. I have a friend who told me what he's going to do. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do that. I let him talk. When he got done, I said, bro, the difference between me and you is that I will never say what I'm going to do. I just do it. I never say what I'm going to do. I do it. I never say I'm going to study chemistry. I do it. I never say I'm going to buy a book on Big Bang. I just do it. So my mind, it's already done once I think about it, and I think it's good. It's already done. So there's no going to do it. You dig? It's the first chance I get, I'm going to go do it. So, and y'all all had that feeling. Sometimes I can't wake up to go buy the damn book or whatever it is that you're going to do. Go to the gym, play basketball, whatever. That's all here. So it says, create a definite plan for carrying out your desire and begin at once. Whether you are ready or not, get out there to put this plan into action. Write out a clear. Now I didn't do this. I ain't gonna lie. I ain't write out anything. It says write out a clear, concise statement of the amount of money. I ain't doing all this money and stuff. I didn't know. I didn't read this book before I got started my own, self-employment. I didn't read this book. I bought this afterwards. You dig? So it says write out a clear, concise statement of the amount of money you intend to acquire. Name the time limit for its acquisition. State what you intend to give in return for the money, and describe clearly the plan through which you intend to accumulate it. That's basically a business plan. You dig? It says read your written statement aloud twice daily. Once just before retiring at night and once after rising in the morning. As you read, see and feel and believe yourself already in possession of the money. So this is what I just wrote down from the book, but I got a lot more highlighted. So I ended right there. But some of that is true. Now I didn't look in the mirror and talk about what I wanted as far as riches and success. I did the opposite. I looked in the mirror and told myself the truth. I said, bro, you are a bum. Like you're doing nothing in life. So I did that, bro. I looked in the mirror. I'm telling you no lie. I never read a book.
Sometimes.
Yeah, I never read a book. I'm telling you, man, I never read a book. I just felt like I had to do that. I looked in the mirror. I said, what is stopping you from doing what you want to do, man? I said, why are you so fucking lazy? I got all these thoughts, but I don't act on any of them. And I really had to yell at myself in the mirror. So
sound kind of spooky, man.
Hey, man, it might be spooky, but it was a mental thing to build confidence. So it's no different than you see a beautiful woman, you see a hot man, and you want to get your thoughts together before you approach them. That's all I did. I got my thoughts together before I actually acted on my desires. That's not even spooky.
No,
I respect that.
He was joking.
Yeah.
So as you can see, the key word was, and like this might not be for y'all might be good where you're at, but this is the message for like anybody who you can talk to. It's the burning desire is what stops somebody from their dreams, whatever they may be. The obsession to do it or get it done. And I believe us as a community, we don't have that obsession. We have ideas, let's have Black unity, but I don't believe there's a strong desire or obsession. If it was Haskell, Amber, and everybody else, we won't be arguing about little stuff, right? If there was a burning desire to unite, we would not be arguing on little stuff. The burning desire would outweigh it.
That's true, but I will have to say, and it's nothing against any of those things being true, but I also think that we have to consider the context. Desires can burn out when you do and 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 you try 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 and there's no result. You kind of, to some degree, you have to start questioning whether or not you're spinning your wheels or you're doing something wrong. And I think that the Black community in general, that's kind of the cycle we're in. You do, and it appears that we're making progress. Only for you to find out that you still kind of the hamster on the wheel and you ain't really made no progress. You have the appearance of progress, but you're not really going anywhere. So at what point do you say, well, it ain't no point? And I think, and I'm not saying that everybody's at that point or that we're actually not making progress, but the appearance of not making progress or not making the progress we expect to make, I think it does discourage a lot of people, especially when you consider, like you said earlier, a lot of people aren't exposed to different things and different ways of life, especially the typical person in the hood. I know I was the exception. Our family went on vacations, even though we were broke, you know what I'm saying? But with our brokenness, we still managed to get out and see the world. You know, we still managed to have experiences outside of the hood life. But for a lot of my peers, that didn't happen for them. A lot of my friends, the first family vacation they ever went on was when they went with me on our family vacation. They went to my family reunion. You know, they didn't experience that. So for some people, if they don't really know that this is this whole other world out there where people are doing and striving and overcoming even the same obstacles that they face, they don't necessarily even develop a desire to begin with for it to even burn out. They don't know what that is. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. I understand what you're saying. I highlighted that failure is okay, Amber. You got to look at it as lifting weights, okay? Or somebody trying to lose weight is working out. So everybody on the panel can relate to this, especially Blake because he works out. So Amber, if I want to build muscle mass and I start working out tomorrow, that muscle mass idea is gonna fail for damn near 6 months before I see an actual result. So until you see a result, that's considered failure because I'm in the gym day in, day out, and I didn't gain 1 pound. I don't see one extra muscle or anything. So it appears that I'm failing. You see, because you failed so many times. But after all, after a while, if you take your time, what this is saying, when I highlighted, it says before you quit, seek expert counsel, and that's true. When you're working out, you want to go to somebody who's a fitness guy or a fitness woman, and they can tell you exactly what's going to happen. They can say, okay, what's in your mind is unrealistic. It's going to take time. And how long you working out, Mr. Ron Harrison? 5 months. Okay. Well, keep it up. You're bound to see a result in the next 2-3 months because that's just the way it works out. If you're going hard, like you say you will. So you're gonna fail a lot of times. So in this book, it gives an example of Henry Ford. It gives an example of many other people, but the names that stand out. It gives an example of Con Edison. So we all know with the light bulb, he fell like so many thousands, 100 times, and then the last try he got it right, and now he's part of history. So that's what happened with us. Like we quit too often when something is about to manifest.
You drink, love?
Amber, the result is about to come, but we are impatient of when it comes. So we give up when it's about to show itself. And like that's the difference between having a burning desire and just having just something you want to do.
I understand what you're saying. So maybe let me say it like this. For a person, I'll take just a 15-year-old in the hood. For a person that's 15 that has experienced 15 years of failure in their life, what reason do they have to believe that their next attempt is going to be the successful? You understand what I'm saying? If failure is your way of life, like literally that's all you see around you, you would have to be around success in order to think that success is possible. You understand what I'm saying?
Who's speaking right now?
This is Amber.
Who is this?
Amber.
Amber. Can you give it, or Amber, I'm sorry. Amber, can you give an example? Like, it doesn't have to be specific, or actually specific, just so we can get a better understanding. It doesn't have to be personal or realistic, just an example.
I can give you, only thing I can really give you is just my experience growing up in the hood. Like, I've seen people who literally their entire life has been surrounded by nothing but negativity and failure. They don't know anything else but that. So for you to tell them that success is a possibility, they're not likely to believe it because that's not immediate to them. That's not relative to them. They don't know that to be true. It's like a foreign concept to them. So the whole attempting success is just not something that they would even try to do because they're surrounded by failure.
Okay, because the reason why I'm sorry, did I cut you off?
No, you didn't cut me off.
Okay, so it's it's hard for me to, because I understand what you're saying, but to me to offer solutions, I think this is what we're going for. I would need something specific. So it's like if you're advising a female who's in a relationship with an abusive husband or boyfriend, and they keep giving them chance after chance after chance after chance. Like in that type of a scenario, the only solution would be to like leave. And you're saying with your example, like they haven't seen it done, or that's what their grandma went through, or that's what their mother went through. Is this sort of a type of situation, or someone trying to get a better job and just at the interview just fail or no call, fail, no call, fail, no call? I'm trying to understand so I can even suggest a solution. But since it's so general, the only solution I would have is just kind of like, well, just give up.
Right.
Everything
but that's the thing. It's not specific because that could be one. It could be the
okay.
Another example could be, someone who just working at minimum wage, dead end jobs, and then you're trying to tell them like, oh, well, you don't have a background, you don't have this, you could apply for this, you could do that. Oh, I can't work there, or they wouldn't hire me, or just it's outside of their norm, so they don't even see it as an option. And I'm just saying it generally because while I'm saying yes, that is true, just in general based off of what he was saying. Yes, it is true that a lot of people, they kind of give up and they lose that desire. But I'm also saying on the other side of that, you have those people that never even develop desire because it's been stifled. They don't really know what desire is as far as wanting something greater than what they can immediately see. That's never developed in them. That passion, that fire, that belief that I can achieve has never even developed.
I see. But in at least a solution or response to that, if it really would depend on their age, like if they're within, well, shit, I really don't think there's any limit in age. However, I understand what you mean. Like there's certain, I got homies who are just like stuck in their mind and believing that they're going to fail or believe that it's not going to happen for them. And since I quote unquote subscribe to the theory of evolution, I also come to the understanding that not every form of life or sapien evolved. Some of them actually died out. So in my mind, if that's the dead end mentality that they have, I wouldn't even expect somebody like that to evolve because success is not going to just fall in their lap and give them the chance. But I've seen people who were in their 30s and they were giving up on college, but they actually gave a chance and they even tried, and eventually they were able to get that degree, and they may have been 48 when they finally got it. But I mean, like, there's some people who have experienced failure at that point, majority of their life, but they decided to break out of it. And then there's some people who I know that just have horrible luck. They can never get it right. And I wouldn't have any advice for them. I just wouldn't fuck with them because it would depress me. And especially if I've taken them to job interviews or I've showed them pictures of their female being thought like or whatever. And it's just like, if you can't, it's like you only can reach who you can reach. At this stage of the game, we can't lift up the whole Black community. I know it's idealistically I would want to, but for those that just can't help themselves at this stage of the game, at least me in my own life, I couldn't even waste any time trying to help them. Maybe Bias got a different point of view, but
I completely agree.
Yeah, no.
Okay.
No, hey,
all right.
No, Blake. I want to say this, that I have zero tolerance for Negroes. All right. I got zero tolerance. I tell them one thing. Now, the younger they are, the more tolerance. But when I say Negro, I think of somebody like 35, 33 and older. That's what I mean by Negro. I got zero. I tell them one thing, they better listen. If they don't listen, they're on their own, period. Believe me, I never go back to them again. I give some advice. One time only, take it, leave it. It's on you. You dig? And burn to hell. Whatever, if there's a hell, burn to hell, that's on you. I don't care. So I got zero tolerance for Negroes. Zero tolerance for Negroes, bro. Anybody can get it, man. And my whole family respects me because I'm like that. And my mom definitely sometimes, at one point, she was asking to borrow money a little too often. And I said, Mom, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna look at your spending. You dig? We're gonna see if you can afford your lifestyle. Because every time you borrow money, I go over there, I see stuff over there. You dig? So we're gonna check the spending. And guess what? It turned out that she was definitely just living beyond her means. And we fixed that ASAP because you won't keep coming this way. So that's everybody. I got zero tolerance for people who want to live in a certain, revolving door. Again, you can't, I gotta be successful. I can't be successful for you, right? And I can't make you successful either. So the best I can do, Blake and Amber, is share my experiences, share what I've read, and that's it. And it's on you to take it or leave it. But when it comes to black folks, I'm very hard on black folks. I got zero tolerance for Negroes. Matter of fact, Dr. Khalid Muhammad had a video that was called No More Negro Stuff, right? And that was my favorite video. No More Negro Stuff.
What was it called?
No More Negro Stuff. No More Negro Stuff.
Okay.
And that was basically what his message was. No more Negro stuff, because we have been playing around too long. And, so now first of all, I charge for my intelligence, all right? So now I'm over here giving it to people for free, right? And they want to, reject it and people are paying for it. I'm good. Okay, go ahead. Do what you do. But if you're a success, then that's great. If you're a failure, don't you ever come this way for anything. I'm good with you. So Amber, going back to your story, all you can do is lead by example, tell people the good information, and that's it. You will actually cripple them if you try to hold their hand. And we were talking about this earlier. You will cripple them. They will never appreciate what they got for themselves. So when you work hard and get something, I'm talking working hard at a job or working hard in a gym, and you get a result, you appreciate it a little better than going to getting surgery. You dig? Like you admire it a little more when you got it yourself, as opposed to surgery or somebody handing it to you.
Now I'm gonna add in a little something that I didn't add in before, because I'm glad you said that. I actually really don't. I don't really get into trying to save people, because personally, I feel like there are just some things that are just intrinsic to you that you don't necessarily have to be taught or see. And I do believe that kind of having a purpose or wanting to be great or achieve or thrive or kind of exceed, your expectations or the expectations of those around you or your environment, I think that's kind of something intrinsic. So for me, I don't really get into trying to convince people that they not. I mean, my thing is, if you believe this is what you deserve, you're right. Who am I to come in and tell you something different? You set the standard for yourself.
Wow.
So if this is what you believe you're capable of or what you're entitled to, who am I to tell you otherwise? So that's my personal approach. I don't go around trying to save people.
Hey, can y'all hear me on this microphone?
Who's speaking?
It's
I hear
Sosa.
somebody. King Sosa? Okay, y'all.
That was Amber.
I just want to make sure. Go ahead.
I think that's Haskell now.
I'm on mute. Go ahead.
Oh, I'm good. That was just.
They're waiting for you to talk.
No, I was just testing Zoom out through the app, because I normally go through my PC, but I was just testing through the phone.
Okay.
Real quick, unbiased.
Yeah.
Now, I love what Amber just said. However, what if their response back to you is that, well, I'm dealing with the system, I'm dealing with the man, or I'm dealing with this racism? How am I supposed to get out of this? Do you still have the same mentality? Do you still have the same mentality, like you got to do it yourself, or do we have to?
Yes. Because let's be honest. Unless you are physically experiencing a force from holding you back, unless that's happening, there's no excuse, right? Because indirectly, yes, there are things out there racist institutions out there that's going to be a roadblock. So you got to already embrace yourself for that. So because people like us on this panel, the conscious folks are supposed to prep them for the roadblocks. You dig? Just like the book Think and Grow Rich prepped us for the roadblocks that Con Edison and Henry Ford experienced. So it's our job to prep our people for the roadblocks, and our roadblock is mainly going to be white supremacy. You dig? So we got to prep them like this is going to happen. Now, if you don't get up from that, you will be doomed. You will be a failure. You dig? Period. Now you got to get up. You got to get up and go through maybe another door or go back through that door, because I've experienced white supremacy racism, and it has stopped me from like expanding. So it's definitely out there. They are out there, and they are going to one way or another affect you. But you got to first go out there and try. You can't just hear my story about white supremacy and be afraid to experience it and don't go out there and try. So that's not what we're promoting. We're saying go out there and experience these things on your own. And we're giving these people some advice with a blueprint.
Yeah, the fundamental precepts in that Think and Grow Rich is universally applicable, and you can't argue with it. But like you were saying, as far as white supremacy and kind of applying this this method, if you will, the Think and Grow Rich type method to our lives, being cognizant of external factors is very important. Like you just said, unbiased. When you brought up that example, the first thing that came to my mind is a recent case with these black farmers, and I believe it was Indiana. I can't remember exactly what state, but they had contracted with a particular company that that manufactures seeds, or they replicate seeds, or whatever the case may be. And come to find out, the company was giving them inferior seed compared to what they would give their white counterparts. And when their crops wasn't yielding in the way they should, they went to the company like, yo, what's up? Like, what's going on? And the company kept slow rolling them. Eventually, the business collapsed. So it is important that as we're applying this method, we have to be aware of external factors, like you said, white supremacy, and how to navigate that. Because from when I read that story about those black farmers, there was a little bit of naivete there. When you go into business with Europeans, like for me, my default setting when it comes to any pale skinned person is they're racist. If you get what I'm saying, that's the default setting. So I'm looking for it. It's not like a paranoia, but I'm always waiting for that other shoe to drop. And I think if you're looking for certain things, you're gonna know how to see when a trap is being set for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, companies are inherently racist. This society is inherently racist. There are numerous studies on it. So I mean, like, why anybody would assume anything other than that is kind of weird to me.
No, but what I'm saying is, Amber, I think we're all on an intellectual level. I would say 100% of black people on an intellectual level, even if they're not necessarily it's not in the foremost of their consciousness, we all know that it's there. But sometimes when you're in real time and you're around people and you develop relationships with them, and you're not that guarded. You get what I'm saying? You're not thinking like, all right, I gotta watch this person, or I gotta look for a trick. You know what I'm saying? You just look at it like, oh, I'm doing business. I'm gonna buy seed. I pay them the money. They give me the seed, and that's it. If in your mind you're never thinking, okay, this person might be looking to fuck me, you're never gonna see it coming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand.
I don't know. Maybe I was just always looking for white people to fuck me.
Yeah, but Amber, you realize that a lot of black folks would say that particular mindset is some probably will call it defeatist or
limited. Yeah.
right. So is a lot of
But
us.
see, here's the difference though. I'm always looking for white people to fuck me, but that don't necessarily mean that I expect to fail. I absolutely think that white people are kind of one-trick ponies for the most part, and there are numerous ways to kind of maneuver around them because they often give themselves too much credit, and I think we often give them too much credit. So while I do expect the fuckery, I don't necessarily think that means I'm gonna always take a L, or I can never beat the system, or we doomed forever to be second class citizens.
I'm glad to hear that.
I just feel like they're inherently fucked up individuals, and they run most organizations, so the organizations are inherently fucked up and racist. That's how I feel. I don't necessarily think that means that I'm gonna fail anytime I interact with these people. I just know to look out for the bullshit.
Right, exactly, Amber. But go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask just like a quick survey question. Like, what city are you in, Amber?
Minneapolis.
Or what state? Minneapolis.
Minnesota.
Okay. Minnesota. I got that. And what's the percentage? Would you say? Well, you predominantly the people that you're around, like percentage-wise, black to white to Mexican, Asian or whatnot?
I'm normally around white people because I'm normally at work. Only black person in my facility. But as far as the city, it's a pretty diverse city.
So I mean, like your environment that you grew up in, that you would play in your high school, and you work.
I'm from Gary, Indiana, 30, so 30, that's predominantly 30? Black.
Okay, so majority of your time, would you say it was like 70% black, and then the other percentages would, or I'm just curious, just to get an understanding.
Majority of what kind?
So like, would you say like you're around 70% black and then 30% white, or I'm just 20% white, 10% Mexican, or?
First portion of my childhood, I was majority around white. I was probably around maybe 10 to 15% black. From elementary to middle school, well, from elementary to high school, through high school, it was probably 90% black. After that, I moved around a little bit, stayed in Atlanta, stayed in Texas, Minnesota, Maryland, and that has been more diverse. So I've stayed in affluent areas where I've been pretty much the minority, and I'm now staying in downtown Minneapolis, which, like I said, is very mixed and diverse. So it's white people, black people. Now I'm normally in the house, so this is where I stay. But when I get out and I move around, go to work, whatever, which is pretty much the only place I go, again, I'm around probably mostly 98% white people.
Okay. And can I get like a roundabout age you are? It doesn't have to be exact. I'm just trying to get an understanding for a survey. Okay, 34. Perfect. Okay, so like 34. So for the 34 years of your life, because I need something a little more concrete to get to where I'm going. Would you say you spent because that is pretty diverse, but I need like concrete. So would you say 50% black or 20, 30% black? Just the majority of your life experience is what I'm getting at.
You mean the majority of my life experience? Who have I been around?
Yeah, so I'm trying to find out like the totality of your life, the percentages of the people that you interact with, because I feel like your environment and the people that you interact with is going to shape your reality. So I'm trying to get an understanding of where you're from. So I know you gave me
probably 50% interact with black people, 50% interact with white people.
All right, cool. Who else is on here? Haskell? Or was that Sosa?
Haskell and Sosa.
Either or.
Yeah, go ahead, Sosa.
I'm biased for last.
Yeah, Sosa, you there? All right, I guess I'm going then. I guess
Go
I'm
ahead, my guy.
Yeah,
but you
hey,
know,
hold on, Haskell. I'll do it real quick. Yeah, you talking about racist most of my lifespan? Most of my life has been pretty much mixed. Like I'm in Atlanta now, so it's predominantly black, but most of the time I grew up in a pretty much mixed. Probably 50-50. I'm from
Okay.
Charleston, Carolina.
Okay, 50-50. All right, what about you, Haskell?
Up until 14, 100% black. I think I'm at one white. Huh?
I'm just saying, the side note is woo. That's amazing. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think in them 14 years, I want to say I met one white person. It was a missionary. They have these I think Mormons. They ride around Jamaica on bicycles, like trying to proselytize.
That's Mormon.
Right. Outside of that, when I came to America, living in Miami, mixed, mostly Latino, Hispanic, few white. But yeah, if I had to put a percentage, I would say probably 60% black, 65%, somewhere around there, 70%.
What 65%?
All right, who?
Huh?
What 55% black?
You said what? 65% what?
Black.
Meaning like the people who I've interacted with in my life.
Okay.
Like, yeah.
Okay, who's next? Is it Sosa or?
Sosa. Is Sosa here?
Yeah, Sosa already answered.
Okay, I'm sorry. Was that Haskell then? Oh, yeah. Okay.
I just answered.
You just answered. I'm sorry. I'm here trying to cook. I'm doing everything right now. Go ahead, my guy. And I'm biased.
Yeah. So the question was what again?
The question is like, what's the percentage or the demographic of your experience with people in your lifetime?
Okay. That's interesting. Wow.
I'm asking because I'm trying to Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yes, so definitely more black. So I would say that's interesting because I've been the only black dude in the whole school, or one of the few black people in the whole school. You know what I mean? So I've been like all white neighborhoods, but growing up, mainly black people. So I would say 75-25, something like that.
So 75-25. Wow. Okay. Wow. All right. And what your Jersey?
I was Jersey, Mississippi, Texas, North Carolina. So definitely Mississippi at that time was definitely like segregated like mud. But North Carolina was like kind of mixed a little bit. Our elementary school was kind of mixed a little bit. We had white and black. But in Jersey, I was one of the only black children in East Brunswick middle school, or elementary school.
I see.
Yeah, but Texas was mainly black, the schools and the neighborhood, and you had some Mexicans out there, and but like no whites really. Mississippi was like we were very segregated, mainly black. North Carolina like a mixture, and New Jersey mainly black neighborhoods, but I did have experiences with majority white neighborhoods. So I'll say 75-25.
Okay. Now for me, I just turned 39, and I was born in Bronx, New York, and I left maybe when I was about 6. And from that time, I would say it was like 80% black. Then I moved to California, and then we resided in Arizona for the majority of my lifetime. And that ratio, the 7 years in California was maybe 33, which was like black, white, and then I guess I put Latinos. Well, I guess maybe 10, because there was a lot of Asians as well, or at least a percentage of Asians. And then Arizona was like, throughout high school, it was more black, but then the rest of my life as far as working, coaching, teaching, flying and everything, it was predominantly white. So the reason why I asked all that, well, at least my totals my lifetime will be maybe 25% black. and then 65 to 70 white, and then the rest Latino and somewhat Asian. Now, the reason why I bring that up is because I was raised with the concept of I got to be skeptical of white people and X, Y, Z. However, my experience is I've been helped out more by white people. I've been educated, got more promotions, more people who looked after me were more white people, and opposed to the opposite, were more black people were fucking me over, taking advantage of me. Now, again, I'm not biased or scorned because I understand that it's just dog eat dog out here, and they're going to do what they got to do to survive. And I understand it. I'm not naive to that, and I'm not biased, or I can't even find a proper word to describe it. But I mean, I'm not jaded by the experience. I'm fully aware of the situation that my people are in. So it's harder for me to just come with the concept that white people are going to fuck you over. Now, don't get me wrong. Again, I'm in Arizona, the last one to get a king holiday out of all 50 states. You know what I mean? Trump won it twice. So I've experienced my fair share of bigotry, and I've seen the racism. However, I can't lie and say that there's not good white people out here, or there's a predominant people who will see me and my lady on the road and stop by and pick us up and give us gas. I heard that, and I just couldn't tap in because I'm super blocked in that shit. Even when I try to get in with the others, no matter what I do, I don't want to digress into that. Yeah, I don't want to digress into that conversation because I want to get back to your point as far as the economic situation. But I'm just trying to say that, going back to Haskell's point, I believe it was Haskell's point with the farmers and the seeds, and then also Amber's as far as being skeptical. I had to break out of that mindset because I was fucking myself over with promotions and opportunities just because I didn't want to speak, or I didn't want to put myself out there available because I was in my own mindset. And honestly, I still hold my biases to a degree, but I recognize once I start being more unbiased, no pun intended, no pun intended, with my interactions with people, I opened myself up. And again, I got fucked over both ways, but I was able to get to the situation where I'm at now. And I recognize that being in this society when we're 12 to 13% of the population, and then when we hold these biases, we have to understand that we may shut the door on a lot of opportunities that may be out there, or we may I'm not going to try and apply for this job. I'm not going to go over here. I'm not going to fuck with these people. I'm not going to say hi to this woman. I mean, I've held the door open for people who smiled and thank you, and people held the door open, they walked right by and didn't even acknowledge that I was there like I was supposed to do it. Yeah. And then I'm like, fuck you afterwards. You know what I'm saying? But one thing I have to express is, especially people who are listening or typing or whatnot, we have to, if we're trying to put ourselves out there to get the opportunities or the jobs, you got to recognize these guys are holding the majority of the keys in the doors, so we can't be closed off or allow that to. And I'm sure you guys already know this. I'm probably preaching to the choir because the people who really need to hear is not listening to us right now. They're doing fuck shit, you know. But I need to say that.
I think it's important for you to say that, Watcher. It is important for you to say that. Because what you're talking about right there is extremism, you know, and that's why I said, you know, it's a default setting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. In words, I'm always wary. But when people take it to the level of, I don't want to deal with no white man and da da da, that right there is that's not realistic. You know, it's right. And that's going way too far.
I'm sorry. I hope I didn't take away from the topic, but I just wanted people to recognize that if we are trying to grow and be rich, we have to have that mindset that it's just not always just buying black and selling black and doing this and that. We need to get into the opportunities, and then we may want to go back and help people if at all possible, but not at the peril to where your own success is compromised, because that fucked me over a lot. I mean, when I started a business and I was coaching basketball, AAU, started from third grade all the way up to high school. And I mean, like, I try to keep all my clients black, and I hired all black trainers and coaches and stuff. And I ran into a lot of the damn stereotypes. They looked at me as a boss and felt like they can get over on me, and so coming in late or not paying their monthly dues or thinking that their kids should get starting time and being very disrespectful to me. And once I start shifting my demographic, I recognized that some people were more respectful, and I start opening my team up to all different races, and then I'm getting sponsorships. And then I was getting people who are just willing to pay for jerseys just because I allowed their son to be a part of something. And then people who are flying into different cities and states to play in other tournaments that 90% of my kids would never have got the opportunity. Most of their parents don't even leave the city. But I was just stuck on I need to help out the black kids because a lot of these parents had scholarship money and these parents were doctors and stuff, so their kids had the opportunity. They didn't need the skill set that I was giving them. And it was actually, now my homies started coming on me like, man, why are you coaching these kids? You know what I mean? You should be in the hood coaching. But you want me to coach your kids, and I'm sick. I can't even get home on time because I got to wait 2 hours because you're not picking up your kids. Just a lot of BS that I was dealing with. And again, I'm not scarred, but I have to say it out there because a lot of times we don't try and we fail. Like people were complaining about schools being shut, and I'm like, we have to recognize, and people are like, well, I pay my taxes, schools should be open. But I'm like, do you recognize that just because you may buy something at the store, those taxes don't go to the schools? Most of the time it's property taxes or people who are paying for these homes. And it's like, well, how many people are owning these homes that are going to be put into the schools? And so it's like you need to put yourself in a smart environment where people are spending money in their homes because that money is going into the type of schools. So it's like it's a bigger picture, and we can get skewed sometimes, and we're fucking ourselves over with this thought process that's not beneficial in the long run.
Absolutely. I just want to touch on two things that you said. The first point about not being extremist, and it's funny because I actually kind of commented on one of Sonetta's videos because it was a video about Polite, and people were going in on him about, you know, doing business with white people and this and the third, and it gets to this silly place where people are just making these ridiculous arguments. If all the white people have all the money, how are we to get money unless we're in business, you know, politicking with them or, you know, working with them to transfer some of that wealth to us. So at some point, you can't think that white people are going to have all the wealth and we want to acquire wealth, but we're not going to deal with no white people. Like it's weird.
Right.
Then another thing that I wanted to talk about is this whole, and I want to say I've touched on this before, but this buy black or own support black or, you know, this, that, and the third. Like, if you want to be successful, whether it's a basketball team, a business, or whatever, you have to structure your business to be successful, which means you have to have good employees, which means that is not about a skin color. Now, it would be great if I can find somebody that's black and talented and amazing at their job, but do that mean that they're just going to get the job simply because they're black? Absolutely fucking not. And people have to get away from these extremist ideologies that being pro-black means just giving black people a handout. Because I even with the whole oh, what damn, one second. Well, I'll just move past that point. But I wouldn't want a job just because I was black. I want a job because I'm qualified for the job. I don't need no favors. I don't need no handout. I want to be qualified for the job that I have. And people have this real bad issue of wanting to give people business because they're black, not because they have the best product or the best customer service or, you know, the best service, period. Just because they black, you should give them your money. They could treat you any kind of way. They could be inconsistent, but because they black, you're supposed to give them your money. I'm not with that shit.
Right. Yeah, I'm with that. All this, like, again, I'm somebody who has the right to complain. I can turn my camera on. I got damn near everybody looking in the community. I got all type of different dashikis. I literally buy black. You know, in my community, in online, in the conscious community, I buy black. So I can complain. So what I learned from buying black. So what I learned from buying black is, you know, look, I'm gonna be very easy because they are trying, but I'm not gonna get on the stuff I bought. I'm gonna get on the things that I see problems with. Okay, if you're starting a restaurant, all right. If you're starting a restaurant and it's not Jamaican, like I said, the Jamaican food is like already standard. Everybody, you know, people love Jamaican food. And stuff like that. But if you are starting a fish or chicken spot, you should already know that you are dealing with Negroes. Okay, going in. You gotta know that. You're dealing with crazy Negroes that's gonna complain and find things, little things. You have to know that going in. So many businesses in my community got shut down. Good food, by the way, but they did not understand Negroes. Okay, so you gotta understand. You gotta know Negroes. You gotta know how they operate. Your prices, unfortunately, if you're selling to Negroes, you better be the cheapest seller in the community. All right? Or you will go out of business very quick. So if there's a competitor and that competitor is not black, your prices better be cheaper. Or you will go out of business.
That's fucked up.
That's a fact. So you got to, and so look, and worse, not only give cheaper prices, but you got to give more quality and more quantity. You got to do that,
up, bro. You can't be successful,
bruh. Listen, no, you can be right. You can't be successful at that moment. But from these business books, brother, they say that in my economics books, they say companies like McDonald's, they no longer use commercials to promote McDonald's. They said they use commercials to further validate their brand name, to be a trusted company, a trusted franchise. So when you get to people buying from your store or your business, you will become a household name. Your name ring bells. Now that your name ring bells, there's a value in there. Like houses develop equity, right? Well, your household name in business will develop its own equity, where being that you're able to charge higher prices because people know who you are. Now, if you go back to coming to America, we will learn that from the McDowells, right? From the McDowells. It was all about McDowells. So it was all about the name. And also another movie, Eddie Murphy. It's called Distinguished Gentleman. I think he was campaigning for like a mayor or something like that. Anybody watch that?
Yeah, I watched that.
Okay, that was a great movie. And the ploy was the name you know. It went with a white boy name because it had all the power and influence behind it. You dig? And he won a campaign just off that. So once you build your brand name, once people know who you are, you can have the same quality, nothing better than nobody else, same prices. Nothing better than anybody else, but because you built a household name, you can charge for that. And that's the difference between Advil.
That's brand equity.
Right. So that's the difference between Advil and the other tablet that has every quality Advil has. The difference is, trust Advil, but we don't know this other person up here. That's the only difference. But they have, the pill itself are exactly the same. They probably shape a little different, but all the essential things that make the pill, we have the exact same ingredients.
9 out of 10 they made in the same damn manufacturer. made by the same manufacturer. One just branded this way, another is branded.
That's also possible.
You said, huh?
I said that's also possible because, like I said, I got some experience in the pharmaceutical industry. I worked at manufacturing companies. So yes, some manufacturers produce their own product, and some manufacture Johnson & Johnson. They don't have a product of their own. So you're exactly right.
But I just want to touch on one thing that you said, because I really want us to get away from the Black people expected to be cheaper and greater quality and all of that, because what it ends up doing is it puts all the responsibility and accountability on the consumer and not the business. Because there is definitely things that Black business owners need to get better in and get better at in order to make their businesses more efficient and last longer. And it's not all about the consumer. A lot of times the businesses are structured poorly to begin with.
Yeah.
and they don't know enough about the business that they're going into or the market that they're in
right. No
for
reason
them to be successful. And by saying that it's the consumer's problem, they get into the idea, well, we just failed because Black people don't support Black people, and that's false. That's not the reason why it ultimately failed. That could be part of the reason why, but that is not the only reason why. And I think that more responsibility needs to be put on business owners, not all of them, but many of them, so that they can start a business and actually be successful. So it's not this revolving door of, start a business that failed, try to start another one that failed, try to start another one that failed, just become better business men and women so that when you actually start something, you can succeed the first time around.
Right.
I mean, and listen, in Atlanta, it depends on what black neighborhood you're in, and the economic structure of that neighborhood you're in. You know what I'm saying? Because in Atlanta, like some of these black spots, they ain't cheap, bro, and they do good numbers. They do really good, really good numbers, and a lot of things we think that our brand is only specific to black people, right?
Right.
But then I go to Marietta, and it's a soul food spot in a white neighborhood, and it's bumping. You see what I'm saying? Because the white folks, they want the food, but they don't feel comfortable going to a black area to get it. So when you put it in an area where it's accessible to them, you'd be surprised how many white folks up in this little Jamaican spot I see up here in Alpharetta. I'm like, goddamn! I'm like, nigga, I ain't know this many white folks love Jamaican food like this. You know what I'm saying?
All types of food. They're foodies.
Yeah, they
Indian.
they eat all type of shit. Yeah, but if it's not, but they don't feel comfortable, they're not gonna go into a black neighborhood and get it. But if you put it where it's in arm reach, it's like Vogue to them. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what you got, Jamaican? Oh, let's go to the Jamaican spot. Like Ethiopian restaurants, white folks. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I wish there was one out here.
Yeah, but we got
Ethiopian unbiased.
Yeah, man, I love food like that.
Yeah, I had my African roommate that used to cook food like that. She was a little injera with the little bread and stuff like that. She was fine with it.
Hey, King Sosa.
Yeah.
What's up with them with all them car break-ins in Atlanta, man?
Hey, you know Negro can do what they do.
The car break-ins.
yeah, they just stroll to the neighborhood where the white folks at and just keep hitting handles to the door until they find the door open. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, but unbiased. I read something in Atlanta at one particular apartment complex.
Yeah.
They hit 76 cars, bro. Like broke their windows out, bro.
Wow.
Oh yeah, that's the big thing out there.
Yeah, but that's like in the neighborhood. But I ain't seen 76 in one apartment complex. But they do hit it. Normally, they just flick the handles, because if you ain't got something out that they can see that's accessible, they ain't gonna think it's worth breaking into. So I'm saying, unless you have something out visible, like it's, oh shit, a laptop.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Cause like, listen, it ain't easy to break a car window, bro. You know what I'm saying? Shit. You be damn cut up. You be all type of DNA on the scene. Nigga be bleeding coming through the damn windows. And shit, all that.
How you know?
From the street, man. Shit.
I hope you ain't admitting to 50 of them 76. Nah.
Nah. I'm out here though. I'm out here.
But damn, niggas could get more sophisticated, man. You know they have that thing that it's like a device where it concentrates all the force into one spot on the window.
Yeah.
And it just breaks it. They sell it for, like, if you ever get
Don't advertise that shit.
No. Like if you ever fall, if your vehicle ever falls like in a lake or something.
Yeah.
It's a little, like a pen type of device. You just press.
I know what you're talking
Yeah, I know
about.
what you're talking about. Yeah, to put pressure on it to bust the glass.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I seen that. Yeah. Does that really work?
Yeah, it works.
You on mute, Anthony.
It works even in the shit, just with a pen too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like if you're
I've
underwater
heard.
and your car's in the water, yeah, you're supposed to take a sharp or like a pen and just press in one area.
It's a wonder that
Yeah.
they even still breaking windows. They ain't got no device to just unlock the doors now.
Oh,
with
yes,
all this
they
new
do.
technology.
I was doing security in Newark, and those hood
Wow.
niggas, them niggas hoodings in that Portugal area, they broke into the Z so fast, bruh. I don't know. Hey, Amber, they had something to open that door so fast.
You're a Slim Jimmy. Man,
Yeah,
Slim
my thing is, I know in this day and age with all the technology we got, they got to be
It's so sad. It was
breaking
kind of
car windows.
it was something like electrical, bruh. They got that. They opened that door like they had a key, bruh. They opened it that fast. Yo, the car was in front of the business. It was a one-story business, one-floor business. It was in front of the business, bruh. That's how good they were. They was able to open that door that fast, go in there and they took something out of there, radio or something, and they bounced. And then, when they left, the windows was going up and down, like something they did made the windows go up and down over and over and over, bro. It was crazy.
But I ain't gonna hold you.
You in the capital of stolen cars, though, Jersey, right? That's what they do.
He did it that fast. I mean, god damn.
But I ain't gonna lie. When I was in Atlanta, I used to go to different events or whatever, and like if we went to like a music festival, my cousins, they would leave their car doors unlocked. They had BMW. They're like, girl, anybody finna pay for no broken window. Shit, they want the radio. Go ahead, snatch that motherfucker out and keep it moving. I'm not finna pay for the, because the window wasn't quite, able to be covered on the insurance, and they have to pay out of pocket, so they'll just leave the door open. They want them little funky ass radio. Let them take it, shit.
Yeah, I feel like somebody stole my truck one time. They stole my damn truck and goddamn put the screwdriver into the fuck my whole goddamn ignition up, all that type of shit. I didn't even want my truck back when they brought it. Like, man, I didn't even want that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just bought it too. It probably wasn't even 3 months.
He said just bought it.
I just bought it. Yeah. This one stole that shit in 3 months, man. 3 months. Gone.
Oh man. I hope I didn't take us off the rails from the economic conversation, man.
Now, actually,
want to pay it back to it.
My thing is going back to the economics. King Sosa might have missed out a little bit, and what I read was that we should definitely get back our burning desires. If we go back into like when we were free from slavery, a lot of our elders had accomplished so many things because they had a burning desire to do so. So you had a lot of inventors, you had schools, you had all type of stuff, being done. You even had a Black Wall Street a couple times, a couple cities. But we had a burning desire to be something great. And somehow, some way, and you can say whatever you want to say, but that desire is totally gone. And now
it's a different time frame. You got to think
totally gone.
Because like I said, I just put perspective. Like I see it in Atlanta, and see, I'm in Atlanta, but I'm not from Atlanta. So I come from a place where this shit is unseen. You know what I'm saying? Like if I hadn't left where I was from, like I still have a slave type mentality and shit. Never even knowing niggas out here making moves and shit. See what I'm saying? Where I'm from, because it's like all you see is white people with money. Period. If a Benz go by, 9 times out of 10 that's a white person. Like you ain't even got to look.
Right.
So and then like in that time too, the market was open. You know what I'm saying? Like you can get land. You see what I'm saying? Like everything wasn't bought up. You know what I'm saying? It's a little different.
Hey, but some got that burnt. Like some people have.
I agree.
Have that burnt desire right now.
Yeah, I agree. Some people got that burn desire too, and just don't have the ability to let go. Like I tell you like this. Like I remember being at a point where I needed time to think. You know what I'm saying? Well, I was like, man, I need a month where I could just think. You know what I'm saying? Like just cause me having to work And then when I get off work trying to fucking think about the other shit I need to do, that I get distracted. And then I get out the next day and realize, like, damn, I was supposed to goddamn be focusing. You know what I'm saying? Like, nigga, I need a month. And it took a while for me to just clear out space, man, to just get that free time to just, you know, think. You know what I'm saying? And just clear your mind and just, you know what I'm saying? Because you will end up in a robotic behavior. Wake up, go to work, eat lunch, go to the spot, some saying, boom. And you just end up in a routine. And before you know it, nigga, 10 years I went by, 20 years I went by. I see it with people all the time. You know what I'm saying? You know, so yeah.
Also, too, I think you know, when you have other responsibilities and priorities, you know, you just gotta. Some people get to prioritize in life, and that burning desire. It ain't that it completely go away, but it's another burning desire that kind of takes the place. The burning desire of being a parent, or you know, a good one.
Yeah.
You know, and just different things. It's just sometimes
love,
having
love.
that free will to just take a chance. You have to think about all these things at these chance. Because I mean, if we're gonna be honest, like he said, you got to get started whether you ready for it or not. And for a lot of people, that's a gamble that they feel like, and I'm speaking for myself, a lot of times I feel like it's a gamble that I can't necessarily afford to make because I have children that depend on me. So I can't really chase this dream like I want to.
Yeah, it's a little,
I gotta manage. You know what I'm saying?
Like, little partner, because like, man, if I slip, I ain't gonna just sprain my ankle. Now I'm gonna break my leg if I slip.
Right.
I might be an amputee if I mess up. You know what I'm saying? So, and like, you know, you have to be able to plan. You know what I'm saying? And I think a lot of people fail because they really don't plan it out. You know what I'm saying? They kind of jump into, like, you have to be able to plan and set a goal with those plans. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been trying to get better with that. You know what I'm saying? Like, structuring my life now. Like, all right, 5 months from now, this is the goal. Boom, lay it out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I want to be here by this time, and then put a date on it. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause some of my homeboys be having these plans, but they ain't got no date. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, yo, you gotta put a date, because otherwise, you know what I'm saying? You ain't gonna know if you're missing your mark.
Book. That was definitely in the book.
Yeah. So I'm trying to get better at that. Just planning my shit out and just having a goal that I'm trying to meet. So at least I could be focused on achieving that goal, and it don't just become a mundane thought and it just leaves my mind within a week or two or a stressful situation or something.
Yeah, I can't. I am a procrastinator. And
we all are.
No, like to the point where like it's hard for me to function without like it being like literally the last minute of the hour. You know, like I have to have like pressure and chaos, and you know, just all out. It's either this or it all goes to shit for me to like really, really, really perform. And I'm trying to get myself away from being like that. But I just perform well under pressure. So a lot of times I do structure things for the pressure to kind of build so that I can perform. And it's not healthy.
It's not healthy. I used to be like that too. Because it's not that it's procrastination, and it's also it's confidence. And sometimes you be overconfident. Because you're like, I don't gotta do this shit right now. I can do this shit in about, you know what I'm saying?
It's only gonna take me.
yeah. Then when that day come, like, you own it. You know what I'm saying? Like, all right, shit, this is the day. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't got no more time to bullshit. I'm on it. Boom, 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 boom. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. So I had read some examples of the burning desire, and I Am Sosa. They describe, now this is coming from the book Think and Grow Rich, right? So they describe the burning desire as an obsession. So for example, we can talk about certain basketball players who had a burning desire and obsession, meaning that they told their mom or dad at a very early age, I'm going to be an NBA, or I'm going to, do something with this. That's what we're talking. And they, in every aspect of their life, bro, was working towards that dream. So that whether they had a trainer, whether they played ball all damn day, watch videos, games, that's a burning desire. That means you are fully committed to this idea of becoming an NBA player. I'm saying we need to get that back and we will be more successful. Other nations, like I'm calling it a burning desire. You know, we could say it's a goal. You know, it's different words you can replace it with. But I'm just quoting from the book. And because like when we say burning desire, it puts more like fire behind it, you know, as something that you have to achieve or you'll believe your life is incomplete.
More passion and conviction.
Right, so I'm saying that we need to go, we need to somehow, because like Amber said, we can start off with a burning desire and then somehow it fizzles out. So we have to, like we got to be the scientists in our community. We got to, because that happens to all of us. Like there's a lot of things I want to do and I love these things. And I have a passion for like 2-3 months, maybe 4 or 5 months, but then it's gone. And then I have a hard time getting it back. So we got to be a sociologist, a psychologist, a scientist in our own community to figure out what is putting out the fire for our obsessions of success. Because I guarantee you, a lot of us can like share the same thoughts. Like, yeah, this happened to me, happened to her, happened to him.
One thing I will say that I think maybe contributes to that is trying to manage several burning desires at once. You know how they say you cannot multitask efficiently because you're doing something inefficiently or all things inefficiently. So I think that part of our issue is trying to focus on so many things at one time to where we're not effectively doing anything well. You know, it's kind of like we're all over the place. The phrase "jack of all trades, master of none" comes to mind. So
right, liberal arts.
Right, I think that is a big problem. The burning desire, it kind of falls under one central umbrella of, you know, Black issues or, you know, the Black community, but we're all over the place in what we feel like we really desire or what we really need in order to overcome. So it just kind of like we juggling all these things and we dropping all the balls instead of keeping it in motion.
Yeah. So like you said, I agree with that too. Like there's so many things I want to do, and like there's so much on my plate, and I love all of them, and I can't find the time for even one of them, let alone 2, 3. So I be trying to juggle these desires. Like for one, like one of my first was like I just wanted to learn Spanish. I felt, first of all, I was arguing with a Black man when he was telling me good advice about, yo, you in this country, you might want to pick up that Spanish because in this country, not across the world, but in this country, Spanish is like that's like gold. And I was like very pseudo. I was arguing with him just to come around and apologize later. Like, yeah, man, because I had to experience like certain job postings talking about you got to learn Spanish for something I'm qualified for, like that. So I'm like, yeah, you were right. I said, I got to learn Spanish. So I end up, you know, studying Spanish and, you know, buying audio. You know, if y'all know me, I go hard in like my desires. So I started buying books and audios and everything. And I thought I was doing pretty good. Then I got sidetracked. You did, and then it was hard to ever go back with that same desire. So that same desire went to something else. And then again, same thing. I'll be hard. I go hard, buy videos and audio. And then something happens and I go and I reroute it somewhere else. That keeps happening over and over and over. You know, so there has to be something, some advice, some mantra that we can keep around to keep us focused. I'm telling you, if we can focus, we are going to be a problem. If we can keep to our goals, we are going to be a problem. The issue is, and yo, the elephant in the room is this. Like, what I don't get is this. And like, this just really bothers me about Negroes, man. I want to say more worse names, but I'm live, so I'm going to keep it PG. What bothers me about Negroes is that we are foolproof with excuses. We say, I mean, it becomes depressing because when I try to narrow down some issues that we should tackle and talk about, the people who I'm trying to narrow it down to, all of a sudden that issue is no longer an issue. So I'm like, okay, so we don't have the issue anymore. So it's over. So I'm like, well, damn, then what's our issue? I'm trying to narrow it down so we can talk about it, because, you know, to solve anything, you got to at least talk about it first, you know? So, but we won't, I mean, man, it's real depressing. And that's why I be like, man, fuck all y'all. I'm just going to just research money and do what I got to do, man. And y'all can burn to hell.
But it's funny. It's funny you say that, because I actually, when I think back on, you know, like our grades, even like Harriet Tubman and, you know, Frederick Douglass, these people set out to really liberate themselves, and kind of liberating other people became a byproduct of that initial goal. I think we're kind of operating in reverse. Like, instead of trying to liberate ourselves, we're focused on liberating an entire people. And there's so many moving parts to that, we get lost. You know what I'm saying? Instead of focusing on doing the work in our own life and letting that in turn, you know, kind of be a benefit to the greater whole. So I feel like I think is it I feel like Anthony may have touched on this earlier when he was talking about like it was in reference to the conversation where he was asking about, you know, like, well, is it your responsibility or something like that for this person to you know, the person that's abused or whatever. And I feel like a lot of these people, they didn't set out to liberate the world or liberate an entire people. They set out to liberate themselves and maybe those closest to them. And it just so happened that they started a movement. It just so happened that, you know, they were able to, in doing for themselves, do for others. So I think what I'm gonna do, and I know you don't like that phrase, but what I'm setting out to do is take less time in the focus on community and really do the work for myself and my family, and maybe somewhere down the line that can transition to some real communal change for others, because the trying to tackle the whole can be consuming and you never really make any progress at all.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Yeah. So I'm going to say that we had a talk before, Amber, a couple of live streams ago. And I was saying before we can, you know, because we got this whole kumbaya thing about coming together. And I'm like, I'm not sure if I want to come together with you guys. I said, we gotta fix ourselves first.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, bro.
I don't feel no way about that. I agree.
Hey, but you know, it's funny.
Oh, fuck.
You know, it's funny. That always happens to people who, at one point in their life, were like indigent or like, you know, were degenerate, for lack of a better word. I ain't calling them biased, degenerate. You know, when they when they come into like a realization or they achieve a measure of success, initially when they first make that turn in their own life, they become very like didactic towards other people. You know what I'm saying? Like that's a stage you go through. Corey talked about this the other day too. Like when you learn something or you get put onto something, you start proselytizing to every, yo, you need to be doing this. and then eventually you grow out of that stage, and you are, you know, you. So I think unbiased is in that phase right now. Like, yo, he feels like he's kind of to a degree figured it out, and it's like, yo, why can't all these other niggas see it? Like, it's right there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the
Yeah.
next step in your evolution, unbiased, is where you realize, like, yo, the same way how you came into realization, like, um, I guess sort of through osmosis, or it just naturally happened. That's how it's gonna happen for most people. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get that, like with the average person that's outside the quote unquote community. But when it comes to community, I hold us to a higher standard. Because
Now, I would say in the community too, unbiased, because, bruh, if you read some of the chat, man, like perfect example, going back to the Sarnetta chat when people was in there like, oh, why you with that white woman and ah, 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 ah. You know, still for a lot of our people, everything is simple binaries. You know, everything is a binary. Like, yo, we the black people, and you know what I'm saying, we're the cream of the crop, and we ain't supposed to mingle with no white people, and you know what I'm saying? Like, even in this community, like, a good bulk of us are still in that mindset. So I would say even in this community, unbiased, like, you know, cause otherwise you're gonna frustrate yourself, man.
Am I on mute? No. That's funny. Am I heard?
Yeah.
Okay, it reminds me of this Malcolm X quote. Let me find it. Forgive me. I was actually sipping when I was cooking. I fucked myself up mentally. So bear with me. It says, don't be in a hurry to condemn because he doesn't do what you think he do. Fuck. Okay, don't be in a hurry to condemn because he doesn't do what you do or think as you think or as fast. There was a time when you didn't know what you know today. And I have a very bad problem with that. And it's funny that you said that. Who was that, Haskell?
Yeah.
Because I fall victim to that as well, because once I pull myself up out of the mud and I feel like I don't dust myself off, I kind of find myself becoming impatient with other people. And it's not because I don't think they can do it or I'm better than them, but I knew how hard it was and the dedication and all the work I had to put in to get myself up out of the mud and how hard it is to stay out of the mud. I get frustrated, especially when I lend a hand to help other people and they just gingerly or apathetically just intentionally just fall back into the mud just because they run into a little bit of adversity. So it goes both ways, but you're right. We must stay diligent if we really intend to help others. But yeah, it's funny you said that because somebody had sent me that quote because like just because you made it out, nigga, don't think that you the shit. And they didn't say it as eloquent, but I knew what they meant.
And I agree with that too. Now, one issue I do see in this community that throws me off completely is one thing for people to have logical or not even necessarily logical, but at least a reasonable argument. But a lot of times people are so delusional with some of the positions that they take. It's just like you're driving yourself crazy because it's one thing for you to maybe not necessarily know what I know, because I agree with that completely. It's a lot of, to me, condescension in the community amongst those who know and those, who don't know. It's a lot of, berating and down talking, and it you're not really going to get anyone to listen to you with that type of
Right.
attitude. But at the same time, it's a lot of just off the wall, straight crazy stuff. It's like we dealing with stuff we never dealt with before. Like people are literally arguing that the earth is flat. And like it's just, no, I'm dead serious. It's like weird shit. And it's like, what do you do with people who just won't accept fact? They're so, you know, on this wave to create something new or go against the grain
Oh
that
my
they're just
God. Hey, I'm
completely.
sorry, Amber. I'm rude as hell, man. I'm a Jamaican. You know how we are. But yo, unbiased. You gotta play that video of Buddy who built that homemade rocket, bruh.
Oh my God.
Yo,
I
hey
heard about him.
Amber, you ever watch the news and you hear some heinous crime committed and you cross your fingers like, yo, please don't be black, please don't be black, please don't be black. When I
don't do that. Actually, I don't do that.
Well, goddamn it, I do, goddamn it. And look, I
do that.
Look.
But have y'all ever realized why y'all do that though?
I do, Amber. Look, listen, I was gonna get into that because look, Amber, I chided Unbiased for that same thing because he said something about some person doing something and it's embarrassing black people. And I said to him, you do understand, as much as you rail against blackology, that is a remnant of blackology right there, in thinking that we're some sort of monolithic group. You know, like when white folks do crazy stuff, like when white folks do crazy stuff, they don't look at it like, yo, this white person embarrassed me. They're like, that's just some rogue crazy ass, you know, white dude. Right. So Amber, trust me, I'm self-aware. That's just a, yeah, they don't even say white dude, it's a dude. But Amber, I'm self-aware enough to know that me feeling that way is like a vestige of that mindset. You get what I'm saying? So even though I'm intellectually aware that, yo, you only thinking that way because you look at yourself as like being a member of this group, and you thinking that way has kind of been implanted in, you know, in your mind. You know, I get it, Amber, but it's still there. I still feel it. You know what I'm saying? So when I heard Buddy had built this rocket, bro, I'm like, bro, please, please, dog, hey. And when I found out it was a goddamn white boy, I did the hey, Unbiased. I did the Tiger Woods fist pump, dog. The Michael Jordan fist pump. Hey, yo, and this is gonna sound morbid as hell, Amber, and it is morbid. But when I watched the video and I saw the rocket go up in the air, and it immediately made a trajectory like start going downward like immediately.
Yeah.
And you see it going down in the distance. I ain't gonna lie. Yeah, I'm a real person, man. I was laughing, bro. I was dying laughing, bro. For real, bro. Huh?
I said, was somebody on the rocket?
Yeah. You ain't heard my buddy?
No.
Amber.
No.
Amber. Bro, Blake, the man is a part of like one of these flat earther societies, and he built a goddamn rocket in his goddamn, I don't know, his garage or his backyard or some shit, so he could go up high enough to where he could confirm if the earth was flat or not.
Weird shit.
Bro, that's the type of shit Amber talking about.
Yeah,
so now you see why. So Amber, so the watcher. Do you agree with what I'm saying? Aren't you glad he wasn't black? Aren't you glad he wasn't black?
I'm glad. Hell yeah.
But see, that's the thing. Like, even with these, they're trying to be anti-white and trying to come up with some, oh, see, the white man this. But my thing is, if you really search, it's white people that believe the shit you believe, and they probably been believing the bullshit you believe longer than you.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay.
So
hey, more than that, Amber, a lot of these crazy theories that we hold, most of them, the progenitors are white people.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, they don't even do enough research to realize that you're not even. This isn't an original idea. Like, the person who created this ideology that you're peddling is a white person. So you still defeat, like, and that's the only reason why most of them subscribe to these things is because they think it's anti-white or anti-government or anti-institution.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? And
hey,
it's like,
Unbiased, pull up the video, bro, please.
Oh my.
Yo, y'all finna die laughing, bro.
He's an older dude?
Yeah.
Homemade astronaut. Weird shit.
Oh, yeah.
Look at him though. Look at him. Where was he going?
Oh,
That's him right there. That's him right there.
That was him with the spiky hair and the black vest, right? Wow.
No.
Look.
Oh.
Look at this. And now look at this. It has go. Look at his red.
But why is they birth construction on the side? They ought to be shamed.
Hey, yeah, look at that. It says the Science Channel said the loss was Hugh's dream. You see how they now look? Hey, hey, peace. You know what? Hey, look, Amber. If this was a Negro, they would talk about how stupid he is, right?
Yup. Facts.
This was his dream.
But see,
I'm sorry.
But see, here's okay. I just wanna speak on that one point because a lot of what I feel like, and this is just my personal opinion, and this is why I have to kind of retrain myself not to be like, oh, I hope this person ain't black. Because it was a point in time where I did used to do it. But I said, if we want white people to quit doing certain things or thinking of us in a certain way, we have to quit doing it. Like, we can't say, oh, we're not a monolithic group, but then treat ourselves as a monolithic group. You know, like, so that's one of the things that I don't play into. Even when people like, well, don't behave like this. You're being a disgrace to Black people. Well, it's not my job to represent all Black people.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and as long as we play into those respectability politics and, you know, kind of, well, we can't do this because of white people, all we're doing is confirming these different biases that they have, even though we say we're against them. You know what I'm saying? We're playing into them. So the first thing I had to stop doing was quit playing into the bullshit. Like, nah, don't nobody represent me as a Black woman. I represent me. You know, like, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna be embarrassed by what the next motherfucker do. That's them. Same way a white person ain't embarrassed by something that the next white person does. They don't say you're a disgrace to white people everywhere. They don't say shit like that. You know, because they feel like they're unique and they're individuals and they are allowed to be individuals.
There might be a little catch to that. But that's because white folks are deemed to be intelligent in this country and Black folks are deemed to be stupid. So we try to run for our stereotype. So white folks are protected by their stereotype. You dig? So they can do some stupid
That's the whole
shit.
thing. They're actually not deemed to be intelligent though. Like, who's deeming them?
Wait, yes they are.
But Amber, he's right. He's right. No, hold on. Amber, he's absolutely right because this white guy who did this dumb thing, he looked at as an outlier because all through, whether it be scholastics, whether it be science, business, whatever it may be, white people are marketed, looked at as preeminent in everything, most intelligent.
That's global.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
global. Like the norm. Right. That's normal. So when
go to Africa,
does something.
You've seen the big white Jesus out there in Africa. When white folks go out there with long hair and a beard, what Africans be, you know, worshiping the average white guy go out there. What they say is like holy words. Whatever they say is like God said it. And then look, what about the Chinese folks? I heard the women be going out of their way to date a regular white guy, a bum ass nigga from America goes to China, a white guy, and he's Brad Pitt.
But again, that's a perception though. That's not like reality. So, for example,
but we're only speaking about perception. But what I said was perception. I said white folks.
So if you want to change the perception, how do you do that if all you're doing is pretty much reaffirming the validity of the perception?
No, we're not reaffirming. We just think, no, what I said was this. I said that, you know, in this country, Black folks have a negative stereotype. As you know, like we heard of the pseudo studies white folks coming up with black folks are inferior as far as intelligence, SAT scores, and white folks are superior. Like, we heard the racists come up with these studies. Now, although they're pseudo, Haskell, these studies, they made the media, so it was passed around. So now good publicity, bad publicity is all good. So the simple fact that his pseudo study had reached the media markets, the simple fact is put out there and is heard by many people, it almost appears that it's true when you think about it subconsciously. So now the dude did an actual follow-up. Another guy did a follow-up like 20 years later. Another pseudo white guy went to go ahead and show how black folks are inferior according to test studies. Now, of course, he pick and chose certain test studies. It was a pseudo study, but what he did was he reaffirmed the first fake pseudo study. So when this keep being said, Amber, and it makes the main mainstream media, it appears that there's some truth behind it because it keeps popping up. So it keeps reaffirming the thought that blacks are inferior, whether the report is pseudo or not.
Right, Amber. Remember, I told you.
And again,
I'm biased.
I definitely understand that. That I'm not arguing propaganda. we know what the propaganda says, but what I'm saying is, if we want to go beyond that and get out of this space to some degree, we have to get away from feeding into those types of things, because we're chasing something we already know is false. We know it's false. So what's the point of us trying to well, that's not true. There are some smart this and the third. There are some good black people. There are, like, this is obvious. Like, at the end of the day.
Well, that's what but that gave rise to blackology. So we countered that subconsciously, but the black man did everything. White folks ain't do shit. Kemet is the smartest civilization ever.
But that's my thing. So all it is being the extremists that white people are.
Right.
Like,
exactly. And Amber, I call that blackology. I'm saying most of your people in this community, the people who you speak to and you think are smart, I'm saying they are blackologists. They are teaching black history.
Now who do I speak to and who do I think is smart?
I'm saying, I don't know. I'm saying in general. I'm saying don't be surprised. Some of the people you believe is intelligent and smart, they are teaching blackology. They're teaching white folks ain't do shit, and black folks did everything.
Yeah, Amber. That's why I said, like I said, I kind of lambasted Unbiased. I said the exact same things you're saying right now verbatim. What I'm telling you is I had a visceral reaction. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So I know I could espouse what I want intellectually, but my body betrayed my intellect. My body was happy when I found out it wasn't a black dude. Wrong or right. You get what I'm saying?
I understand that.
Yeah.
But you also acknowledge that how that's kind of counterproductive. And although you
of
had
course,
that reaction. And
remember I told you
go ahead.
No. Remember I told you. You remember that Unbiased when I was telling you like that sort of thinking is defective.
Right.
And it's a holdover. It's a what do you call that when you have when you're self-conscious? It's like you have a right. You're right. It's an insecurity about ourselves, how we see ourselves that was implanted in us through propaganda.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm fully aware, and everything you're saying right now, Amber, is the exact same thing, virtually verbatim. I said to Unbiased, I said, yo, when Dylan Roof went up at church and killed all the people, you think white folks looked at that like, oh man, like that make us like we crazy, like, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I could know full well, I can understand something completely intellectually, but on a you know what I'm saying? On a visceral level. You feel me?
Yeah.
It's just
I
like
understand what you're
it's
saying.
just like it's like if I see a young lady out there and her stuff just all out and she just looking like a trollop, a harlot. You know what I'm saying? I could full well know like, yo, I could full well know like, yo, that ain't that's garbage. But
right.
the body would still respond. You get what I'm saying?
Oh no, he finna.
No, I ain't gonna get. I ain't gonna get it.
Oh yeah, look, man, getting real graphic.
Nah, not at all. But I'm saying it's just an example I'm using. Like you can know that a thing is wrong all the way through, but your body still responds a certain way.
Right. I mean, and I'm not saying like people are gonna stop doing it tomorrow, but even being honest that that's something that needs to be done away with. Some people won't even get to the point of saying that that's something that needs to be done away with. You know, they'll excuse it and make it like that's not an issue when it absolutely is an issue. Like you can't do it. You're not gonna get, and maybe on a one-on-one, because I've been in, Facebook debates and YouTube comments, going back and forth, and you'll get,
you were very disrespectful too.
Huh?
In your debates, you were very disrespectful.
Yeah, I mean, but you'll get, one or two that'll say, well, it's not all white people, but on a large scale, on a where a lot of people are watching, they'll never let you back themselves in the corner where they need to be defending all white people. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
They're not gonna let you do that. You can do it in these little small little spaces on, a little back and forth between me and you, but on a large scale, we're not even gonna allow you to believe that it's our responsibility to represent the whole. No, I mean.
Go ahead.
Now look.
Play that video again, and I'm biased.
All right, look. I'm gonna play the one where he didn't die. This is the one he didn't die. He just got hurt. Look at this.
It was more than one?
Yeah.
Oh no. Oh hell no.
Aren't you glad he ain't black?
And he died in one.
Why am I laughing?
He ultimately died. He had a death wish.
This is last year. This is last year. Yeah, my man got millions of views.
Oh, wow.
Check it out.
Well, of course, people want to see. I mean, it's sad, but people want to see,
So homie thought he was going to do it right. His rocket was going to work.
Now check this fool out.
Oh, shit.
Wait, replay it. I missed it.
Oh, they're coming back.
Boy.
Oh, shit.
Look at this fool.
Oh.
Hey, what's even scarier? It's a bunch of them egging them on.
Right.
That's it.
I want to know who paid for this failure.
You see that?
He did.
You see that?
He had a parachute.
I just hope he make it all
I
right.
man had some bread. Look at it, he got a parachute.
God.
The white folks got money to try outlandish things.
So look, this is the rocket. This is the parachute. The last time
he had a burning desire.
Yeah. Hey, look, and Haskell, look at the parachute. The last time the rocket must have burned this shit. The last video, he must have burned this thing to a crisp because they didn't have a parachute. And that's why it nosedived like that.
Right, yeah, it is completely.
Now watch this one. He got a parachute. Watch this one. No parachute.
No. Stop it. Oh shit.
I said no parachute.
Man.
Yeah,
oh no.
He had a burning desire, and guess what? He did what he wanted to do.
See, that's what you talk about. Obsession.
Oh man.
He about to join the Caucasian ancestors.
Yeah, how do I see this nigga fall to his death? That's what I want to see.
That's a whole ass mess.
Wasn't he worried about?
Now I wonder.
I wonder
if
Go ahead.
insurance gonna cover that. If he had
Fuck
insurance,
no.
is that considered an accident
Fuck
or
no.
suicide?
Like a motherfucker.
Weird
What was his
shit.
contingency plan? That's my question.
Right.
It was the parachute, Blake.
I'm sorry, this bird's
He had a
construction.
parachute?
This bird's construction sign on the side is taking me out every time I see it.
What it say? What it say, Amber?
Bird's construction.
Oh. Oh
No,
man.
That's
This
bad
cracker found
publicity. I
some
wouldn't even
parts.
want my name on the side of that shit.
Yeah, why we can't see that?
Hell no.
Damn, man.
That one right there, yeah, that one right there.
Oh man. Come on, bro. Come on, man.
Who say he wanted to fly to the
Oh,
Fly to
man.
the edge of outer space to see if the. That's always puzzled me though. So like when people say it's flat, what the fuck do they mean? Is it a space? Is it suspended in space? Like
they don't know.
Like I'm lost. Is it solid?
Jesus is holding it. Let me stop.
Amber, the most popular held theory is like it's a flat disc that's surrounded by like some sort of dome-shaped
ice.
Exo. What the fuck do they call that?
Like a snow globe.
Like an exo. Yeah, like a dome, like a crystal ball type dome, covering this flat disc.
Yeah, but never have clarity for illogical shit, man. You don't need no clarity for that type of shit.
I mean, but I just be trying to figure out like.
Wait,
so,
was that the
Don't do
parachute?
it. Yeah, don't do it. Don't even do
Hold
it.
up.
Like,
Yo, look. Yo, look, check it out.
tell me the parachute survived and he
That's
didn't.
it right there. That's a parachute right there.
Oh, it didn't deploy.
Oh, that's messed. That thing came off.
Oh,
it came off the rocket.
Yeah, look how fast he's coming down now.
Wait,
oh yeah, that's him right there.
I'm mad y'all laughing this hard.
Yo, he is funny, yo.
Oh shit.
I am mad y'all laughing this hard. Castle is too tickled. And I know this like your 1,000th time watching it. How are you still laughing this hard?
Oh my god, bro. Oh yeah, that's him right there. Yo, Amber, that shit is funny as hell, man.
Oh man.
And see, I don't find stupidity entertaining. That was just stupid. I mean, seriously.
You don't understand all the debates I've had with these people, though.
But see, that's my thing.
Oh,
like,
man.
I can't get in no back and forth with people that just like, what do you want me to do with you if you don't want to face reality? What am I supposed to do with that?
I'm with you 100% on that, Amber. Like when I seen Unc going debating Sanchez, I'm like, what is you doing, bro? I'm not about to go back and forth with no nigga who. Come on, dog. Come on, dog. That make you look crazy. I ain't about to go argue with this nigga, dog. Like, if you believe the earth flat, dog, good for you, man. Shit.
Have at it.
Don't build. Have at it, dog. Shit.
Yeah.
To some degree, I'm just thinking like I like to argue because some of this shit is just like there's no way I'm gonna even entertain it. Like when you don't want to deal with just basic facts and shit, and like first of all, you want to tell me that the earth is flat and this that, but you can't even disprove the science behind it. Like leave me the fuck alone. I don't have time.
Yo, forget about the Amber, forget about the science, right? Like you could use very, very, very elementary logic. You look into the sky, you can see the sun is spherical. The moon is spherical. Mars is spherical. All the planets are spherical. So you mean to tell me that the Earth is the one body,
the outlier?
the one
Yeah.
outlier that's flat?
Standard deviation.
You know what I'm saying?
Man.
Like at that point,
Man.
look, y'all will hear me say I don't subscribe to evolution theory, or I don't subscribe to what's the other one, Big Bang. But those things are not those are not material fact. You know what I'm saying? The Earth being spherical is a material fact. Like, come on.
Hey, yo, but look at this right here.
What's a fact because he wasn't.
Hey, yo, but Jabari is worse than as far as debating anybody. Look at this. Look at this right here. Would never debate him. Look at this right here.
Hey, bruh. I hate to be disrespectful, but Dawn look like a baser. I'm sorry. He look like a baser.
Yeah, I think I end up seeing the one where he sat down with him, and I was just thoroughly confused. I was like, "What the fuck is this?" But
wait a minute. I'm biased.
Yeah.
I'm biased. I thought I saw him in like a sweater cardigan. This is another debate, or are you just showing us the guy?
Yeah, that's the same dude, Blake.
Yeah, that's the same dude.
But how many times did he debate him?
No, it was just the one time. I think that was like a in the front of I think it was just the one time.
And how long did that debate go?
Too long.
That thing lasted for 2 hours.
Oh, I couldn't, bro.
But you know what?
Bro.
Oh, Jabari lost a lot of stock on that one. He lost a lot of stock.
But isn't me? No matter how outlandish the person in the argument, is it me or is it always somebody in the comments talking about facts? He's speaking. And I just be like,
it was me gassing him.
I just be like, what?
Hey,
yeah, that's sad.
Hey, look at this right here. Yeah, it's only 4 minutes. Sanjay, this is hilarious.
They was talking about original man, how everybody come from, how a group of people came from Africa and migrated out. And I said, how can you get other races if it was just one race?
Why he got on that extra large hat?
North America.
Nah, his head is skinny.
Okay. So how do you get out
his head is huge.
Original
That's
man.
the biggest hat in America.
He got a bony head.
Oh.
He over there looking like Megamind.
Man.
Just one.
Let me take that. Man, let me stop.
I gave you one.
Yo, she said Megamind.
Yeah, look at this nigga.
Yeah,
You're not.
So Jenny looks dead.
There was people on every continent of this planet from day one.
And then Sonetta with the hype and the graphics.
And that started with one original man in Africa, and they migrated out to all other places. There would be Africans on every continent. It wouldn't be other people on every continent. You're going so fast in your head, okay? You're not answering the question because you're not even answering. You're not asking a proper question in the first place. It's not a fact that these Neanderthals and Homo sapiens believe in humans, because a lot of them look like monkeys, and then y'all say they human. Like Lucy. I seen a brother make a point with Lucy and say, "Oh, look at the evolution of Lucy. Lucy's a monkey." Star actual reference. Lucy's a living being.
He said Lucy's a monkey, yo. That was any evolution is off. He said Lucy's a monkey.
You on that? Okay.
I can't, bro.
Yo, he didn't say orangutan or ape. He said monkey. That's what makes it funny.
You can come from Stardust. Are we on the same page with that?
No, as far as just living life on the soul level. So all life is within life. I got billions of microcells in me. My body's the universe to all those different
microcells. Yeah, he keeps saying microcells. I'm not sure what that is.
Cells.
What is that?
I don't know.
So we
cell is a cell.
Microcells here within the soul.
All right. So how is it that evil exists in the good in the darkness? Is that kind of where you're going?
No. What I'm saying is
no.
devil was cast in the darkness. Now Christians believe in God, and God started in that same darkness. Yes, they worship in the devil.
You heard that nigga, yo?
Hey, I'm biased.
Wait, Haskell. Let me put it. Wait, Haskell, one more time. Haskell.
That's the real life
No,
Oswald
not
Bates.
one more time.
Amber, one more time, please. Haskell, you funny. One more time.
Now Christians believe in God, and God started in that same darkness. Yes, they worship in the devil.
Yeah, my man be making stuff up, bro.
Facts. He is sure of himself.
Hey, Amber, Blake,
God, bro.
Sosa, Haskell, I fight myself to figure out who is the #1 pseudo in the community. It's narrowed down. It's narrowed down to Ali, York, Pharaoh, that nigga right there, Phil Valentine, and I gotta throw Polite in there. So like I don't know out of all them who is the most suited.
Nah, it's got to be York. He did it on the biggest level.
Wait. What about my man? What's his name? The dude?
Gano Grills.
What about him?
I feel. Is my mic working?
Yeah, Amber be feeling Gano Grills information though.
But those dudes, I feel deep down, they know they bullshit and they just want the fun. This dude right here, I think he really believe it. He gonna teach this shit to his kids. Type shit. You understand what I'm saying? And then have the nerve to tell them the teacher's bullshit when they give them bad grades.
Yeah.
I believe all of them are guilty of thinking they're smart enough to know something that nobody else knows.
So it's the ego. Okay.
Yeah, but I don't believe Phil Valentine sincerely believes that the earth is a flat disc. Like, no, I'm sorry.
Right.
I don't believe he sincerely believes that the earth is an infinite plane, because he said that verbatim. I think he latched onto that because right now it's a hot button type thing. And a particular contingent of our community is like enthralled with that particular, thinking. So he, like the Watcher said,
The man. Yeah.
anything that's like off the beaten path or outlandish or whatever, Phil Valentine will attach himself to it for the sake of finance, of making money. I don't think he don't believe that that the earth is an infinite plane. He does not believe that. I believe he's being intentionally deceptive.
Phil Valentine said that?
Yeah, he believed. Yep, he said infinite plane. And my thing,
man.
you know how I know. You know how I know he doesn't sincerely believe it? Because he wasn't saying it 5, 10, 15 years ago.
Right.
He's saying it now because that shit is hot right now.
Well, and this is not to say that is not true, because I definitely believe that. I feel like a lot of these people are traveling the path of a York, just coming up with shit because they got to keep giving the people something to attract them. They trying to steadily expand. But I will say that does not necessarily mean that he doesn't believe it. He just may feel like he's come across some recent information that kind of proves or disproves that the earth is round. But I don't necessarily think that's the case. I definitely feel like people be peddling bullshit because it's people that's naive enough to buy it, or that it's a segment of the population that has a thirst for bullshit, and they're like, well, shit, you want bullshit, I'll give you bullshit, and
that's what York said.
Whoa.
That's what York said, basically.
Why are you walking like that?
He said, I give them what they want.
I mean, to be perfectly honest, can you blame them? The phrase is you find a fool, you bump his head.
Okay, now I got two answers for that. Got two answers. Trying to uplift our people, I blame them. But business
But a lot
wise,
of people are not trying to uplift our people. I just want to.
I know. That's why I say I got two answers for that. I got two responses. If we're trying to uplift our people, they are dead wrong. But if we're talking about business, they are dead right.
Yo, nigga, somebody in the chat said Buddy looked like Hurricane Chris. the dude, the buddy who, he do look like Hurricane Chris.
Wow.
Hell
wow. Wow.
Oh, shit.
But yeah, I mean,
funny because it's true.
I think it's like people have to be realistic about what these people are actually offering. It is not liberation. You know, it's like when people step away from their religious beliefs, they still want that feel something to make them feel good or validate them. And coming into a doctrine where only y'all know this knowledge or only you believe, it gives you a sense of validation. You know what I'm saying? It may not be, I may not be going to a heaven or a hell, but I got this, supreme information that y'all don't know and y'all ain't knowing because y'all don't got this understanding. All this weird shit that people be into. They just want to be the first to know something, or they want to get like, in this sector, the competition is knowledge. Who got the best knowledge?
Right.
So people make up shit just to say they got the best knowledge.
Yeah.
You know what? I used to not be so sure of that, but I believe Unbiased showed a conversation between, I think, who was it, Baby York and Polite.
Yeah.
And I started catching how York was kind of like trying to stunt Polite, like any questions you need to know that you need to ask my father, I got the answers. And when I started realizing, like, he did not recognize how much Polite may know more than him. He looked at, like, this is an opportunity for me to stun this dude and get him on my team or put him under my wing. And he would just real adamant. And I'm like, shit. So, Edward, I completely agree with what you're saying, because that proved it to me right there. I'm like, you have not seen this guy debate. You see him dismantle people from all different angles, and you didn't realize how he was saying, like, he was sparing him, like, I'm not going to get into that right now. I'll find that out later. We can talk about it private. And to me, I was like, I don't want to body you in front of the whole world. Just on the strength of, I got respect for your father. So you right 100%. I feel that. Damn. Is that where we're at?
Yeah.
Damn. Again.
I showed the image of Ali Muhammad and that fake ass degree, and I showed Polite in construction clothes. We would go so far to do harm to each other. That's crazy, man. It's crazy. That's why I say give up on this whole black thing, and we just link up with the ones who are actually doing something. And we don't recruit anybody. Like, let's be the new Illuminati, secret society.
You're right.
Yeah, don't include these.
Can I be a buck?
Anything, man. Leave them out.
Can I be 100 real quick?
Yeah.
Because I know, like, a lot of us may enjoy listening to hip hop artists or even actors and stuff, but we know that they're bullshitting. Or people can be so in love with Ice Cube and his gangster persona that he put on, or people could really love and glorify Jay-Z for all the drugs he sold, or Snoop Dogg for all the hoes he can pull and shit. And I felt myself in one of those people who would prop them up, because not necessarily that you wanted it, but you kind of admired the ability to get away with it and still be successful and tell the world structure, fuck you, this is what I'm doing anyway type shit. Like, you follow me so far? Not necessarily agreeing, but you understand what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yes? No? Now, when it came to Polite and his hustle, it's like, okay, yeah, he may be scamming and hustling, but at least he ain't out there putting multiple families under drugs and just, like, fucking up generations of people and shit by selling them cocaine and shit. So I kind of gave Polite a pass on that. Like, if you're dumb enough to think that you can change your status of correction or whatever the type of BS is, and you have felonies and get it all wiped away, if you're dumb enough to believe that type of stuff, or you think that Inky can give you some water that ain't gonna fuck up your kidneys and make you walk around like Luke Cage or the Hulk or whatever, then it's like more power to them. And that's what I used to believe, but now I'm starting to see where it's going, and I feel bad for having that mentality.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna tell you how this the way I feel about the whole Polite situation. And people say, you know, he scammed, and I'm not here to defend whether he does or not. What I do know is I watched several videos where he has admonished and encouraged people to learn things for themselves, do for themselves, and endeavor to take these things on themselves. So if you hire him to do something after he's admonished you to learn it and do it for yourself, and the shit go, I feel like you wanted that. Like you asked him to take advantage of your ass. Because one thing I can say he's consistent with is you learning and doing on your own. He ain't never been come to me and I'm gonna get this done and use my system and only my system. Like he's never really been that guy. And I watched a lot of Polite videos. He's always encouraged people to learn shit for themselves. So if instead you decide I want to take the shortcut, I don't want to learn how to do this shit. I don't want to learn if this shit is even possible to do. I'm gonna just hire Polite to do it, and the shit goes sideways. I don't feel no way about that because the man told you out his own mouth, learn how to do this shit for yourself and do it for yourself.
Yeah,
I agree.
If you go to Polite Facebook thing, you might see my name there as like a top fan. I used to support Polite as far as viewership. You dig? I bought one book, but I never solicited his services because I just didn't feel like it was needed. But look, Amber, what you're saying is right. So the way it works. Now I'm gonna use the analogy of flipping homes. Okay, so there are many people out there that teach you how to flip homes, right? You got Ty Corbett, you got the white boy Phil. What's his name? Damn, I can't think. That got the book Wholesale Bible that I have over here. You got Jay Morrison and other people. You got the white boy. What's the white boy name? That be all over the infomercials. But anyway. The bottom line is this. Yeah, Darren Merrill is actually the biggest person in that. Like he's the biggest dude in that. You know, so if anybody's official, he's the most official in that flipping house stuff. But anyway, this is what they say. They give you information, Amber, and as you know a lot, because they give you enough to do it yourself, like you just said. But when you are insecure or unconfident, that's when they offer their services. That means you already know a lot, right, Amber? You already know a lot but you need somebody to guide you over the hump. At this point, they become a mentor. They're just going to guide you over the hump that's your stumbling block, like a teacher or professor. So what Polite is doing, he's not that, because the people who solicit his services don't know shit about what he's talking about. You dig? Like they don't know anything he's talking about. So like they are clearly just like floor people. Like they don't know. They're from the bottom. They have no idea what he's talking about, what works. They just trust in him, hook, line, and sinker, and that's what makes him a scammer. Because he doesn't educate them in like I guarantee you, you guys probably just watch as much as me. You damn sure ain't watch more Polite videos than me because I can show you my history. I watch all this new uploads on Rycon too. You dig? And that's from his Instagram or Facebook, whatever. And I watch all the I Am Brother Polite. Still now. I still watch, like you said, Amber, I like him for motivation. But I'm not going to solicit his services. But he does a poor job of totally educating you in one particular field. So that leaves you open to be scammed. Once you are educated, it's hard to scam you, Amber, because it will not make sense. Once you once you watch Ty Corbett flipping housing videos, you dig, you're gonna learn a lot. Now it's hard for him to scam you because you have a good foundation of how to flip houses. You just need to know how to close a damn deal. So you hire them for that purpose. The same thing with stocks. Timothy Sykes, Warrior Trader, same thing. They give you boatloads of free information because they know you're going to need them at some point. They know that, so they'll give you all this free information. You'll know all about the indicators. You dig the scanners. You would know all about all that type of stuff. Short selling, but when it comes to get it down pat, you're going to need them, and they know that. So they charge you a heavy fee. But it's hard at that point. It's hard to scam you because you are fully educated in what you want to do. You just need that little hump to get over. So that's the difference between them and Polite. He does not educate you in a particular field.
I understand that. So here's my thing, and I'm gonna give a personal example, and this happened very recently. So we have a family group chat on Telegram. It's like 60 or more people in there, uncles, aunts, cousins, you know, the whole run of the gamut on there. So at the end of the day, I got a cousin. He don't have the best history, but doing nothing on the up and up. But, you know, in our family, there's a certain family, as far as my aunt, her children, that have always been kind of the elitist or treated more elite than everyone else. You know, former pastor, had a church, everybody worked at the church, never got paid, had a school, you know, professional scammers, the whole family. And everybody in the family knows this, but nobody really speaks about it. So my grandfather passed recently in August. Her son posted to the group, he's starting a scholarship fund for his school. He had posted a little shoddy ass flyer with tuition and fees, labeled curriculum doc, but it's discussing tuition and fees and scholarship, and then some little shoddy ass thing about accepting veterans benefits and some weird shit. So, you know, I just posted the little thinking face like, you know, so he wanted some background information on my grandfather when he was a millwright for his scholarship. So I got family that's like, oh, you know, I worked with him, just send me the information. I can tell you whatever you want to know about him. So finally my aunt was like, well, how does that work? How are you going to use his name? You know, what's the protocol? Blah, 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 woo woo. So he got real spicy with her, like, oh, what you mean? What's the protocol? LOL. So I was like, well, I was kind of wondering the same thing. You know, what's a company? You know, do you have a company history on the institution? You know, who's doing the administrator for the scholarship fund? You know, what's the accreditation in the field of expertise? You know, does it have? I want to know a little bit more about this school.
Right.
So he said, well, what's your field of expertise? I said, business administration and finance. He's like, well, we're not currently hiring. I was like, oh, I know. You have to be able to hire yourself. So, of course, it took a left turn and we ended up getting into, you know, a whole back and forth. But prior to me even responding, I looked at his logo, Googled it, pulled up a website that's under construction. Only thing that's on there is him listed as the CEO and the CFO. I done went to Facebook, found the CFO, scrolled through his Facebook page. They got merchandise with this logo on there, but I can't find NAS school. So finally, I see the business card on the old boy page. Oh, South Bend, Indiana. I go to Indiana, look up the business registration. Business was just registered a month ago. So, and then they all share the same personal address, and the business only has a PO box. It doesn't have an actual physical address, but this is a school we're talking about, not like an online school, because this is a trade school.
Right.
So in the midst of our conversation, he said it was his fourth school. I said, oh, well, so you should have financials. If this your fourth school, you should have something for us to look at. So then he talking about a construction account, and in 2023, it's going to have $1 million in it. February 21st, 2020, no, February 23rd, 2021 is going to have $1 million at 10:30 a.m. And nobody is saying shit, you know, nobody in the family, you know, they still, and see, here's my thing, because I done put it out there that your business was just registered a month ago. I done put it out there that you sharing the same address with you. First of all, you're not even the agent that registered this. Somebody else is that we don't know.
No, you had already?
You got two partners, all of y'all sharing the same address. We don't know if it's a business address or y'all living address. It's just a bunch of weird shit. The PO box on your business card don't match the PO box that's registered. Like it's just a whole bunch of weird shit.
Like,
Your
if you get
website
hurt,
under
just walk out.
construction, but this is a school. So I said all of that to say that a lot of people would really avoid a lot of heartache if they would just do a little digging before they submit it to, oh, well, he doing this, he doing, because first of all, you're not, if you don't have a actual registered business and a viable website, and I can look up some reviews on some shit, you're not gonna get me to buy into shit. I'm sorry. You're not just gonna tell me you got this business and you've been doing this and you've been doing that, especially in this digital era. If you don't have an online presence, you don't really exist to me.
Yeah, that's true. We are in the age of scamming.
Take vitamins.
Right, we are in the age of scamming. So unfortunately, you have to show and prove.
Vitamin C.
If you want to ask, you might have to mute. Yeah, so unfortunately, now I'm going to look up something real fast, see if I got it on my bookmark. Damn it. I wanted to show you something, Amber. It's not going to be on this one.
But just a little caveat. I remember when he was promoting his app, and I was with it. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh, I'll download the app. And see me, I guess maybe because I'm a little more guarded, I can listen to the information that Umar gives, Dr. Boyce Watkins, Polite. I can listen to people's information. Me buying into a product or soliciting you for services, a whole nother thing. Like, and I'm real cautious about that because I know I'm definitely gonna feel some type of way if I invest in a product or a service and I don't get what the fuck I feel like I paid for it. So I don't even really play that game without doing my own due diligence, because people are doing this complaining, but that's another thing. I don't want to hear people complaining about him being a scammer, or anybody for that matter, if you're not going to do the follow-up of what's necessary to get your money back, or to, you know, to correct the situation, because otherwise you're just talking. If you're not going to do the follow-up and actually make them accountable for scamming, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear your complaint, because all you doing is really just helping them to perfect their craft. You make this big noise about how they scammed you, and all they're going to do is perfect the scam. That's it.
Yeah, so the way I'm like real skeptical too on the many claims of scamming, because the same way we use the word pseudo loosely, the same way we use the word spooky loosely, the same word is the same way we use scamming loosely. So for example, Don King. I have a problem with people who say Don King ripped people off, or even Puffy. I have me being that I'm in business, I have a problem with people saying, because I had a problem with one of my CPAs. One of my CPAs had put some shit in the package I had to pay for, Amber, and I signed off to it. Now, why did my dumb ass read it? So now I could say he scammed me, but it was there for me to read. I'm the one who didn't read it. You dig? Right. So if I would have read that, I would have not signed it and said, take that out of there. But I didn't read it and I signed it. I ended up paying like extra $500. So he did some slick shit. That's not scamming. That's some slick shit, some hustle shit. So Puffy, Don King, Polite, I believe that he painted a picture of something that he would give them, and it wasn't necessarily that, or something that they thought it would be. So when he gave them a bunch of bullshit PDFs and said, yeah, that's worth $250. I believe they felt like they was. When he gave him a bunch of PDFs for that $250, I believe they felt scammed. But that's not scamming. I'll tell you why. Because you have a right to put a price on anything you sell. You dig? And we got the right to buy it or not buy it. These crazy people actually bought it for the. Now they didn't understand what they were getting. I believe that. I believe they did not know what they were getting. So when they got the PDFs and they realized that was it, I believe that's what I got me. Oh my God. I was eating chips. I started laughing.
Yeah, you finna choke yourself over there.
You better blow that shit out.
Job here.
But that's like I bought the insanity workout a few years back. Yeah, I'm supposed to drop all this weight, but guess what? Am I gonna sue him talking about this a scam? First of all, I ain't do what the fuck I was supposed to do.
Right.
Second of all, I mean, the company, it's like people tell you that you're gonna get certain results all the time, and then you got to read that fine print about, oh, but you got to do this, and this is based off of this diet, and you know, like at the end of the day, puffing is allowed. You're allowed to puff your business. That is allowed. You can puff. That is a legal thing. Now, it's the difference between puffing and just outright misrepresentation. You know, for you to say that you got scammed, you have to understand the product that you're buying to begin with. And a lot of people are saying that they didn't even really understand what they were getting. And it's like, well, how can you say you were scammed if you didn't really even know what you was buying?
Right, exactly. And that was my point. I'm saying, like you said about the what's that bullshit you bought?
Insanity workout. I ain't gonna lie, it was a workout. Shit, it was so good it made me not want to fuck with it. You right, this shit.
My God, I'm over here dying, man.
Drink you some damn water.
Yeah. God damn.
Smoking, dude.
Yeah, talking about he eating chips.
Never smoked a day in my life, so that can't be me. All right, so never smoked a day in my life. First of all, my father was a drug addict, so I knew I would never go that route. So anyway, yes, Amber, they don't understand. What the? I'm about to die. I'm about to die. I'm about to die.
Calm down. Drink some water.
I'm about to die.
I know you're a hypochondriac like me.
God damn. Where's my water? I'm fighting for my water. There we go. All right, got the water. Yeah, how the hell a chip get stuck in my throat though? How does a chip get stuck in your throat? Somebody explain that. So, but Amber, right? You are spot on. Here, I'm about to cough again. So you are spot on. People are not understanding what they're going to get as a product. I bought mad stuff online, and I thought it would look one way, but it come out looking a different way, right? McDonald's no different. They show the commercial. The Big Mac looks delicious. You go there in real life, you buy it, it looks nothing like that. And nobody say that they're being scammed. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So we got to be consistent. So you know you're not being scammed. You just were not. You didn't ask the right questions. That's what it comes down to. You didn't ask the right questions. And most people that's going to spend some money with people, they will, like serious people like myself. You're not going to tell me what you want to tell me. I'm going to have you tell me what I want you to tell me. You dig? There's a big difference. But I'm going to tell you what I want and what I need help with. And I'm just paying for that alone. Nothing more, nothing less, unless you want to add some shit in there. But I'm not going to call you and you tell me what you're going to tell me. You dig? So that's the first thing. So most people just, they get caught up in seeing the cars. They see all the jewelry, the clothes, and the funny language. I got a chip stuck somewhere in my throat. Somewhere in my throat, it's stuck. Let me mute while I cough. Yeah, so they are not aware of what they're getting. You dig? And again, now look, Amber, I'm somebody who's to make videos against multi-level marketing bullshits, right? I call all those scams because they all are scams according to the government. You dig? Not me or Amber or King Sosa or Blake. they are considered scamming agencies according to the government. The government gives you a briefing of why they are scamming. So, being that the reason, Amber, they got slick. A lot of them read that profile read the profile on the website, and they started to go around what is technically called a scam. You dig? A pyramid scheme. That's the exact word I'm trying to use. A pyramid scheme, Amber. So, you ever hear about a multi-level marketing place say, "Hey, we are good. Check the BBB, right, Amber?"
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, there's a reason why they're not on the BBB. The BBB has certain requirements even to be on there. You have to sell a product or a service, offer a service. If you don't have those two, you would not be on there. So a lot of these multi-marketing schemes got slick. They don't sell shit or offer shit. They just give you a website that you pay for, right? And they will send you a DVD, an audio of what this some training shit. But they didn't sell you something because the DVD, the CD was free, and they don't offer a service. You dig? So they are technically not a pyramid scheme. So, well, I'm sorry, they are, but the BBB would not have them on there because they went around the requirements to be on there. They don't sell a product, and they don't offer a service. So they will not have any negative news on BBB. See, I know that shit. So they couldn't tell me, check the BBB, we're not on there. I'm like, okay, well, let me explain why you're not on there. You dig? So I explain the requirements. And I say, and you don't do either one. Now, you got many gold bar, what's that shit? The gold, the carrot bar, straight pyramid scheme. Right, straight pyramid scheme. You have, what's the one with the life insurance? They got one with life insurance, straight pyramid scheme, right? And then they got one with fixing your credit, straight pyramid scheme. Now, although they offer a service, because one offer life insurance, you dig? So, they offer actual service. And the BBB got them as a failing grade. And the credit repair one, they offer credit repair, you dig? But it's failing, and it's on the BBB, it's bad shit. And the other one, a carrot bar, straight pyramid scheme. And because they sell you carrot bars, they fit the requirements of BBB, and you look them up, they got some bad shit on them. But to be classified as a pyramid scheme, in short, if they can make money off the members alone and don't have to sell a product or offer a service, and the membership could sustain the company by itself, it is technically a pyramid scheme, officially a pyramid scheme. So if the company could survive by membership fees only, there's no way around it. It's a goddamn pyramid scheme. Okay? So, and that's why Mary Kay is not considered a pyramid scheme, because they survive off the sales more than anything else. So that's why they don't. Although they are multi-marketing, and I think there's a trans. What's the other one? There's another one. It sounds like a train company, but they are not a pyramid scheme either. But there's only very few of them that's not a pyramid scheme. That's a multi-level marketing company. But 95% of them are all pyramid schemes by definition.
What about but truth be told, like even with like Mary Kay, and I even add paparazzi because they're structured a lot like Mary Kay. Like initially, no, it wasn't a pyramid scheme, but after so long, it kind of does, because you're oversaturating the market with all of these members, and everybody. There's only so much Mary Kay that people are going to buy. That's just a fact. So at this point, if people want to continue to make money, the way to do that is by bringing people into the organization. So yeah, technically it's not a pyramid scheme, but at some level of enrollment, it becomes purely a pyramid scheme, because these people aren't really making their money off of sales of product. At this point, they're making their money off getting people enrolled.
Yeah, Amway, that's the name of it. Amway is not from my research, Amway wouldn't fit in the pyramid scheme. It would be like a Mary Kay.
Yeah, I mean, and that's
that's
the thing. Not technically no, but at some point, like my auntie, her daughters, and they whole fucking church was selling Mary Kay, and it's like, first of all, y'all selling to each other. Second of all, like it's only, I mean, seriously. And then she was calling me, oh, I'm gonna come down to Gary and sign you up for me. I don't want to sign up for no motherfucking Mary Kay. Like, I mean, that's just a fact. Like, why? Why would I? Like, it's oversaturated. Like, it ain't that much Mary Kay in the world. People don't want that shit.
Now, so look. So I want to start in BC. So BC, yes. Amway is an MLM, but what I'm saying, majority of MLMs, I'm gonna say 90% of them are pyramid schemes. But Amway, for my research, Amway and Mary Kay are not pyramid schemes. Like you can just exclude them from that. Like they don't fit the criteria at all. You can exclude them. Now I'm pretty sure that they have some pyramid scheme, characteristics, but they wouldn't fall in that category at all. But Carrot Bars and that life insurance one, all those, yes, they fit it because for one, they check this out. They would do this. These are the red flags. Okay, you're coming to sell me a product, right? Okay. Then you're telling me, hey, why don't you sell the product your damn self? It's like, yo, who does that? Like, who comes to you to buy something and say, yo, you should start selling this shit? It's like, what you mean? I mean, like, that doesn't make any sense now.
No, it's immediate. That's like immediate.
Right. So that's the first red flag.
Somebody sent me something recently, and I mean, as soon as I see, but you really make your money and with referrals, and when I hear shit like no, moving on. When I have to make my money through referrals, getting people to join, and
man, if I gotta pay to join, I'm good.
Shit like that, huh?
Some of them make you pay to join. It's like, I'm paying you to join.
I gotta pay to join, and then I really make my money by recruiting people to become consultants and do the same shit that I'm paying y'all. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, right, exactly. So now, so let me be fair. So I said a red flag is when they say, hey, buy this product, you'll like it. And then they say you should sell it. Okay, so the red flag is if the product doesn't sell this, if the product does not sell itself, that's a red flag. If you gotta convince me on this bullshit, it's most likely a pyramid scheme. Right? Because you gotta convince me to buy this bullshit. My immediate reaction, I don't want it. And I don't need it. But you gotta convince me that I need it. It's a pyramid scheme. Okay. And then because that's like religion, that's like the Mormons. They're gonna convince you that this shit is real. But your initial reaction is, nah, I'm good. So once you gotta persuade me that this is what I need, is a pyramid scheme. Then secondly, then I'm selling this, all of a sudden I'm selling this shit. Not because I believe in the product, but because you told me I can make millions of dollars. You see, pyramid scheme. So I give Mary Kay a pass because Mary Kay does sell like cosmetics that women actually use, even the person who's buying it. So I would say it's no different than a pair of Jordans. You got guys who wear Jordans and they also sell Jordans because they realize that there's a limited edition of these particular Jordans, and the value goes up once you buy them for regular price at Foot Locker. So the same thing can be possible with the Mary Kay products. You dig? That the women like the product so much that their friends be so much interested in that shit, they say, fuck it, I'm gonna sell it too, make a little money. So I believe that's possible. The same thing with Amway. I believe that's what's going on with that. And maybe one or two others. But for the most part, they got to convince you or persuade you to buy the shit in the first place because your first reaction is, I don't want it. So that's so guys and gals, if you got to be persuaded to buy something, you should really stick with your first gut and say, nah, I'm good.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, y'all remember that did y'all have the little herbal teas? Remember that little? My homeboy got caught up in that shit. Fuck with somebody.
Hey, yo, what about it? Tell us about it. Oh, I gotta hear this.
Yeah, it's like some tea stuff, you know what I'm saying? But it's like, I think it's like tea or coffee, but it's instant. You can just put it in your coffee or some water and stir it. You know what I'm saying? But it's the same type of scheme. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get people up under you.
Right.
That's when you start making. You know how they run the game.
Yeah.
You get this person, and then you making their money. Then they get people, and then you making their money, and they making it. You know what I'm saying? So it's like that. So he had to buy. Dude, he was up under. He had to buy a product. Like you have to continuously get product. Like the product is coming in, regardless of whether you move it or not. Like you have an obligation to get a certain amount every.
Oh man, that's that Nation of Islam shit, bro.
Oh yeah. It was some berry shit that it was like supposed to be like a berry energy, something to do with somebody. They had all
Nani juice. Nani juice.
It was something like that. But it's funny because like I was just on like Facebook one day, and I guess I don't know why he must have thought like I was, easy or something. But it's funny because I didn't even go to school with him. Like he graduated with my sister.
He disrespected you.
Like one day I'm in the library on the college campus and he like, oh, you my Facebook friend and blah, blah, skippy woo. And, so we like chopped it up or whatever. And he was like, yeah, I do this and I do that. And I'm trying to, so he really kind of segued into like the trying to do something with the community. Like he like, I know you real, into activism and I'm, I got this program that I'm like, okay. So then it kind of parlayed into, and I got this other thing, if I can come by one day and talk to you about it. So when he came by and I'm sitting there looking at him with a blank stare, like, the fuck is you talking about? So then he's like, well, I'm going to leave some of these with you and just try it. I'm telling you, you're going to have all this energy and this, that, and the third. Like, I never even tried the shit. Like, and then he was like inboxing me, like, have you tried it? And he sent me like we finna have a webinar and I want you to join. And really for people that's already in it, but I told them, and I'm like, man, if you don't get the fuck out of here, like. But it's crazy. Now that was a few years ago, and I can understand people like in the 90s, early 2000s, but like literally in this day and age, you can go to YouTube or Google, and you can look up reviews on this shit. And find people that's such and such scam, like. And they gonna tell you, I paid my money and they fucked over me and they told me like it's just I'm just like these aren't sophisticated enough scams for them to still be the success that they are today. And it's a shame that you still got so much buy-in by people. But again, that goes back to like the whole polite thing and people just really not being vigilant or paying attention to any fucking thing that's going on. The fact that all they got to do is change the product, but keep the same structure, and you don't know that this is the same scam that you got scammed on 2 years ago. Like, all they did was change the product, and now you like, oh yeah, change the product, change the name, and you like, oh, I just got into, and like literally, I have family members that I hear talking about some new shit that they into. Like now, my aunties that was selling the Mary Kay, which that wasn't a scam, but they went from Mary Kay to when Mary Kay got burned out, they went to paparazzi. Then they went to the travel agent where they travel agents, but they really ain't travel agents because they just really book through like just weird shit. And I'm just like, people really put themselves out of more money trying to get rich quick instead of just doing the motherfucking work. You steadily paying a fee to become a member in this and buying this product to sell, and you never really recoup your investment money. And then you move on to the next thing.
All right, so I found this stupid shit. Check this out. Here we go. This is right here. Wait, is that it? Financial, yeah. Financial education services. I think this is it. Let me make sure. I don't know. Protecting your future. Is it? Nah. Dang, is it? Shit. Hold on. I got you. Credit. Here we go. Is this one?
Complaints.
Oh yeah, you see. Hold on. Hold on. I'm gonna click that one too. Where you see that?
The next, right there.
Yeah, right after it say complaint on the first one.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So let me click the actual website. And I'm gonna go ahead. Now this is when I fix your credit. So now I'm going to complaints. Let me let you read this right here. Okay, now so this is the problem with the agents.
Accreditation revoked.
But it says, I signed up with FES in October. So this is Financial Education Services. After speaking with the FT trainer at the time for 6 months before I decided to finally agree to come aboard. Mind you, the primary reason it took so long is because I did not have the money to begin with. Now listen, had this fool
6 months.
Look, I did not have the money to begin with. Now, had this fool read an investment book, it tells you never invest money that you will be that you can miss. It say invest money that you plan on never having again. That's the average investment book. It tells you want to invest in money that you plan on never seeing again. So it's the first mistake of a financial retard. Then she says, I finally joined, and from there, it has not been pleasant. It's a polite shit. I feel more like a pyramid scheme. Hey. And instead of being trained, they call it coaching. But you are harassed to make sure you contact so many people, and it doesn't feel like 100.
Hell no, it ain't entrepreneurship. You got a ball.
Yo, they call it, what do they call it? IPO, independent. What do they call it?
I don't fucking know. Bullshit. My thing, it took you 6 months to come up with the money, and in 6 months you didn't find another alternative. In 6 months, you didn't do no research. Like, you literally waited around 6 months till you had the money to buy into this bullshit.
Now look at this fool. I'm paying. Huh? Yeah, it says I'm paying $89 a month, and what really got me was when I was on call, I was encouraged to make sure to get the person to sign up for $288. But what about the people who only want their credit repaired? I see different pricing, but told to go with this. So different pricings, but they only want to go with this heavy one. She said, but I thought we were supposed to be helping people. I feel like this is the issue, so others can move up the ladder quickly. While I'm trying to meet unrealistic goals and being harassed about contacting people who hadn't done their homework and was no parts.
Exactly. So they did their homework, but you ain't did yours.
Right. So she didn't do her homework. She said, who has done their homework and was no part. I really thought this was going to be a great opportunity and was excited. But this is no better than Naughty Juice. I told you Naughty Juice.
So again, they're a habitual scam. They buy into the scams habitually.
Look. She says my credit is still the same.
And I've wasted time and money and would like it refunded. But do you understand what I'm saying? This is weird shit. Weird shit.
Oh my God. One more. I joined FES in the Tampa area. Originally, I just wanted my credit restored, but was told, look, but they get everybody join this shit right here. Yeah, I joined FES in the Tampa area.
$288.
Look, now they got other pricing, but they get told to go with this one. I joined FES in the Tampa area originally. So now, why don't they put FES on blast? If you want to get it polite, these people are no better. It says, I joined FES in the Tampa area originally. I just wanted my credit restored, but was told I should join the agent side, so I paid the $288. See? You got told you gonna get that. Now look, hey Blake, check this out. I'm gonna switch tabs. I'm gonna go to the actual website.
And I'm pretty sure they probably had a debt on their credit for about $288 that they could have cleared up.
Hey, I want you to see a certain image that they're going to show. Dang, where is it? God damn. They have an image. Hold on. Company, product, business opportunity. Here we go.
But I must say, at least they have a nice website. At least they putting some money into their scam. It's the user face is very nice.
This is what got them paying $288. Look, see right here, the R&R club membership. That means Rolls Royce. So I'm telling you, my man's opening. I wish I could click something here.
You see the ships, the rewards at sea. You see that?
Yes, he's trying to open up a Rolls Royce. So a lot of them are joining the Rolls Royce. Shit.
They got the cute little diagrams too, child.
Yeah.
Oh. No.
Agent login, make you feel important. You're an agent.
Right. Agent login. Right. You got a special back door and shit. Damn, I wish I could see. I wish I could see the damn Rolls Royce, man. It's actually. Oh, what's it? You can see it. See, they're slick. They're gonna hide that Rolls Royce. Oh my God, wish you could see it.
Oh, they got a nice little diverse. Oh yeah, this is for everybody.
And they ain't gonna show it. My God. Yeah, they must have took it off there. Okay, so look. It says by joining this elite status, you could be eligible for an Audi car payment, a house payment, a retirement bonus, and significant cash bonuses. This unique program is designed for motivated individuals who want to earn more than just a weekly paycheck. So now look, they're trying to guarantee a weekly paycheck. Like you ain't getting that shit. It's in our way of rewarding our top producers. So that's why she paid $288. It's for that shit right there. So
I noticed all the scams, they always use unique. You ever notice that? They always call it a unique opportunity. Yeah, this shit unique, all right.
So look at this. She said, I paid $288 and proceeded to listen to the webinars and posts on my social media pages. See now, so she became a scammer by default. She posted this bullshit. While doing this, I submitted disputes on 2 cases and continued to post on my social media. See, now you look, that's called, what's that called? False advertisement, right? She said, after a week and a half, I still hadn't received anything in the mail from USIS. So I spoke to the agent who recruited me and advised I hadn't gotten any response from my disputes. Well, first of all, bitch, they tell you that you got up to 2 months, 3 months. So she fucked up right there. And was told they would check to see what was happening, and I continued to join webinars and try to learn on the go, but refused to contact anyone with the fear they would go through the same thing. I was now, whatever that says, January 6, 2020, and I have yet to get any response or your help. So I am completely disappointed in the service and will not recommend to my family. It's too late for that shit. I would not recommend to my family and friends amount of $288, which me being on disability hurts. See, they always get them off. See, again, the average financial shit tells you, if you can lose the money, don't put this shit up. But they want to run for people like me who give them free game on finances.
Took away from Christmas. Aww.
Well, no, I'm not disappointed because this is some pseudo shit anyway. So, so she should have been out of that anyway. But listen. Oh, this in New Jersey. Oh shit.
Oh wow.
Okay.
But see, I'm not even mad at shit like this. Like, I guess I'm callous. I feel like y'all gotta think. Just think.
Yeah.
Shit. You must didn't want your money that bad. You just fucking giving it away. You waiting 6 months to give it away. Motherfucker saved up for 6 months to get that. It's like, that's some weird
That's a long time. That's a long time to get your shit away. Now look, hey, Amber and Blake, this is case in point what we were saying about Polite. That he's not necessarily scamming you in the real way it's used. Look at this person. They told themselves. They said, this service is misleading. No, it's not. They actually told you what the shit is about. I know. I went to a seminar. It's not misleading. We asked questions. You dig? Because Amber and Blake, I thought it was something where they was going to teach me to fix credit. I didn't know I would be a referral. I said, no, I'm good with that shit. I'm not referring somebody somewhere. I don't do that because my reputation is everything. You dig? My word and everything is gold. So I'm not going to refer you anywhere. Either I'm doing it or it ain't getting done. So they're lying right here. This service is misleading, and it's been costing me money while I have been trying to figure out what I need to make money from it. I was under the impression I would get step-by-step training on how to fix my credit and learn how to help others do the same. The training is just videos. That's on the website. If I go to the website, it'll show you. It's just videos. just like any stock program, any real estate program, just fucking videos. That's all it is. That's all anything ever gonna be, just videos on how I set up my back office and how to attract customers to buy a product that I have no idea how to use myself. So why did you get involved in this shit, right?
Exactly. $288, then $89 a month. Like, if you add that up, see what they teaching you is, bitch, you got the money to fix your own motherfucking credit.
Right. Yeah, and look, Amber, I did the same thing. I sat there and said, damn, if they research like these other legit companies that fix credit, that's how much they cost. They cost about $300-$400. I'm like, damn, you could have fixed your own shit the legit way. So it says, I would never convince someone into wasting money on this product. The advertising is that you will get financial education, but all they want you to do is spend money and make others do the same while you're trying to figure out what's going on. My credit has not improved, and I don't see what I'm paying for. Obviously, one would already need to have some know-how about to pursue this business opportunity. I have learned nothing with these services. I am not a slow learner. Yes, the fuck you are. Look at right here. I am not a slow learner. Yes, you are. And I have yet
I have yet to catch on to how this service works. It doesn't, boo.
I purchased this to potentially make a little extra money, not lose it. Hey, well, first of all, there's no guarantee in business, period, bitch. So you got to understand that. You dig? Like, if you get a business loan right now, anybody want to start doing some new shit. Let's say we want to do a car wash and we got a loan for it. There's no guarantee you'll be successful.
On the lawnmower, shit, the fuck?
Right. So there's no guarantee you'll be successful. So I don't know why she thought you're gonna invest money in some shit and this guaranteed success. You didn't. We asked the right questions. You didn't. That's the difference. See, hey, Amber and Blake, they get these seminars and people are there, so they're afraid. They become what they call it, stage fright, right? They're afraid to stand up and ask a question, and they get bullied into signing on some shit. We ask questions, and so. Like my man asked a great question because they try to scam. So I was good already. I already was. Like I said, all I wanted to know is were they going to train me to fix credit? Because if that's the case, then I can confirm, I can validate myself. You did, because it's my skill now. But once I realize they don't do that, I'm not interested. You did, because I don't need the extra money. I'm not hustling for nobody. I hustle for myself only. So so my man asked a good question because they was acting like her daughter was just so successful. Her daughter make like 6 figures a month, some crazy shit like that. So my boy asked a question. He said, so if you make that much money, why are you still in college? And caught her off guard. And the bitch said the stupidest fucking response that I can't even remember. Well, I'm going to college to get a degree. Like, hold up. Y'all just said the college degrees, they just said college degrees don't guarantee wealth.
Success, right.
And it gives a debt. Bitch, you made it to where everybody trying to be. You're making 6 figures a month. What would you need a college degree for at that point? So he has a good question.
Making them 6 figures though off of she at the top of the pyramid.
That's polite status.
Hurry up. At the top.
Yeah, but
I don't be feeling sorry. Now, maybe if this was an elderly person, okay, I don't like people preying on the elderly. But for these able-bodied and, supposedly competent, mentally competent individuals, I just don't have it in me to give a damn. Like, I'm not trying to be funny or nothing, but Google is right here. It's your friend. Like, clearly, people write reviews on all types of shit. YouTube, you'll be surprised the type of shit that people have reviews on YouTube, and just plain old common sense. Like, at some point, you have to do a little deductive reasoning. Like, okay, if I pay $288, and then I gotta pay $89 a month. First of all, if the business is popping like that and it's so successful, why the fuck I gotta buy into it?
Right, exactly.
Right. Is my mic on?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you, Amber.
Oh, you good?
Okay, because my point or my question was, what these people, it sounds like to me, what they really seeking is financial freedom. Because I've sat in like so many different, most of the time when people try to hustle you, especially on campuses, they try to take you out to eat. But they don't even order shit or pay for shit. So they take you out to eat and they sell you this program, and then they start showing you all these diagrams. Then you start seeing the pyramid, like all you gotta do is get 3 people under you, and those 3 people take care of all your expenses.
Right.
And then so the main selling tool is, to me, is like financial freedom. Like technically, you don't have to do any work anymore. The money's gonna come in, and everything is paid for.
Right.
And I think that's what, whether it's from using stocks and bonds, working in business for yourself, or these little hustle people like this, that's the main bait that people get reeled in with, because you start thinking that all I got to do is get 1 or 2 people to do this, and then I got it made. But people who have character and they know that their word matters, it travels, they treat themselves with respect. I don't want to be responsible for telling somebody that they're going to be financially set and take care of their bills, knowing that I'm not in a situation. And the only way I can get there is by manipulating you, and you manipulating a couple other people. And I don't understand how anybody can take the first step into that once you recognize that this only works if you can sucker some other people in. Yeah. And your money is coming off of them. And the person who's talking to you is trying to get you on their team. That right there is the ultimate red flag to me. And I don't understand how anyone can go one step further unless you just have an ego like I can sell water to a whale type shit.
All right. Now I'm looking at the one he got on the screen. It said in addition to fees of $20 for these. So then in addition to that, they were paying $20 for the conference cost. Now see, maybe it's just me. But see, my common sense tells me if I'm paying for training, I paid to sign up, I got a monthly fee, like I might as well have a motherfucking job. Like, and just work that motherfucker proudly, because essentially you're paying to be, that's like $400 before you have even made $1.
So like, now look what you said. Look, Amber, you just said you'd rather get a job. So that put up a light bulb in my head. So the people who get attracted to this shit are the lazy motherfuckers. That's who they're attracting. The lazy niggas who refuse to have a burning desire, who refuse to put in hard work, who just want to join some bullshit and just hope that they get financial freedom. So that's the key word, Blake. That gets everybody. When you say financial freedom, somehow that just financial and freedom go together. Yeah, that's like hook, line, and seek. Financial freedom. I ain't got to do shit and I get residual income. All right, I'll join. The three people, like, they don't understand this. Like, I'm not a salesman, you dig? I could talk on a live stream and express my opinions and views, but when it comes to selling a product, I am horrible. So I would never make good for any pyramid scheme. I'm a horrible salesman because I can't be phony. I can't be phony. Like, I'm just gonna be straight up. And I'm not gonna be a good seller. I'm a horrible salesman. So, so I say to say this, that most people are not good salesmen. So some of these pyramid schemes can work if you are good, if your community loves you, you dig.
It's not even just a good salesman, just dishonest, period. Some people aren't even just good salesmen, they're just dishonest and they don't give a damn what they gotta tell you. In order to make it work for them. Because guess what? I ain't finna get a real job. So I got to make this hustle work for me.
Right. That's very true. So so they attract those who refuse to bust their ass and work hard, period. And that's what they get. And the people who, Amber, there are people who believe, I know personal friends who believe they should be successful. Somehow, like that's just God's will, they should be successful. And they have put no effort in their own dreams, but they just believe somehow, some way that they will be successful. And you have people, I know people like that personally, that just somehow believes they'll be successful just being, content and not working hard. And as a result, now you know they're struggling, and there's nothing you can do to change their mind. Like they just believe, I'm destined on this earth to do nothing and somehow get blessed with all type of money and riches.
It's funny to me though, because like majority of my career, I've worked for myself. So working for people is new to me. Actually having a job where I got to clock in and be accountable to somebody else's, schedule, that's a new thing to me. But one thing I ain't never been with is paying for my own labor.
Right.
Unless I'm employing myself, I'm
Right.
just not doing that. Any company to tell me I got to, I wouldn't give a fuck if it's a drug test, baby. I'm not paying for none of that. I ain't gonna hold you. Shit, you want me? I know my labor is valuable. So when it comes time to motherfuckers want you to buy your own uniform, I ain't with it. You want to be in uniform, you need to provide that. If a drug test is necessary, then you need to pay for that.
Right.
Stuff
Exactly.
that I'm just not getting ready to do. If I'm giving you my labor, that's valuable. I'm not going to pay you for my labor. I'm not doing that. So when you get to telling me I got to pay for the training and all of that shit is weird to me. Nah, baby, you gonna pay me for the training.
That's the red flags that we skip past. When you got to pay for your own shit before you even get started. And those are the flags that we skip past. So you get grandma a pass, I don't. Okay, I don't get grandma a pass because grandma could have easily asked her daughter, her son, what she about to do and got their opinion, right? Grandma ain't do that. Grandma decided she's good. She can make her own mind up. She's grown, and if you get scanned, grandma, then I'm biased. Got no sympathy for you.
Grandma might not have that grandchild to look out for them.
Oh, stop it.
I'm still gonna feel a little bit bad for grandma. It take a special type of sick motherfucker to take advantage of an old person now. I ain't gonna be able to. Granny get a pass, but all the rest of these motherfuckers on their own. Shit.
Hey yo, this was fucked up, but this was on American Greed. Now, Blake, Amber, yo, you can learn a lot from watching American Greed. For one thing, you can learn what not to do. You dig? But I felt so bad. These two white racist motherfuckers was like, they said it out their own mouth. They were recorded. They said that black old people were easy to hustle out of out of their homes. So they were like lying to black folks. I forgot what they were actually doing, but they were getting black folks to sign paperwork, and they was basically giving up their homes, like unbeknownst to them. And these white bastards said that the easiest people to scam are like black people, older black people, and now mind you, they're on American Greed. Now you ain't gonna be a bum motherfucker on there. You made some money if you're on there. So they were very successful in scamming black motherfuckers out of their homes. Again, so that goes back to Amber. That goes back to white people can't be mistaken. They gotta be right. This shit sound crazy, but white folks don't lie. They're honest. And they signed their homes away. That was a crazy ass episode, man. Crazy.
Yeah, and I do believe it, but I don't even necessarily think that when you get to a certain age of black people, a certain demographic, it's beyond white people must be right, and it's more of, in my experience, a fear thing. Because of all they seen, they just don't question white people. It ain't even necessarily that they believe everything that they saying is true. They just feel inferior and have this, and not even necessarily that they feel inferior, but they are more submissive to white people because of their experience. Because a lot of them have seen a lot more shit than we've seen. So they remember what it's like. So they were raised not to question white people, not to talk back, to address them a certain way, because it was crucial to their survival. And no matter how many years, quote unquote, removed they are from that, a lot of that behavior still sticks with them. So when white men show up to their house and asking them to sign shit, they just do it.
Yeah, the elderly, the elderly in general though are easy targets. I mean, they're not in the faculties are not as sharp.
Man, shit, those angry fucking racist devil white folks. Man, shit.
Yeah, in general, trust me.
They'll blow your goddamn head off. You over trying to sell some perfume to motherfuckers.
Yeah, but like them telemarketing schemes, like man, the elderly folks get roped in all the time. Like you see it on news, some elderly white woman gave up all her money. Like, you know what I mean? They don't. I mean, he sounded like a nice gentleman. You know what I'm saying? Like, you feel me? They family ain't around. They come through, spend the time with them, and, you know what I'm saying? Talking to them. They I mean, they're just easily susceptible for the bullshit.
I don't know. I was watching ID channel, and this one white bitch, her boyfriend was a goddamn serial killer. Like, now, how the hell you don't know that?
Yeah. I mean, hell, a lot of them older people, hell, they'll fuck around and tell them that they one of their long lost grandchildren or something. They ain't seen them for so long. Man, they just be getting over on them white folks.
You just long lost grandchild.
Yeah, white folks be getting roped in. Elderly white folks be getting roped in all the time. All the time.
Oh no.
You know what I mean? Because they got a lot of times they got money. You know what I'm saying? Their kids ain't coming to see them.
Hey,
somebody stopped by to talk to him and seem nice. You remind me of my grandson. You know what I'm saying?
The motherfuckers might even told them they was a grandson. They done heard
That's what I'm saying. Like, shit.
They've been all on their Facebook. Oh,
yeah, where'd he go to school? Yeah, they be like, where'd he go to school? I went there too. You know what I'm saying? Like, anything just to get in.
I sure do.
Yeah.
Shit.
Wow.
Oh, please.
Bird.
But to be perfectly honest, that's the thing. Like, a lot of black people be thinking like white people so smart, and this is just people that have not really been around them when they don't have the experience of being around white people. You know, they think they so smart and they know something. I'm like, man, have you ever? No, seriously, some of the most retarded motherfuckers I've ever known in my life was in my college classes. And my teachers used to be so exhausted. White ones, black ones, like literally they would just be like, y'all can't be serious. Like, how the fuck are y'all here? Like, even with like group projects and different, like I used to hate the group projects. They like, but the crazy thing is they didn't even know that they wasn't stupid because they were surrounded by people like them, and they thought that they made good grades, and they was the cream of the crop. So a lot of them, it was hard to convince them, like, look, you don't know what you think you know. Like, you're fucking delusional and you're retarded. Like,
Amber.
I mean, seriously.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say because I went to ASU, Arizona State University. So I'm in Arizona. I already explained to you the percentages, so you can imagine. Again, I'm busting my ass just to even be in there, thinking that having. And the same thing, I'm coming from thinking at these high standards, and they had all the great books and the great computers, and they know so much.
Right.
So we had these fucking group projects. Oh my gosh, it probably fucked up my ego and gave me a stigma, thinking I was the shit. Because I realized how fucking ignorant these motherfuckers were. And then they get all upset and mad because, not because they didn't know, they were just mad because I knew the answers or the responses. Or I was able to just break the shit down or start delegating. Well, you just take charge of this and you take charge of this. And then the next time we get together, these motherfuckers didn't do their shit and I knew they wouldn't do their shit, so I already had their shit done. It was just so, it was really discouraging and heartbreaking to me because majority of my life, I gave them that benefit of the doubt. I assumed they had the better education. I assumed they knew more. And they just really flipped my world upside down to make me recognize that a lot of these motherfuckers just got passes on shit. Like, I didn't do my homework last night because my mom was upset and this and that. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry about doing the next one. And I was even seeing that at the damn university. Motherfuckers were just getting passes on not getting shit done. And I honestly, go ahead.
I was in like this, okay, so like my very first, this is like intro to accounting, like the very first accounting class I took. And the professor pretty much told everybody, like, a lot of y'all, are not really going to make it through this semester. You're going to end up dropping because for some reason people have a hard time, grasping this, and you're going to need this to build on later classes. So it was this very flamboyant white guy that sat behind me. I mean, flamboyantly gay. Like, so I would be annoyed because I sit in the first row in every class, always have from elementary. So I would be annoyed. Like, he'd be so loud whenever questions came around, he always had, well, my mom, because apparently his mom was supposed to be this accountant, right? So first test we have, first exam we have, he fails it, like fails it. So the professor was, kind of giving like well, it's the first exam, don't let this discourage you, although, it may be an indication that this might not be for you. And he would just put like the grade, like how many people scored within this range or how many people scored within that range, so people would know that, either he's going to grade on a curve or it's going to stand, whatever. So we only had 3 people that were above like 70%. It was 2 in like 90 to 95, 1 that was like just above 70, and everybody else was below that. So I was one of the 90, 95. So like literally, oh boy, just pitched a fit. He just went off because his mother has been personally tutoring him. So he just knew he couldn't have failed. But then, when the professor is like, well, we're going to have another exam, don't trip, but we're going to grade on, a curve. This is definitely going to be a curve because it's indicative that everybody kind of struggling or whatever. So he was like, well, you normally answer all the questions. I know you're pretty bummed. Like, he just assumed that I was like, oh, I'm one of the 90, 95. So he's like, what? How did you get that? So now he wants to compare his exam to my exam. Wow. So fast forward, second exam, he fails again. Do you know he went to the dean?
For what?
Because he said the professor was teaching wrong, because his mother is an accountant and he was getting personally tutored.
Oh, wow.
Despite the fact that people were actually passing, because the professor was right. Like that first exam, a lot of people did kind of do really bad, but like the second exam, people were starting to get the concept a little bit better. But he also kept telling people, like, it was one day he asked me, like, so how do you, I said, well, I always read over the chapter prior to coming to class, and I try to go through some of the problems so I get a good understanding. A lot of people wasn't doing that. They was just showing up, and then you already kind of fucked up with, because it's going to be hard for you to follow the problems you're doing in class if you haven't gotten the background, and then you haven't tried to do some of the problems on your own. So people was just really not using their time. They wasn't managing their time wisely. But at any rate, that was just one class. It was several classes like that where literally, because other people are grasping the concept that you feel like shouldn't be grasping it over you. I took my statistics course online, and people was just dropping out in droves because they like, oh, this class is too hard. So it was one day I tried to go on the post and like explain a problem, and the dude was like, what are you saying? That's not the explanation. So the teacher ended up chiming in like, well, actually her explanation is right, and your explanation, you're saying A and B, but it's A if B is, like trying to make the distinction between the different signs. And it's just hard for them to understand that they don't understand. Like, it's not me, it's you, boo. And I mean, it's just kind of crazy. And that's a lot of what I see in this community. It's kind of like they've built up this idea that they know something that they don't know, not because they've proven it, but because they feel like they should know. I should know more than you. I should have the best knowledge, the supreme knowledge. But it's not because it's been validated by anything that they've actually done.
Yeah. You there, Bias? Crash.
So were there, I know you said it wasn't many Black people. Were there a few?
In college or in high school?
period.
In high school, there was quite a few because I went to a predominantly black. I went to probably the blackest high school in the state, it was South Mountain High School. So I mean, like it was pretty. It was quite a few, but even that percentages was. They actually start doing that gentrification type shit. So there was quite a few, but I think the number maybe was like 60, 70 because they started breaking it up. And they were also busing kids. And so they're having like magnet programs. So there was like ROTC and aerospace law. So there was bringing in a lot of other kids. So that's what made up most of the, I don't want to, well, they were the minorities, but I guess that's what brought a lot of white people to the university. But when we went to, or at least when I got to ASU, which was the opposite flip, I mean, like it was everybody from everywhere, but blacks were the minorities. And I did have a few courses like African-American studies, but those were predominantly white as well, all the way up until like my junior and even senior year. So it was the opposite, but the only way I would really find like the black people if I was to go out to the what do you call them, the fraternity parties or sorority parties and shit, but I just couldn't do it because I didn't like that group think shit. I just couldn't, even just the first year with Pledge and everybody was cool and they wanted me, but I just couldn't subjugate myself to anybody for no reason, just to be down with y'all. I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I've never been into that shit, like the whole sorority. I don't know. It's not what it used to be. It's a lot of popularity, and the way people carry themselves that's in it now. I just can't see myself fucking with it. But
I think go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, but like I really didn't engage with much of anybody on our campus. Well, I went a lot when I was a lot older as well. You know, I was in my mid-20s when I went to college. So I was a non-traditional student, but at the end of the day, like it just felt like, and it's sad, but despite the fact that all of these Caucasians weren't really performing, and it was actually centralized in a black city. So the majority of the city is black. It's almost 100% black. Then you have this campus that's predominantly white, you know, because it's in the central area of all these surrounding white areas. You know, property is much cheaper, so that's where the university kind of built up. So all these people came in to Gary to attend this university, and it's one of the prestigious schools of business and medicine for the area. So people segregate. I mean, they came to that area a lot. But at the end of the day, a lot of the black students, I felt like they had to be in competition with one another. You know what I'm saying? And I just wasn't really with that. So I didn't really engage with even the black students because there was a decent amount, enough of them in my classroom, but I just didn't even really fuck with it because at the end of the day, it felt like they had to outshine the other black person because we were typically the brightest people in the classroom. But then it became this kind of, competition between who was smarter or who was, who had the more valid point or argument, or it was just weird shit. So I just kind of stayed to myself, did what I had to do.
I'm glad you said that because that makes more sense. Because like my freshman year, I felt like I was the big fish in the pond when it came to at least like the being a black kid in the classroom or shit. But like as I like my sophomore, junior, even my senior year, because I went there, then I went to I went there for 2 years, and then I dropped out and went to a community college, and I was playing sports, and then I went back later on for my junior and senior year. And one thing I recognized, especially in my upper division courses, there was a lot of other black kids from other cities and states. There was a lot of out-of-state kids. And that's when I started to realize that, because a lot of these kids, they were smarter than me, but they had higher or stronger socioeconomic backgrounds. So I mean, like they had the mother and the father, and they had somebody in the family who was a doctor and a lawyer and stuff. And they would be real quick to remind me, like, you one of the ghetto smart kids, to just put me in the, and I didn't really understand it until I got older, and it made me realize like when you grow up in Atlanta or Gary or a different borough of New York or Houston, just a heavy concentration of African Americans, then they're competing against each other for that spot. And I never really had to deal with that. You know, I mean, I was born in Bronx, New York, but then I moved to California, moved to Arizona. So I mean, like my educational background, or at least my desire, was always there. My mother was on crack and all that type of stuff. And so I lived with my aunt and uncle, so I already had the motivation. So kind of like what Bias was talking about, that motivation or that desire or that fire to do well, I knew that I couldn't fuck up. So as I start getting into upper courses, I start recognizing these kids just happen to know more, or they had stronger backgrounds in their education. And one brought it to my attention with a snarky remark, to the point where it's like, well, if you would have grew up in Cleveland with me or this and that, you'd just been that regular motherfucker. And the way she said it, and she was real crude with it, you know, but I felt that I didn't want to hear it, but something told me that could have been a possibility. So it really humbled me out. But at the same time, I resented the fuck out of her, and I did bust my ass and try to make sure that I made the curve, you know what I mean, instead of benefiting from the curve in that course. But it let me know that I was really getting by on what I already knew. And it was kind of like, what do you call it? The bigotry of low expectations. If you heard that or are familiar with it, it was kind of like I would go to class the first few days of class, and like you said, I'd sit in the front, answer the questions, and get things done. But once I recognized like I was ahead of the curve, I start recognizing like, well, I'm black, they expect me to be late, so I start coming late, and they would just be happy that I was coming to class. So no one ever said anything until I start getting into the upper division courses, and then weeding out the motherfuckers who were just there to be there. And then that reality really hit me, that I'm bullshitting. Right. So I wasn't really doing the homework. I would read maybe like 30 minutes before class and then go in there and be able to respond and make it seem like I'm doing all the work and shit, but I wasn't really doing shit. But that
I ain't gonna hold you. Some of my courses were like I pick and chose because I knew which classes I could play with and which classes it's to me. And you know how they say, oh, you should study 3 hours for every credit hour. Like at the end of the day, some of my classes just wasn't that intensive where I just had to study this amount of time. Like when I was taking my statistics course online, I put in real life 3 hours per credit hour because I'm learning this online and I'm pretty much teaching myself. We had a communication barrier because the instructor was foreign, so half the video she loaded I couldn't understand any fucking way. So I had to get in my book and really read, and try to understand these concepts for myself. But at the end of the day, some of my classes I didn't study at all. I ain't gonna hold you. I not even looked in the book 30 minutes before. Shit, I would. Okay, let me see if I can answer this from common sense. Oh damn, that ain't the right answer. Okay, let me read this chapter. Where is that chapter? Okay, let me read this chapter to find this answer. Skim through it. All right, we back in business. I mean, some of my classes was like that where I could just get by. But the core classes that I needed for my major that I wanted to make sure I scored high in, because a lot of them you could only, there was not, you couldn't get anything lower than a C, and I didn't really do C's no way. I want an A or a B because this is supposed to be my area of expertise. So I gotta put my best foot forward. But to be perfectly honest, my friend, she went to a HBCU, and and Gary, I end up turning down the gifted and talented program because, like I said earlier, my formative years, like my early education, I was in South Bend, Indiana, wonderful school system. I learned a lot or whatever. When I moved to Gary, I had never been around that many Black people in my life, so it was a culture shock for me. And then when I started going to the school, the stuff that they was learning, like they was so far behind, I realized I didn't have to do shit in order to be top of the class. And that was just a fact. I didn't. So I stopped doing homework. I literally would do my homework in class before it was due. Like it just became a habit for me. I stopped studying. I stopped really doing anything because it didn't, to me, I'm ahead of this. I've been ahead of this. I don't really have to try. it wasn't really until I got to college that I started really applying myself. When they offered me the gifted and talented, I turned it down because I would be separated from my friends in like a completely different. I didn't even associate with the gifted and talented people. I would be separated from my friends in a completely different class. Wouldn't have no classes with them. So I'm like, no, I'll just because I didn't feel like they gifted and talented with shit anyway. Like you gonna teach me regular shit that I already know. Like the fuck I need to be in that for. So I just stayed in the regular classes. That way, at least I got to kick it with my homegirls, you know, talk a little shit in class. So fast forward, my friend, she ends up going to HBCU. And me and her became friends in high school, like sophomore year. But she had been gifted and talented all through, you know, her education. So and she had never had no experience outside of the Gary education system. So she really thought she was like top of the class. When she got to the HBCU, she was like, "Girl, I realized I was regular than a motherfucker. Like regular as hell. Like I'm not gifted, I'm not talented." She was like, and I like, I really had to bust my ass off like that first year, and I had never had to work that hard just to keep up. Like it was a shock to her that she never knew that she didn't know as much as she thought she knew because she hadn't been exposed to nothing else.
That's the sad part right there. And that's probably why I had to recognize like I can't be so bigoted towards white people, because honestly, especially in a lot of those situations, I had some people who would recognize that in me. So we be in group projects and they're like, you have a great way of thinking, but you just have poor studying skills or poor habits. And then they break it down like, here, you need to have these multicolored highlighters. You need to write in these books. You can't just open up your book the first. They actually really taught me how to study because I was just so advanced. Like I was in the magnet programs. I got my pilot's license flying planes before I can fucking drive a car. So I was really feeling my fucking self. I thought I was doing shit. Who's that? Mo? What's up, Mo? I really was really feeling myself. I thought I didn't really have to put in the hard work and the effort. So once I got to the university, well, at least my sophomore and junior year, I recognized like I was a tadpole in the ocean. Like I didn't know, I can't even really say I didn't know. It was just, I didn't know how to know. And I didn't reckon, and and once the teachers and instructors were able to sniff that out, they made it even harder. So it was like a complete culture shock. And again, I'm in Arizona, so I was just that excuse for them to let me go ahead and sink this guy and get him out of the way. And so I went from my freshman year just being the shit and coming in late, and they just happy to be there, making a comment, and everyone's laughing and joking and helping people. And after 30 minutes of fucking class, then I was pretty much on my own because I recognized these people were just reading in class, trying to understand what the teacher was talking about. And I read it last night. So it really destroyed my ego the older I got. And I had to recognize like, shit, I need these people. And I recognized some of these white people were actually not bigoted. Some of them were fighting against it. And actually some of them, what was it? I remember this one dude, because I wouldn't say I was real religious, but I was raised in the church. And I remember I got into like a heated conversation with one guy, and he was like, I don't even remember the conversation, but the point he made or the sentence he made, he was like, just because you're religious, just because you're not religious doesn't mean that you're not a good person. And honestly, that just like blew my mind. Like I did not understand, like, I don't know, for whatever reason, like I never even grasped that concept. I like never thought that was possible. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? It was just like, okay, if you weren't religious, then you're a heathen. You don't understand God. It was just like my mind just, I guess, raised in the church and all that type of stuff. And it really opened me up to other cultures and really understanding people. I was like, you know what? There's some fucked up black people and there's some fucked up white people. So I can't just blanket everybody or paint everybody with a broad brush. And that's funny that you mentioned your homegirl, at least what it was, because her going in that area, living in that area, and then once going to a HBCU, and you recognize like there's a lot of African Americans, and some of them have quality backgrounds, and some of them aren't there on scholarship. They're on there because of grandparents that or grandfather status, or their parents were in there, or they donated money. And so, I mean, like they had that foundation and tutors and study, and like they were there, and it was a competition. And I didn't really have that competition, let alone with my own people. So, and honestly, most of my own people at that level, they were there to bury me. They were there to let me know that, nigga, you ain't shit. You don't know what you think you know. You ain't this, you ain't that. And most of the fraternities were like, what were they? What were these cats? Well, they were the more Omegas, and they play sports. I don't even know if I'm saying the right name. And then there was like these light-skinned cats. I don't know, I don't remember what they were. But the most people who were like really trying to make me pledge or whatever they call it, it was more the light skinned cats. But in my mind, I was bigoted towards them because like, now y'all the pretty boys, I ain't fucking with y'all. And I was just like so colorized. I was like so fucked up. Like honestly, I don't think like I was smart, but I don't think I became wise until I was like in my mid-30s because I was just like I was just so damn naive. I just did not get shit. It just would not click. And I used to be sitting there just wondering like all my homies would have one. That's probably why I started kicking it with the homie or went back to the neighborhood, started smoking. And I just went back into that type of life because I did not get it. I recognized that I was on the outside and it was something that they knew that it was like an inside joke that everybody knew that I didn't know. So it was like, fuck it, well, maybe I need to start smoking. And once I dabbed into that world, then I really sunk in the mud and I had to climb Kappas, right on, female. Yeah, remote, that's what it was. Damn, I don't even want to get back into that. They did have some cool ass parties in Phoenix, but I felt I had to really sell my soul and let these dudes dominate me and be on top of me just for me to get in the system. And I'm glad my spirit would not let that happen. So I would get invited to the parties and shit, but I just would not pledge. I just couldn't. I don't know. Damn.
Like, yeah, that whole system is just a little weird to me. How it has become like I said, it's just such a popularity contest now, and you know all this doing all this extra shit to prove yourself, none of which is academic. You know, like it's I don't know. I'm just not with it. But it's funny that you was talking about the people from different backgrounds, because even not even just education wise. In Indiana, in Gary, she was what you considered, you know, middle class for that area though. So even her concept of being affluent or well-to-do or middle class, that was shaken when she went out there. You know, she had never seen like real Black people because she went on East Coast, you know, Hampton. She's like, girl, these people got real money. Like here I am thinking, you know, I'm middle class and I'm over here and these people's houses is crazy. You know, they in college driving BMWs. You know, like it was just a different thing for her. But I mean, at the end of the day, because I went a little older and I already had I was already a mother when I entered school. So I was already kind of found. I didn't go looking to find myself. I didn't go, you know, for validation. I kind of went with like my mind focused on something, you know,
that
trying
probably
to
saved you.
Huh?
That probably saved you.
I really do think it did, because I wasn't, you know, having no identity crisis. Now, I will say I had kind of like a similar situation, but it was in a philosophy class. So we were in class and, you know, these different arguments about, you know, how to argue. And for some reason, the Bible always comes up. So I was, back then, I was a believer, and I've never been like a diehard Christian, but I've always been a debater. So I was just debating. I was like, oh, well, you know, because the teacher, his argument was like, if God is omnipotent and if God is altogether good, there can be no bad. So pretty much like if God is all good, evil can't exist for that to be true. So of course I'm making my little argument or whatever. So it was a little Black girl, and she actually didn't even go to that. It was a summer class. She didn't go to that school full time. She was just visiting for the summer, taking a course. So she just kind of said something to me like, well, you're trying to justify a deity using a flawed argument. She was like, and while I'm not saying that you're wrong. You know, she was just kind of like reading me like, I'm not saying like you're wrong for your belief, but like, can you at least stick to the structure of the argument?
Wow.
And at first I was kind of like, bitch, you know, I was getting a little heated. But at the same time, I had to really kind of take a step back and look and like, okay, well, what is she saying? Like, she's saying, okay, you can have your little feelings, but can you stay focused on what we're talking about and stay within the confines of how we're supposed to do this? And at that point, I kind of realized, and I tell my son this all the time, college is not going to tell you what to think. It's going to teach you how to think. I'm trying to give you a head start on that. You know, because at the end of the day, that's the one thing I can say I learned. I learned how to think, not necessarily what to think, but I just learned how to look at stuff, how to really analyze stuff, how to break things down. And that's the one thing I will say the Black community is lacking. They think because they perceive something that way, that's the only way it can be perceived, you know, or that's the only solution. And it's the thing, like, you got to flip that thing, turn it upside down, inside out, and you got to look at it from all aspects. And even then, you still might miss a spot. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just really have to be mindful that you're looking at things one way, and you have to know when you're putting limitations on things, or when you're confining something that is not, can't be confined in that way, or when you're even imposing something that is not necessarily implicated. You know, like, no, that's something you just threw in there just now. That wasn't initially in the argument. And I see it all the time. People interjecting things, and it's like, wait a minute, pause. You're throwing some extra in there that wasn't in there. You know, arguing points that were never made, and that's why you have all these back and forth arguments that really never amount to anything, because it's like, I wasn't arguing against that. But you're arguing against it, and you're arguing at me, but I never made that, you know, claim to begin with. So it's just like a whole bunch of pointless shit.
It's funny because I took a lot of economic courses there as well. And this was around the time when, like, we would go to class like twice a week, but then the other 2 days or one day was online. So we'd be in like these virtual rooms. And that's when I really recognized that my writing was shit. The amount of studying I did was shit. Especially like my junior and senior year. Because I remember one time we were, and keep in mind, this class I'm swearing, again, I'm at ASU in Arizona. At this stage, it's maybe like 95% white. And then one Black and one Asian or whatever, 2 Mexicans type shit in these huge ass lecture halls. And then so when we had our internet courses, and our professor at the time, we had to go into some sort of like a chat room type thing. We had to respond to like 2 or 3 different posts from different peers or classmates.
Yeah, I know. So I took an economics class online like that. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Okay. And so I remember there was like this huge debate that was going on, and it was like about like low income whites and how they really they're pro status quo, and they're always voting against their interest type shit. Like, yeah, they may be broke and poor, but they're still gonna vote for Donald Trump type shit. You know what I mean? Like, these people are all anti-Obamacare, but they're all, Blackboard, thank you, love. Like, they're all anti-Obamacare, but they're pro-ACA, Affordable Care Act, not knowing they're the same damn thing. But just because Obama's name on it in their mind, they're like, fuck that shit. And so, I mean, I was going back and forth with this person. And again, we were only supposed to respond like 2 or 3 times, but I mean, it's turned into like a 8 or 9.
You don't get credit for 2 or 3, but you know, you can.
You feel me? You feel me? But I guess I was finally educating myself. You know what I mean? And I was really educating myself, or trying to educate myself, or I was finding myself. Maybe that's the better phrase. I was finding myself, and I was just really arguing with this female. And then what she said, how did she phrase it? She said, yeah, you may think that these people, and she said these people, which I'm grateful because she separated herself from them. And I was so angry, so I thought I was arguing against her, but she was just high-minded, and she was more intellectual than I was. And I'm writing 2 or 3 sentences, and every time I would, and especially throughout the end of the course, I would always go to her section just to see what she put. I wouldn't respond to her because it was too much work, but I would go look, and I mean, she always wrote like 5 fucking paragraphs. in 8 sentences, 5 paragraphs, and it was just so disheartening because it made me realize I am just bullshitting or I'm just not intellectual. And so one time I was looking at her and she was responding to, and she was pretty much doing the work. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if she had a black husband, whatever it was, but she was like really a sister, or I guess you can call her a sister on the front line, because she was bringing up points, you know, like there's a lot of blacks who are educated and they have degrees and stuff, but she can guarantee that you can find that dollar amount that they're making, and there's societies or there's people out there who are making 3 times the amount without the degree.
Right.
Yeah, I'm biased. He fell asleep. We're just trying to finish up on this. And her main point was that there's a lot of whites, again, we can say that they're voting against their economic interests, but as long as there's a system where they're allowed a social status where they're distant from blacks, they're going to continually supporting that, regardless if they're poor. As long as they're in a system where they're elevated or they're beyond a black person in the same society, to them it's still a win. And that shit just shook me to my core. First off, that it was a white female that I was debating for so many damn weeks over so many different topics, but how in tune she was, and it made me really swallow hard, and I had to step back and
right, that you don't even understand the issue at its core.
Right. So I got to the point where it's like, damn, I need to start reading those assignments. I mean, so I'm reading Francis Ellen. It was just so many different courses where I just had to stop bullshitting and hold myself accountable, and just can't keep blaming white people for everything. So when I always hear the debates and people first take that, and I don't mean to be like unbiased, and sometimes I just sit there and let him sink on his own, knowing the points he should make, but I just don't want to cape. But like I said today, and I finally just admitted, you know, majority of the times that when I was enlightened or I did get that promotion, or people were helping me out when I was lost, it was a white person or a gay person or whatnot. And I think it was just because of my demographic and being in Arizona, where I'm not surrounded by a lot of blacks. And that's why I was asking you guys before I made that statement, I needed to qualify it. So I asked you what was the percentage of black or different racials that you grew up with, as far as your black and white and Mexican percentages throughout your whole life, not just school and not just in high school or in college, because I think that shapes your viewpoint. You know?
Yeah, I definitely agree. Now, I will say, oh, I'm sorry.
I was going to say, man, the conscious community is nuts. You know what I'm saying? And there's a lot of people in the community that's just pro-black until they just pro-stupid. You know what I'm saying? and Sarnetta could be one of those types. You know what I'm saying? He has his moments. You know, and I remember when I first came into it, you know, because they really still have a white man's the devil theme. They just don't say it. You know what I'm saying? It's like an underlining theme that's kind of like the white man's the devil type. You know what I'm saying? So when you try to teach them something about like science or Darwin, right? And you preach the white man's the devil, you can't get mad at black folks for saying white man science, because you condition them to think that everything white is coherently evil and everything they say is a lie. You know what I'm saying? So the community is just crazy in that aspect. And so I don't put too much weight into it, because like people tend to think the community is a reflection of the real world, and it's just not.
No, it isn't. But see, what bothers me about the conscious community, and even before I even kind of came into this kind of segment or sector or whatever you want to call it, even about the general public or the general black community, those that are woke and sleep, is I've always been like, you have to be protective of the integrity of your argument. You know, when you start going way, way, way left or way, way, way right, it starts to get dangerous. And that's why I have such an issue in this community with a lot of the rhetoric that is propagated and perpetuated, because it's doing the opposite of what we are trying to achieve. Instead of being taken seriously, we're being taken as more of a joke. because those that are aware, then don't get me wrong, you're going to have those white people that are unaware. And I do want to go back and say that it wasn't every, white person that was ridiculously incompetent when it came to the coursework, but it was a large majority. It was a very large majority. Now, there were definitely some white people that made me sharper. There were definitely some Black people that made me sharper. And it all boils down to people having a good understanding of the area that they're in. So when I went into economics, I was a novice. I really didn't, understand too much of anything. I didn't take econ in high school. I took what did I take? I think I took government, but we didn't really touch on economics. So when I got to college, it was like a new thing to me. So I didn't have anything that I had to undo. I literally had nothing that I knew about it. Now, what I will say is, what I typically find is, even if white people don't completely understand the ideas behind economics, most of them typically got a pretty good grasp on the basics.
Man.
They got a pretty good grasp on the basics, even with like personal finance. Now, they may not understand accounting from, internal perspective, but when it comes to personal finance, they got a pretty good grasp on that. They're very verbose. They have a pretty extensive vocabulary, and they can talk real good and make it sound like they know what they're talking about. But, if you actually know what you're talking about, you'll learn that they don't really know what they're talking about. But you have to kind of be in that place of knowing in order to know that you know more than them, or they don't know what they purport to know. But I say all of that to say, in this community, it's a lot of talk about people knowing certain things, or what we have to do or what we need to do. And from my perspective, what I've observed is a lot of people that think they know, they really don't have a clue, because a lot of the things that they're factoring in, or a lot of the conclusions that they're drawing, they're just not realistic. They're either not realistic, or they're not conclusions that can actually be drawn from the arguments that they present. So for me, I feel like sometimes people have to take a step back and just think of what's more important. Is it important for you to get people to clap and like a video and share a video, or is it important for you to get the real issues out there accurately? What is going to be more beneficial long term? Because at this point, it's become people just being satisfied with having 200, 300 people in the chat, or 1,000 people in the chat, and some likes on the video and some shares, and the platform is growing, but there's no real change being made. So that's the problem that I have, because it's like a circus. It's like a sideshow.
I'm glad you said that, and peace to the OG Boo. I see he joined the chat, and maybe he can respond or kick in with his point of view on my next question. Because one issue that I find with, because I listen to a lot of different people's broadcasts or information or whatnot, and one of the problems that or at least a dichotomy, or at least I can't even find the right word to phrase it. Maybe it's getting too late for me, but it's always a balance between like the politics of personal responsibility. People trying to say that, I hate the colloquial term, pull yourself up by your bootstraps, because I feel like that's a insult, because it's not really possible to do so. And I feel like whenever someone says that, at least someone from the dominant society, especially if they're educated, they know better. And so it's like a slap in the face joke, because if you can't pull yourself up by your bootstraps, it's physically impossible. That's why it's the irony of it all. But I mean, like most of our people, and I don't know if it's back to the Booker T or W. Du Bois type of debate, but they want to say, we have to have personal responsibility for ourselves, which I fully agree. I'm probably more 70% on that side, because there's more solutions on that side. And, trying to rehabilitate like the structure of the Black family, or we need to do better within ourselves, and we need to stop complaining about the white man and start with our houses and getting married and all this type of stuff. But it's real hard to really hit that home when everyone's constantly focused on like the racial structural barriers, which I wholeheartedly agree are there. And I mean, I've listened to different debates and a lot of sociologists, and they've listed 10 different issues of where we can start climbing our way out. But it really annoys me because I've never found like a right community, or I never really hear anyone hitting on valid points. It's either they're all the way to the left or all the way to the right. You know what I mean? We can't do anything because the white man's doing this, or there's racism keeping us down from that. And I can stand in the middle and agree that those are valid points, those are valid hurdles, or valid bullets that are taking us down by a large portion percentage. However, if we're overly focused on that and standing in line waiting for reparations, we're gonna die in those same lines because I can't rely on that. I got me a 3-year-old daughter. You know what I mean? That's not gonna, going back and forth and debating about that is not really gonna solve any issues. But I mean, I was listening the other night, and it's crazy when, and maybe Bias may not have articulated it properly, but I felt like he took a severe beating because everybody was piling on him. And I know what he wanted to say, but I just didn't have a wrench, or I wasn't even, I got muted probably because I said some slick
What was
shit.
he talking? What was the gist of it? Like,
Shit. He was,
you know, I think a lot with Unbiased, so it's delivery. He don't know how to deliver.
Exactly. I agree.
It comes across like a punch in the eye, a punch in the face, like, damn, why you punching my eye? You know what I'm saying?
And he likes doing that. And that's what's comical. And that's what I love about him. I know he likes doing it. It's like a mini troll. It's like if we can say the homie or the Puerto Rican X is at a 10, Unbiased can be between a 2 and a 4 sometimes with the same tactic, but he's just not as ignorant or incorrigible. He'll back down.
I think they don't take it. Some might not take it as seriously because of the trolling tactic.
Right. And I agree. That's why I wish I could have tapped in or got in the debate, or at least softened some of the points. That's why I really respect Haskell and Wu, even though I don't psychologically, or I can't even say psychologically, I don't wholeheartedly agree with Haskell because it's like anti-Big Bang and more religious and anti-everything. At the conversation today, evolution and stuff. However, his tactic and his approach is I can't say commendable, but I appreciate it because it's like you can attract more flies with honey than vinegar. And the same thing with Wu. I've seen him debate, or not really debate, it's more being patient and just verbalizing his point repeatedly and trying various different methods to spoon feed the information. And some people are just going to be stubborn and not wanting to understand. Even I can recognize 60% through the conversation, they recognize he's right. However, they've spent 60% of the conversation trying to stand their ground, so they're just not going to concede. But to the point where he was, I probably asked him the other time, I mean, gave an analogy about playing chess, and you don't play each other, you play the board, and don't be concerned with trying to convince the other side. Just put your points out there and let the audience decide. However, when you get emotional, people are sneak dissing and throwing little snide comments or cutting you off for some reason. That's a tech I have to develop. I have to really learn to stick to my guns or stick to my point. But when it comes down again, back to with the racial structural barriers, it's like, how much validity do we allow that to stand in type of a conversation before we stop it and then start getting to solutions? Because I mean, the other night, back to your question, I think it was something about taxes, and people were saying like, well, they're shutting down all our schools in the community and they're doing this and they're doing that. And it was becoming I don't want to say blackology, but it was just I don't want to say blackity black. And I feel, shit, it seems so harsh to phrase it, but I guess if I'm on my own community, I guess I can be real because I hate being phony. But it was like really trying to overly or just give the white man a Thor hammer, like he was just really fucking up the society and really holding people back. And I'm not going to say that he's not, because this system of white supremacy is a motherfucker and it's highly successful and it gets its job done and it gets it done well. Now, with all of that being acknowledged and said, so please don't try to say I'm an Uncle Tom, because that's what I felt like they were tagging him with. But one point that they were not bringing up is like a lot of the funding for the schools, maybe I can be wrong, but to my knowledge, that's basically based off of property taxes. So, I mean, if these people aren't homeowners, or these societies or environments or neighborhoods aren't really generating the proper amount of revenue to keep these schools open, or even if they are open, make them quality to where they have the extra or the supplemental educational tools, then they're really going to if their schools are being shut down because they're shitty, maybe they should, and the kids are getting bused or they have to go XYZ to this location to get the education. That may not necessarily be a bad thing. And if we have a community which is getting ran down, and yeah, I'm sure there's socioeconomic reasons why, whether they're racist or just lack of funding and lack of concern. But if the main goal is for the kid to get educated, then we really got to do what it takes. Because some people want to live their life for themselves and in the moment, but you have to recognize once you pass your prime, or if you're having children, it can't be about you anymore. Your kid can't be suffering, and you got the hottest Jordans or the freshest weaves. You got to put all that shit aside and work those jobs and start focusing on your kids. But I don't think no one's really saying that. I'm not trying to be Bill Cosby and question why you got the pound cake and put all the responsibility on us. But at some time, and I was getting frustrated because everyone was piling on bias. It was like, well, shit, do we have any responsibility for the situation that we're in?
Well, I just want to say, as a little caveat, a lot of times though, especially in urban areas where school systems are failing, a lot of times the property taxes are higher and the property values are lower. And then you have less homeowners. So I do like it's don't get me wrong, like literally you can damn near pick anything you want, and there's going to be some form of institutionalized racism involved. It's not an excuse, but I just want it to be in the proper perspective that a lot of times those property taxes are a lot higher in those urban areas where Black homeowners reside, and the property value is actually a lot lower than comparable.
You know, and the
Hey,
toughest
peace.
part.
Y'all hear me?
We hear you.
Like I say, and let me just say this real quick. I'll let you get in. And the toughest part with some of those arguments, though, is that you know, it's not that what by saying is incorrect. It's just that it's a lot of factors, and it's like we got into the game where the dominoes have already started falling. See what I'm saying? So, we're behind in a sense. So it's like, yeah, what you're saying is correct. We need to. Some of the things are on us, but then we can't just say that and then ignore that the dominoes are already falling. You know what I'm saying? And then we still have to overcome that and not use that excuse. So it's very, very complicated. You know what I'm saying? So I just be trying to make sure that even though I agree with Unbiased in certain aspects, like we cannot overlook the fact that it's complicated.
Yeah, and I just one more thing, just to piggyback off of what he said. Statistically, we are about 5 generations of wealth behind white people, and the research shows the research shows that education is not going to get us out of it. Better jobs is not going to get us out of it. Home ownership, none of these things are going to catch us up. Anything you could think of, they've already did the analysis, and it is not going to shrink that gap, not in a meaningful, sufficient way. The only thing that would shrink that gap is literally reparations. But at the end of the day, I just wanted to put that.
My sister, I hear you, but I feel that reparations is not the sole reason, because I mean, if we're 5 generations,
no. That's the whole thing. I'm not saying it's the sole reason, and I'm not saying that people should wait around for reparations. What I am saying though is that there is no amount of work that we are going to ever do. Let's say that everybody today just stopped being on bullshit and started doing everything they were supposed to do. That still would not close the wealth gap that exists between African Americans and white Americans. That was my only point.
I wholeheartedly agree, and I'm sorry. Well, I know you got to get this in, but it's just like this is like part of like my thesis and everything that I've studied in. And I mean, I've listened to debates because there's Professor William A. Darity and Derek Hamilton, and they were part of some type of they were on a panel discussion, and they were going over the state of Black America in 150 years after emancipation, and they discussed, you know, they had like 9 points of what it would take to like really help out the community, not necessarily repair. And I don't believe that they can really close that gap, especially if it takes 5 generations. One generation is not going to get it done. And I mean, they went reparations was one of them, and they had like I'm looking at a list right now. I just don't really want to go into it because it's going to be more overwhelming, and I don't want to divert from our point. But it's hard for me to really understand that because I've seen success, and again, it's more an anomaly. You know, I mean, it's an exception, not the rule. However, it is possible because you can go all the way back from people in one generation that have made success, and you can go from Booker T, you can go all the way down back to Frederick Douglass. I mean, there's opportunities where people had to steal books and teach themselves to read and develop finances and wealth and actually pull themselves out. Now, trying to pull a whole community out, that goes all the way back to our discussion like 4 or 5 hours ago, which is like, nah, we only can help those who want to help themselves. And we have to recognize like evolution. Some people just stop evolving and not going to be able to help themselves out. They're not motivated and they're not in a position to. They've been beat down too much. Can we help them? Possibly. But are we going to exhaust our resources to focus in on them? Not necessarily. And just my last final point, I understand a lot of the racial structure barriers that are put up that have been perfected and even solidified under this presidency, and all the way from finances, taxes, and even these federal judges that are put in positions. I know that the cards are stacked against us, but I'm telling you now, my 3-year-old daughter is not going to come home and give me any of that bullshit. I'm going to sympathize or empathize with her, but I'm going to let her know she still got a lot of fucking work to do. And that's not going to be a valid excuse. But I mean, and I know what we're saying, that it's not easy. We're way behind the 8 ball. However, I think it is possible because I mean, like my parents, I don't need to use anecdotes because it's just one example, but it can be done slowly but surely, but you have to be dedicated and you have to put a lot of sacrifice in. But I know every point that you and Sosef have said are completely valid. I'm not trying to dismiss or hand wave any of them away. I wouldn't do that. And I think that's one of the points that I wish that Unbiased would verbalize prior or at least post him making his points the other night. I'm sorry,
Hey,
Will.
Pete. Nah, I'm just listening. But I wanted to make a comment like about 20 minutes ago.
I didn't know you was
But
on until you just spoke.
yeah, I was something that Amber said, but peace to everybody, peace, y'all. I know I'm biased to sleep, but something Amber said I wanted to comment on, or just to point you towards something that's called the Dunning-Kruger effect.
Oh, yes.
I'm not sure if you've ever heard of that.
Fully aware.
Okay, yeah. Well, y'all kind of passed that part of the conversation now, but it was about the conscious community when y'all were talking about that and how basically, I guess Neil deGrasse Tyson kind of summed it up in a sentence that he's known for saying, where he says that you know enough to think you're right, but you don't know enough to know when you're wrong. And I think that's a good way of putting it. But the Dunning-Kruger effect is when people, it's a form of cognitive bias, where people don't recognize the fact that they're incompetent. You're incompetent, so you won't recognize that you're incompetent. It's like, if you're, how on the street we used to say, if you're dumb, don't worry about it because you're not gonna know that you're dumb because you're dumb, that kind of thing. And so we get kind of caught up in this circular thing. So I just wanted to say that at first, but then y'all switched over to, or I guess back to when you were talking about taxes and everything. The only thing I want to say about that though is reparations or reparative or restorative justice is not just about money. And I know none of y'all said that, but there's something that we have to understand, that we as a people in this country, African Americans, we have this stance of being non-participants in our own agency. And so, like, for example, politics, we have this stance of being outlaws or outside of politics. We're non-participants in politics, but we have a lot of complaints, but we won't get involved in politics. And so, as far as the ADOS movement, as an advocacy movement to teach people civics and politics so that people will know and make informed decisions to get involved and know what's at stake and things like that. That's part of what their agenda is, or has been. And you know, right now, even right now, in people having these conversations, there's a big, huge lack of just knowing how things work in politics, or even with the wealth gap. We look at the wealth gap between races and things, and we think economics, but we don't think politics a lot of times because we're non-participant in that. And so we go for economics, go for all talks about money, but not the laws and the protections of a class of people, instead of looking at it as race. And that's like part of the biggest problem is this Crayola crayon illusion about race. This the social construct of race is really detrimental. Like we've actually bought into it so much that we've materialized it, as opposed to understanding that we were dealing with classes of people. You know, prior to 1681, there was no such thing as a white person. And it sounds funny to say that because who we're calling white people, we know they physically existed prior to 1681, and we don't understand the politics or the social structure of the first creation of the first white person in 1681. And then therefore everybody else falls under as a class or a caste system. And we don't, and if until we understand that, we're not going to be attacking the issues at the right angle. We're always going to be attacking, playing, cleanup, always behind. Even in our efforts to change, we're going to be behind what we're already behind. Like one of y'all said, we're 5 generations behind in terms of generational wealth and everything like that. Well, we're never going to catch up because we're not even dealing with the problem in the right way. So that's going to always be there because we were locked out of the growth, the financial growth of this country. We were the cause of the growth and the riches of this country, and then we were locked out. So we created wealth for this country, and then we were locked out to participate or benefit from that wealth to where we are in the position we're in now. So short of restorative justice or reparations properly executed and unfolded, then we can hang it up. And that's just the reality of it. And I think y'all, you all expressed that a little bit. I know Amber said basically if everybody just got themselves together and did what they're supposed to do, that still wouldn't be enough. And that's the same thing I'm saying, but it doesn't have to be. That's not a fixed future if we just learn to attack it properly. And it's not going to, it's going to be a multi-generational thing, but we have to lay the foundation now.
Agree, and I think like we were talking about the community too in general, and when we talk about race, too much of the emphasis is placed on like individual white folks. You know what I'm saying? Where you like you taking out your anger on a white guy walking down the street, like like he's not really playing a part in what's going on. Like the racism that we should be addressing is like systemic. And I think the community gets too sidetracked into looking at individual white folks like grains of rice and wanting to have these arguments and go after individual white folks. But on the reparations talk, like shoot, I mean it just ain't no getting around it. And one thing I keep asking when we make these different arguments, like somebody needs to, like when we say we ain't doing nothing or we ain't where we supposed to be, I always ask them to tell me, based on where we came from, what is the mark? Where should we be? Like nobody ever addresses, this is where we should be, this is the height, and then we're here. You know what I'm saying? They just say that we're not doing it, but they're never telling me how bad are we failing based on, like, what are you making the assessment on where we should be versus where we are?
Okay, let me just say something. Racism, white supremacy, the way that we treat it, we don't treat it as if it's an abstraction. We treat it as if it's a person, and we don't look at it as, it's almost like a corporation where you can't directly have access to the owners or the board members because they have a corporate veil. And so racism, white supremacy is not up front, like it's not in the forefront. It's embedded in the politics of this country from its inception. And so until we become politically literate and get involved and not look at it as outsiders and be outsiders on there, we're not going to change it. We're going to perpetually be complaining while staying in here. Instead of packing up and leaving, going to another country, we stay here and still complain generation after generation. We complain. We try to come up with these nice ideals to make us feel good and these band-aids, but we don't do what it's actually going to take. And that's because we're not identifying the problem properly. Making a proper assessment of the problem is paramount to reaching any solution. And so until people understand where it's like it's funny. It's like the example, like the herpes virus, for example, where you get it, a person can catch the virus, and it stays with you for life, but it embeds itself in your nervous system. That's why they don't have a cure for it, because your immune system doesn't go. Your immune cells and things don't attack. It don't deal with your nervous system, the brain and the spine and stuff like that. And so it hides there. That's where it lives. And so racism, white supremacy is embedded into the fabric of the political system of this country, which involves legislation, and legislation produces the laws that governs the life of every citizen in this country. And it's made in such a way where it favors a class, and we're the bottom class. It just happens to have the label of a color, BLACK, black, and we have identified with the color, thinking that we're actually that color when we're not. You look in the mirror, we're not literally that color, but we've created this flat blackness, not realizing that it's a level, it's a hierarchical level. It has nothing to do with actual skin color or any of that. So we have acquiesced and have become proud to be at a bottom class of people, and on top of that, to be outsiders in the political going on in this country as non-participants in politics. So where we should be, to answer your question, where we should have full agency. We should be fully embedded in our own politics to control the laws that meets the needs of our demand.
I'm sorry. Sosa, you got to mute.
Yes, somebody, I hear a lot of background noise.
Yeah, it was wind or something. Sosa, you got to mute. Okay.
Sure. Can you hear it now? It's clear now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's a lot of it's some kind of noise in the background. You got to mute. But I guess when you're not talking.
Diverting.
Okay, there we go. Okay, so I don't even know if y'all heard what I was saying, but anyway, all I'm saying, I guess, to summarize what I'm saying, is that racism, white supremacy is we got to rebuild or recultivate our minds to understand how to anchor reality, at the same time thinking in abstractions. And racism, white supremacy is not a person. Like, we personalize it into a person, and we look at, okay, quote unquote white people, and then we have we raise our eyebrows to anything that deals with white people, and it trickles down, as we see in this circus community, conscious community, where people, a white source, you quote on white people and this and that, as if the color of your skin makes you right or wrong in terms of information. So we see the results of that, but it's a system, and it's embedded in the fabric of the politics of this country. So until we get there, until we become politically literate and participate, we're not going to put a dent in it, because the politics is what governs people. The legislative branches, the different branches of government, is what governs people. It has set asides for people. It protects certain people, and legislation is written in such a way to meet the demands of people. So until we define the we, and then lay out our demands, and it all be in sync and consistent, and then participate in politics, then we'll never stand a chance to change anything. And that's embedded in the message, the advocacy of ADOS. Once you get rid of the noise and the back and forth and things that people talking about Antonio Moore or Yvette Carnell, their personal life, what they do, and all that noise and all that crazy stuff, if you get down to nitty gritty of what they've been saying and the advocates around them, Sandy Darity, as you mentioned earlier, and all that kind of stuff, you get down to it. These are things that people are saying and what's necessary to do. But I don't think enough people are hearing it. And definitely this so-called conscious community is not even discussing it the way it should be. If people are more concerned about these fussing matches being called debates, as opposed to stepping up and becoming aware of these things, so we can recognize a problem. Just like people can't recognize when they don't know something, the same thing. If you don't know what you don't know until you know. And so that's the problem that we have, and we don't talk about things that we don't know, because it's just outside of the awareness, our sphere of awareness, as a collective. But some of us do. But anyway, I ain't trying to talk y'all to death. But we have to just change that.
Yeah.
This is not the answer. This community, this is not the answer. The way we're carrying this is actually 180 degrees detrimental. What we see is detrimental to any progress that we could ever make. Period. It's completely detrimental. Yeah.
And like you were talking about politics, just like even the looking at racism and white supremacy as an individual. And I guess that's my thing that I was trying to express earlier about the integrity of issues. Like, people are discussing the issue of how Black people need to come together and unite and make change, but they don't even understand the issue. And this is evident in them, oh, that's a white source, or the white man this, the white man that, they relegate it to an individual or just the government, COINTELPRO, like, and it's just, it's weird, because they really overlook all the different nuanced ways that white supremacy presents itself in just everyday life, in every institution in this country. So then you move on to, like you said, getting into politics where the real change, can occur. But then you have people that are really perpetuating this very dangerous rhetoric of, well, don't vote and ain't no point in voting, it ain't gonna change nothing. And again, it just gets to a point where it's almost like, and I don't want to say say it, but it's like, do we have the time to try to educate those that don't want to be educated, don't think they need to be educated? And at this point, like Unbiased said earlier, like, I don't even know if I want to identify with these people as being a part of any community I'm associated with. Whether I call myself a part of the Black community, if that's being Black, I don't want no parts, because it's gotten to a ridiculous point where facts just don't matter, logic doesn't matter, reality doesn't matter. It's just like this fantasy world of things are going to be this way because I say it is, not because the evidence says so, not because this is reality. You know, we're going to create these things in our mind. And a lot of it to me is because people don't want to do any real work. They don't want to do any, they want to say things and make them so just because they said so. And it's just a little weird. So I've been having a difficult time, you know, even being around or listening to, because it gets to a point where some of this stuff is just downright ridiculous. And it makes you wonder, and not to, you know, shit on Sonnet, and I understand the whole idea of trying to give everybody a voice and a platform, but at what point do you say, okay, this is dangerous and this is detrimental and this is counterproductive, you know, and let me not shine the light on this and let me not, you know. So it's gotten to the point to me where I'm starting to side eye and question certain things that I see, especially because a lot of it is, you know, counterproductive to what people say that their goals are. You know, if your goal is this, then how is this achieving that? How is this in alignment with what you are purporting you want your outcome to be?
It's dangerous. And some of the things he says is dangerous. I'm just gonna be straight up. Like sometimes he makes some very ignorant comments, and I'm like, man, you shouldn't say that. But like I said before, like the underlying theme in this community is the white man's the devil. Everybody don't say it, but that's really the underlying theme. That's why it's a very toxic toxic scene to be in. You know what I'm saying? You really got I only follow or deal with like certain people in the community. Go ahead, Woody.
No, I was just gonna say, man. You know, we gotta identify elephants in the room. You know, I'm known for being shooting it straight, and I'm gonna tell you, these platforms are a detriment to our progress. Period. It's a shot in our back, and we're shooting ourselves in the back. That's it. In the long run, it's just not there. Listen, when things are progressive, like we want to see, things always start out with a dictatorship. And you can look at anybody's household. When you're raising children, your household is a dictatorship. You do not allow your children to make decisions in your household. And the reason why we don't, and the reason why children have to be a certain age when they can drive, a certain age when they can vote, a certain age when they can do certain things, even though we may not agree with the specific age, but the reason why there's a time that has to lapse before we allow children growing to do certain things is because they have to get the fundamentals under their belt and they have to be cultivated first. And so even in this community, the this thing of letting everybody have a voice is detrimental. Nowhere else will you find that we indiscriminately allow anybody to have a voice just for the sake of being the nice guy and allowing everybody to talk. Just because everybody can talk don't mean that they need to. We all have mouths. And so there's always, like, in a lot of cultures, celebrityism is highly censored. And the reason why is because a lot of communities understand the power of influence psychologically. And so once a person elevates to the level of a celebrity, if they're not promoting something that is forward pushing for the benefit of the community, they won't allow them to become a celebrity, because they know that if they're not doing that, they're going to be influencing, they're going to have a heavy influence on the general public of the community and sway them, because they understand the power of influence and things like that. See, we don't get that. We don't understand that. And so we allow anybody to open their mouth knowing that it's going to persuade, sway people's views, because we're not in a position to be able to discern. We're behind on that, and people haven't learned to discern. And so people are being told what to think instead of how to think and how to know when they actually know something. And these are levels of education and logic and stuff like that they're going to have to, in science and math, where they're going to have to elevate themselves to be able to know when they know something and to be able to discern. Because and you can see this happening because now, like, and I had this discussion, man, yesterday with a different set of people, and I was saying that I don't know when you all started to engage the so-called conscious community, but when I first engaged the conscious community, it was all about just presenting information. Like whoever can spit anything. It didn't even matter if it was wrong or right. It was like who can memorize something to spit it. That's what it was about. And then it evolved. So we got this evolution of this conscious community. It evolved into, okay, now it's no longer good enough if you just spitting something. Now I want to know where you got it from. Is your source white or black? Then that became an issue. Oh, you got white sources. Oh, you got black sources. Okay, they must be true. White sources must be wrong. So it became a color thing. White is wrong, black is automatically right. Then it moved from there to source up or shut up. Now people actually believe that just because you can provide a source for something, that makes your argument true. Not understanding that to cite someone else that agrees with you, that's all it means, is that they agree with you. It doesn't mean that what you're saying or what they're saying is true or accurate. So we're always bypassing this cultivation of learning to discern, to know how to apply method, to know when we know something. And that's been avoided on all areas, from politics to finances and economics to scholarship, everything. And that's what's going on. So when you have an atmosphere, a climate, a platform that enables that and pushes that and promotes that, on top of making analogies to boxing, where people get in the ring and so is up against, they're gonna go round for round, pound for pound, and this and that. That's just a mixture for disaster, and is detrimental. And until it's recognized, until something is done, then it's not going to change. And so I've said all this before, and people will say, well, why you hating on these platforms and stuff like that. And I say this, that because it sounds like I am, but I say this to say that it's okay. These platforms are okay to exist and do its thing, but we better call it what it is. Because I don't go into a movie theater expecting to be educated. I expect to go into a movie theater and be entertained. So if I go see a horror movie, a comedy movie, or whatever, sci-fi movie, Star Wars or whatever, I go in there, see Star Wars, I'm entertained. I that's my expectation. I enjoy it. I leave. I'm good. Probably talk about it some more and how wonderful the effects were and everything like that. So I go in there calling it what it is. And therefore I have the right expectations, and my expectations are met or whatever, and I'm good. So when we deal with these platforms, we better call it what it is and not think of it as an educational environment or any of that. It is strictly entertainment. That's it. Now you could learn a little bit from entertainment, just like you could learn a lot from a dummy too. But we got to call these things what it is. And so we don't have an educational climate or atmosphere in terms of a mass platform. We don't, but we think we do. And that's a problem.
We need to put a view at your own risk. It needs to be on the channel. View at your own risk. Information may not be information.
It's crazy. It's kind of beyond, because fiction, like think about it. All the so-called pseudos, man, I don't know what you got on the phone, but
damn, bro.
Yeah, you got. I don't know. You in Georgia, aren't you?
Yeah. Do you hear when I talk, or when I talk is clear?
It's clear now.
When you talk is clear. When you get quiet, it sounds like it sounds like you got a hair clippers going on or something. Some vibrating. You in Georgia? I think you got Cricket Wireless. You don't have AT&T or something.
Use my PC. This is my first time on the Zoom. I'm coming through my phone, and I got my headphones in, so I think it's clear. Maybe it's the headphones.
when you talk, it's clear. It's like right now. See, when you stop talking, it's crazy. It's probably your computer fan interfering with whatever your audio line is going on. So,
How about now?
But anyway, oh yeah, there you go. That's good.
I'll just take the headphones out. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's straight now.
Perfect.
So no, all I'm saying, I mean, I've been saying this for the longest, and I repeat myself a lot with that, but that's just it. So I don't, these platforms, like for example, specifically Sonetta with House of Consciousness and everything like that, he should be applauded for growing the platform and working hard, because it's hard work to build an audience, to build an attraction, to do the things that he's done to bring it to that point. My position has always been consistent that we just need to call it what it is. And I know the label of House of Consciousness, just like we say driveway and parkway, we refer to those as misnomers. We never drive in a driveway. We actually park in a driveway, and we actually drive on a parkway. So those are like two popular misnomer examples. And so, but psychologically, those misnomers can be detrimental, to our behavior, subconsciously, psychologically, whatever the case is. And so people actually think that that is an environment for progress and for learning. And it's not, although you can learn some things, but like I said, that really has no value either, because we can learn a lot from a dummy. We can learn what not to do. And so a lot of those things have to change. So
one thing I've come to grips with about the House of Consciousness, that I can't even blame him anymore, because it doesn't make, the fact that he spells it with a K should say it all.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
You know what I mean? And so I started watching maybe back when I think it was SETI debating some Hebrew. And SETI, I don't know if he was high or emotional, but the Hebrew got the best of him. But I was actually doing research and following Hebrews for about a good 18 months. And then I was watching the ISUPK and all into that. Again, I don't want to say naive, but I was never to the point where I was going to jump 2 feet in, but I was really, I don't want to say persuade or moved, but I really respect the order and the passion that they had as like a brotherhood in the way that Tazariak represented them. However, once you start getting into the religion aspect of it and the hierarchy and then the leadership, and then how there's certain, at least with me personally, there's certain characteristics that I would respect or expect from a leader, and I wasn't feeling like those qualifications were met. I started looking elsewhere, and then I went from Ali Muhammad because he seemed like to have it all together, but that was only for a couple of weeks, and then it just started sending me on quest after quest after quest until I said, you know what, I can't really be a follower. I need to know. And then I think that's when Unc and Pharaoh and them start coming in, and then it got to the point where it was like, I can't follow anything that I can't really question. It's better to know and being able to challenge it and have other people. So the Amin Ra squad is pretty much what unplugged me from the matrix. But then it was just like, there's no training wheels, there's no floaties. So you have to make it, you have to survive on your own. So, I mean, it did serve its purpose because I was in a real, I don't want to say religious state of mind, but or dogmatic, but I was always like 50-50. I couldn't go too wholeheartedly into any type of church because I would find fault in knowing history about the Bible or the Quran or the Torah or whatever it was. I just couldn't be a follower anymore. So I feel like it has its, I don't say inception, but it has its purpose. But I mean, you don't eat baby food your whole life. So for those who are in the dark, I think it can bring them to a state where they recognize there's something other than dark. But the confusion is when they confuse that to light. If the analogy was clear, I know it was probably mixed metaphor.
No, I say the same about like for example, somebody like Sarah Seti. Like a lot of people will have their purpose, and that's the thing. There's no structure to this. Like when you go to school, K through 12, you don't stay in first grade all your life. If you did, you get joked on because you stayed back. So you go from first grade, you lay that down, you master that. You go to second grade. Second grade builds on what you learned in first grade, and so on and so forth. There's no pedagogy or andragogy in the sense of adults. There's no system. There's no procedures. There's no method to progress. You know, people don't even know the importance of nomenclature when we're having discussions. Like if we talk about, let's say, law, there's legal jargon that you have to know, which in law, the people are speaking English when they're having a conversation about law and legal stuff. In that context, they're speaking English, but they're using everyday terms in a specific way. Just like astrophysics or in science, they use specific terms that, or everyday terms, but in a specific way. And so when we're talking about all these other topics that we see come up on social media, we don't have the wherewithal to understand that that there needs to be created a nomenclature so that it reduces or eliminates all ambiguity, so we can actually have a meeting of the minds and go progressively from point to point, topic to topic. Just that alone will be a big game changer, but we don't. So what happens is topics are suspended and sustained long enough to where it could be instigated, um, and repeated, and then hopefully a fussing match can be created out of it, and then some business opportunity can come out of it, and so on and so forth. It's not about real progress, because in a progressive way, you have to have evaluations. If you get into level 1 of something, in order to get to level 2, there should be a formal evaluation to see if you gain suitable proficiency at level 1 before proceeding to level 2, at level 3, and so on and so forth. But we don't have that. So this whole atmosphere and the climate is a misnomer. It's an illusion. So we have to create institutions of learning. Even if it's a virtual way, that how these platforms are, but it has to be done correctly. And that's what I advocate and what I deal with, even on a smaller scope. But it serves as a model. Like I'm following the model on a smaller scale, but it's scalable, and it could adapt to any particular thing. But that's what has to happen. But that's not what's going on. That's not what's going on at all.
When I came into the community, I came in right when it split, right when y'all doing that Pharaoh interview with Sanjetti, and that's when I kind of came in. I could watch YouTube, and damn, YouTube got the autoplay, and somehow SETI used to be in my damn autoplay, and every time he used to come on, I had to do a curse. I used to be like, "Yo, who is this ignorant dude cursing?" I thought he was just completely ignorant, because all I heard was cussing, and he got the accents. Then finally, I was in my bed, and I was like, "Man, I'm not getting up to turn it off. I just let him play." You know what I'm saying? And I realized he had a little bit of knowledge. So I'm like, okay, he actually do know a little something. You know what I'm saying? But that's when that's like when I came into the scene, and then like I said, everything kind of exploded. And I realized though, like, cause one of the things when I started looking, I'm like, and that turned me off. I was like, man, like it's too much color coding. And I never could get past that. And I used to feel like when Unc used to make his speech and stuff like that, I used to always feel like when you try to, like he's always to make the people feel better. When he talked about evolution, he would try to show it in Kemet to make it, to like, see, like Kemet believed it too. And I used to always be like, you shouldn't, I was thinking like, don't do that, because you're making them think like if Kemet didn't agree, then that makes evolution not correct. You know what I'm saying? Like what we know now should stand on its own. We don't need Dr. Ben to validate it. If he does, great. You know what I'm saying? But everything we talk about now should stand on its own, and we don't really need a correlation, because I see that in the community. They'll say things like that. Well, and I even said he said it. Well, show me that on the Kemet wall. I'm like, why would you expect to see? He's like, on the wheel,
you see, man, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, oh my God. Yeah.
I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. You know what I'm saying? Because the cracker, you know. What I'm saying, the cracker, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get my boy Pharaoh, you know what I'm saying? We're gonna double team y'all, you know what I'm saying?
Straight up the middle. Straight up the middle. Straight up the middle. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Canoe ain't no daggone evolution. Ain't no evolution. You talking about canoe, the canoe and the potter's wheel. You know what I'm saying? Show me something on the wall.
Exactly, on the wall. Hell yeah. Ain't no way we come from no crackers. Them crackers was walking on all fours.
Them crackers up there in the cave somewhere. You know what I'm saying? We up there on the Nile. On the Nile. You know what I'm saying? We up there on the Nile because Dr. Ben said we up there on the Nile. You know, we came from the foothills of the mountain of the moon, Mount Kilimanjaro. You know what I'm saying? Because Canoe spin the wheel on the potter's
so
wheel.
sad
That's
how-
your whole creation story. You know what I'm saying? That's where the Bible took it from. You know, the dust of the ground and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Don't look at his pictures though. When he starts showing the pictures of them eating dog shit and laying on each other and just all these, the pictures is what really turned me off, making like, okay, this is foolish shit. Yeah, This is me just too. foolery. Me too. With that polite, I was like, what the hell? He had drawings. I'm like, you can't use drawings in a debate.
Listen, but I'm gonna tell y'all this is a big problem, and this is something I noticed early on in the conscious community, is that people have a problem microwave, like we call it the microwave era, and it's in the conscious community, but it's outside of it too. Like it's a product of our society, because if you really think about it, like if you go back, just in everyday living, right, of how things sped up or speeded up. So like if you go back to the regular conventional oven, because you know microwaving is like a metaphor, right? So if we go back to like literally the conventional oven, where to prepare the average meal, it was about an hour, right? 45 minutes or an hour, you know, because you got to cook, you may bake something, bake some potatoes or whatever the case is. It take you about 45 minutes to an hour to fix a decent meal. It went from there to the TV dinners. Like, and I don't know if I'm telling my age, but do y'all remember TV dinners?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay. I don't know. Y'all, I may, but so it goes from that to TV dinners, right? So where everything is like in these compartments, you throw it all in the oven, bam. But at least it still took like maybe 20 minutes, but everything was prepared there. So then you move from there, then we have fast food restaurants where food is prepared fast, it's already made. You walk to the counter, make your order, bam, you get it, like McDonald's and all that other kind of stuff. Then drive-throughs. Now you can get your food without getting out the car. You can actually eat it in the car. Every red light you hit, you could take a bite of your sandwich and stuff like that. So everything is sped up. Then the internet hits in 95, 93, 95, whatever. The internet is made public. So now everybody has access to each other. So we got this thing called email, electronic mail. Instead of writing a letter, taking 3 days to get there and 3 days to get back, take time somebody write something back and all that stuff. That's a turnaround time of a week at the very least. Now it's instant. Check my email, boom, dial up. Then dial up went to what do you call it? Broadband. You know, now we have, you know, wireless and all. I mean, I'm just saying, so fast forwarding, everything has been systematically sped up. So the evolution of our social environment has created the behavior and mentality of people actually thinking that we can microwave information. We can microwave the learning process as well. But you can never do that, because the way the psychology, the way the mind works, you can't do that. But we're translating or transposing what happens in society in terms of luxuries and speed. We're bringing that over into how we cultivate our minds in the learning process. And so that creates a problem. So everybody having these conversations and they've never done any homework. They're speedballing through the conversation just because they memorize, you know, a couple of paragraphs from a Wikipedia article. They think they know it, and this and that, and they try to rush through something without giving it some real good thought, and the way that we used to tackle issues. And so now because we can talk faster, or we go through topics faster, now we talk about a whole lot of things, and we never get settled and solve one thing. So we're scatterbrained as a whole, and everything. So we talk about a whole bunch of different topics.
Not one.
Never. Yeah.
Yeah, not one.
So people don't understand that communication. The goal of communication is to have a meeting of the mind. It's like a problem solution dynamic. And so when you bring up a topic, you're supposed to. The goal is to have a solution to the topic. And solutions sound like it needs a problem, but even if it's not a problem, if it's not a problem, you're supposed to have a meeting of the mind. So if I bring up something, the purpose of me bringing it up to you and communicating to you is because we're not telepathic. So I'm trying to put you in my mind. And the success of me doing that, or the effectiveness of me doing that, is in the way I communicate. And so people got to learn how to do that, and you cannot microwave that.
But also the fact is though, views, man. You know how it is. It's just like, it's on a small scale, but fame, man. You see people change when the numbers go up.
Oh, you said views. I thought you said news. You said views.
No, the views. When the viewership goes, you see people transform when the numbers go up, man.
Yeah.
They start feeling themselves. The callers come in, hey man, you're the man, baby. I love you. I love everything you do. You know what I'm saying? Like, that ego gets stroked, man. Like, it's easy for that train to go off track. Man.
Yeah, but somehow it's gotta slow down. This microwave attitude towards information is again, I use that word a lot, detrimental. It's not getting us anywhere. It's like the rabbit and turtle situation. We better start being that turtle, because trying to speedball through these conversations, it's just not happening. Like, for example, I give you a perfect example. The vaccine debate. The vaccine debate came and went, and then as usual, there's a lot of talk after the fact. It still continues, and in order to have that debate, whether you're pro vaccines or anti vaccines, the first order of business is to give a class on the human immune system, because without knowledge of how the immune system works, whether you're pro or anti doesn't even matter, because because that becomes trivial. It's like, how are you pro? How are you anti if you don't even know the basis of the immune system, which is what vaccines deal with? And I found that strange that nobody did it. Nobody covered that. Now I know Dr. Ma'at was supposed to, if she was there, that was part of what she was going to do, but it didn't happen. And she wasn't there, so you got to substitute that, because that's the main foundation. Without doing that, the conversation is meaningless. So if the fact that she was unable to attend, somebody should have took up the slack and just read those slides, or gave that presentation about the immune system. So I'm giving that example because I'm saying that because it's still talked about. Like, people still went through with it and still talked about, because it's microwave. So if we're in the business of educating our people and let that information be effective and applicable, then we better do it right. Otherwise, we're just chatting. We're just like gossiping, like staying busy. Like, we got to be stimulated with just bombarded with just a bunch of nothing. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy.
I want to say three things if I can.
Go ahead.
All right. The first thing is, which is probably the most important, I don't understand how that's possible, even though I completely agree and understand what you're saying, and it behooves me.
Like, what possible? What's possible? Like,
yeah, but okay.
You said it's not possible. What are you talking about? So I can understand. I can follow you.
Like finding the meeting of the mind to get people to understand it. Just like, okay, you're gonna have that debate on vaccines, which is, to me, like we're arguing about B or C, but no one addressed A. Like if Dr. Maya didn't even explain the immune system, which is either going to help or what's being attacked, it's like, why are we talking about B or C and we haven't even addressed A? Are you following that part so far?
Yeah, go ahead.
Right.
Or am I way off with my analogy?
No, I got you. Go ahead. I just want to know what you say.
Now, to me, now the reason why, I'm sorry. Now I'm just saying that just so to make sure we're on the same page. Now, to me, like one of the best communicators in this is I look at Wujabu for that. And I guess it goes back to what is it, nomenclature, a system of names and terms or rules of forming these terms in a particular field of arts or sciences. So I kind of credit him with having that ability to verbalizing his points and getting it across and being patient enough to wait for them to understand. And if not, verbalizing it or paraphrasing it or reiterating it to the point where they can grasp the concept. But what really, I don't want to say annoyed me or disheartened, I can't even find a proper term, but maybe it was a week or two, maybe it was a few weeks ago. And I guess he was having a conversation. Again, I wasn't even a part of a chat or anything. I was just had my headphones on and I was doing some stuff around the house. And it was about, you were having a conversation with a couple of people I respect, highly respect, but it was just annoying how they were like, I don't know if they're trolling or trying to, it was really annoying because it was about like the religion or gods. And I remember you specifically asking to verify a definition so you can proceed on. And I mean, like the conversation was already like 45 minutes into it, and I was annoyed.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh, that shit stressed me the hell out.
Oh my fucking God! Excuse my language. Fuck, man, it would.
No,
so
hold on.
frustrating.
Listen. I'm gonna tell you. This is communication 101. This is the rule of discourse. This is something we learn in school. Discourse, basic discourse, is that meaning is born out of context. Forget the dictionary. Dictionary forms a basis of like an estimate of meanings of words, right? Definitions. But how a word is used in context is what's called semantics and pragmatics. And so in discourse, especially when we're talking about these kind of things that we see online and stuff, you have to define terms that's going to govern the conversation. And so when I came on the panel, they were talking about what they were talking about. And so I was like, well, wait a minute. We need to have a working definition of God or atheism, whatever it is that's what you're talking about. And so that we could proceed because on certain words, they're ambiguous. So you gotta narrow it down. You have to be surgical. And that's all I was doing. And I thought I was getting somewhere. But the moment that we got a working definition, then I was able to proceed with the conversation. They saw where I was going, and then they changed the goalpost. So they threw another definition in there, and everything. But we're gonna revisit that conversation because I'm telling you, let me tell y'all this.
To your credit,
let me just say this. I'm having a live public discussion, public live, everybody, invited, whatever. And the title of it is going to be The Gods of Atheism. So y'all be on the lookout for that.
I will be there for that. What's really disheartening is I felt like even after they moved the goalposts from a 40-yard to like a 75-yard field goal, you was nailing that shit down. And then someone called in, some female, I thought it was a female, I don't want to be
it was
rude. And then she threw that shit 200 yards and then threw emotion in it. And then it just went bonkers. And I got to the point where I didn't say I lost respect, but I surely unclicked my subscribe for that shit for a while. And I fell out of the community because I was just like, if you couldn't help it, I don't know what the hell I was doing. I swear I was putting a desk together. I put that damn desk together like 2 times while I was listening to that debate and got so frustrated I just couldn't deal with it anymore. So that was that. And so it's like, damn, I'm glad you explained the nomenclature because I heard you saying it, but I was too busy trying to follow the conversation and I had tools in my hands, so I couldn't go to my laptop and look it up and fully understand it. But now I'm glad I got that term. And again, with the second point of my 3-part question with pedagogy, and I understand that because I got my teaching certificate, so I'm completely aware on that. But one term I heard you say, what was it, exegogy, or what is it?
Andragogy is the science of teaching adults. Pedagogy is the science of teaching children.
Okay, so how do you A-N-D?
Yeah, Gaji or Goji.
Okay, I see. All right. So I misspelled it. I thought it was exagogy or something. I didn't get it. See, that's
No,
when I
that's the
hear the
science of
word,
teaching.
I'm gonna right click new tab, and I gotta look it up to understand it because I hate being lost or just.
No, that's what it's about. That's how you do it. And so see, because we have to be surgical with this. And so when we develop procedure, a method, a like a sequential order of progress, like in teaching, we got to know that adults learn differently than how children learn. And so that's why they have andragogy or andragogy and pedagogy. It's two different things. It's two different styles, two different ways you teach children from when you teach adults, because by the time an adult is 25, 21, 25, the frontal cortex of the brain is fully developed and stuff like that. And then the life's experiences, people think they got it figured out and stuff like that. It's different than teaching a child who is a sponge, who is heavily influenced and stuff. It's just a different science, different art. And people got to understand, not everybody's a teacher. Just because you know something and can regurgitate something does not make you a teacher. A teacher, a teacher is really the embodiment of two things: an educator and a teacher. To educate someone is to pull something out of them that's already there. It comes from educare, which means to draw out of somebody. To teach something is to point out. So we call it one, a teacher. A teacher should be able to have the ability to draw something out of you, to get to know you and how you operate, to draw things out of you, and to be able to point things out to you. So it's a double fold thing. And if people don't understand that science, then they're not going to be good teachers, and they're not going to progress. They can't make somebody progress, and that's the difference. And so I'm a teacher.
Yeah, so that frontal cortex, that's that neuroscience coming out there. I like it. I like it. I can tell. I can tell you've been in it. I can tell you've been in it. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I mean, yeah. That's been my thing for a minute. The multiple brains. We think we have one organ brain. We see it, but it's actually different parts of different brains. Yeah, pedagogy. You got the limbic system. You got they call it the reptilian brain, which is the oldest of our brain, oldest part of our brain and stuff. And they're responsible. These areas of the brain are responsible for certain behaviors and certain things. And you have to know these things. Like, to be a good teacher, you gotta have some kind of basis in psychology too. So psychology and linguistics are the two. I always say this: psychology and linguistics are the two most slept on fields in our communities.
And that's what I was saying too. Like, because as I get into to reading about it more and learning more and more about the brain and just the psychology of the brain and stuff like that, it made me change my stance on a lot of things. So when I be talking to people, I be trying to tell them it's not like everybody ain't gonna get scientific. Like, scientific literacy ain't gonna change everything, because you're dealing with the mind. You know what I'm saying? The brain. And just like people have OCDs and some people are schizophrenic, like, there's a particular mindset that if you really pay attention, you see it in certain individuals. There's a trait that go with it. And there's certain things that there's a term called schizotypo, right? And it's a milder form of schizophrenia, and it's that type personality that those people like believe in, like UFOs. They're your basically your shamans, your metamagical thinkers. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, when you're having these conversations, you got to realize what type of mind you're dealing with, and if you realize you're dealing with that type of mind, you got to approach it a different way. You know what I'm saying? Like these people, like these conspiracy theorists. It's like, man, there's no convincing a conspiracy theorist. You know what I'm saying? It's like, so them conversations, just walk away from it. It ain't worth it.
Yeah, I want to say something. Okay, think about this, because you made a good point. Like these psychological, not diseases, but psychological conditions that like schizophrenia, and all these other things that we know about today. Think about this though. They weren't a condition until they were a condition. So prior to it being diagnosed and identified and labeled, it didn't exist. So I'm saying that because imagine the other psychological conditions that we have not like formalized a label for it or identified it, that we have yet to do, that may answer and be a part of the issue of why certain people will not get certain things.
Yeah.
And so this is the thing about what we call we. Like it's very hard to even say this. Like we have to define we. And it's like a crazy thing because I started by saying we. But some entity, some like whoever's going to be a we has to define it. And whenever you define something, you're doing two things at once. You have an inclusionary requirement and then an exclusion requirement. Like whenever you categorize something or put something in a category, there's a requirement in order for whatever that object is to fit in the category. And then by default, it's what doesn't fit, it means it's you exclude it. And so until we do that with the we, then we're not going to get anywhere because this we is fictional. It's an illusion. And I say that because we have never done it. So we tend to lean on this flat blackness as a we. And so when we want to unify, we say, hey, all black people need to unify and do this and that. And that's not going to work. The unification
and what we need to do. What we need to do, like, no, everybody don't think like that, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like,
okay, so now check this out. So okay, let me ask you this. What is more powerful? A defined we based on skin color or range, this flat blackness, or a defined we based on a consistent and fully synchronized mentality?
Yeah, the mentality all day long.
Exactly. So so unification is based on psychology, not skin color. And a lot of ancient historical ancient communities realized that, and that's how they were able to unify. It wasn't based on your biology or your skin color or how you looked or whatever. It was all based on, your mind and how you behaved and with that. Because we say it today, we say, hey, yo, I'm trying to get with like-minded people. We don't say I'm trying to get with like colored people. We say like-minded people.
You say that
like-minded
people. Say that in the community, they gonna stone you. You talking about color? You talking about being side by side with white folk? Shit. White folk will be in there too.
Yeah, but hold up. But here's a case study. Here's a case that's a reality. Look at how fast the LGBTQ community excelled to make first of all make a name for itself as a community, and then get its demands get where it is.
Yeah.
So the LGBT community is not all one skin color. It transcends skin color. It's people of this lot of like minds, or like minds, but behavior. LGBT, they put all of those together. But I'm saying that's like a reality that we can even see. So it's not about. And here's the thing. It's about the mind, because everything that you do starts in the mind anyway. Like even on a personal, individual level, every single act that we do, it starts in the mind. So collectively, whatever group that becomes a group, they have to meet minds first before they can carry out any actions. So think about it. That's first. So if you have that mentality, then that's what's going to work. And the thing is, skin color is going to be the side effect. Because a lot of times what we're calling white people are not even going to get into your definition of the we, because your mentality is they're not going to have that mentality or that meaning of the minds anyway. Depending on what the issues are.
Yeah.
Trust me, I agree.
Is that
Agree.
well, I got two. Is my mic on? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can
All
hear
right, I
you.
got two things. I guess I'll start with the other one first. I'm trying to something. Well, shit, I'm getting tired, so I gotta keep this up. I gotta sleep. What
I
is
think
it?
Amber fell asleep. Amber still with us? Is she,
Still
did,
alive,
did she
Amber?
pull it? Did she pull the unbiased?
Yeah, she probably. Yeah, she probably did. Well, it's 12:20 over here, so I know it's even earlier for y'all.
Yeah,
But
I got 10 minutes. I got 10 minutes.
yeah, that's what I told myself. I need to stop playing with. All right.
Got 10 minutes of the battery left. It ain't even a decision. Go ahead.
The first thing is I'm trying to find something to like re-challenge myself, and I was doing some sort of research into your other channel, and you learning the metanet or how to. I don't know about speaking. I don't know about speaking it, but I want to learn how to read it and understand it. So I guess I'll start with those steps. And then do you take into consideration the pedagogy and what is it, andragogy with that?
Yeah, definitely. That's
successful. You gotta
yeah,
obviously.
definitely. I have a whole curriculum. I have a whole curriculum that goes beyond just the language. That it's a I don't know if I can share it on my screen real quick. Hold on, I'm gonna put it on the screen so you see it. I'm not gonna explain the whole thing. Actually, there's a video where I explain it. But I'm gonna put it on the screen while I'm saying what I'm saying. But here's a curriculum. So I'll just read it. This is a whole curriculum, and I refer to it as a pyramidal curriculum because it's in the shape of a pyramid. But that's done purposely. So we have 3 levels, and within each level there's 3 stages. So it's like total of 9 stages, and they correspond to 3 seasons that was known to the ancient Egyptians. The season of inundation, which is when the Nile floods, and it creates it fertilizes the floodplain and everything like that. And then we have the next season is the season of Peret, which is the season of emergence when they planted the seeds and the flowers start to emerge. And then the season of shMONEY, which was the season of harvesting. Now, the same way that farming, we use farming as an analogy or correlation to the learning process. First, you have to make a mind fertile. Then you plant seeds in the mind and cultivate them and nurture them to grow, pulling the weeds out and stuff. Then you harvest. That means you execute what you learn. And so that's the 3 seasons, how it overlaps. But at each level, it corresponds to that season. So you make it fertile. So stage 1 is when people are taught the beginner's level of the Egyptian writing system and the language. Stage 2 is when they go more advanced into the grammar and the penmanship, because you really don't know a language until you are proficient in the grammar of a language. That's stage 2. Stage 3 is to lay a foundation in historical comparative linguistics, which involves understanding how language works in the first place. What we calling a word, what is that? And all the other kind of stuff. And so that lays the foundation at level 1, which brings you to level 2, where you have options now, where you can participate in the recovery of the historical pronunciations and help create speech communities, speaking the language again, trying to revive it. Which is stage 2. Stage 1 is doing work. Stage 1, recovery of historical pronunciation. That's like very scientific in the field of linguistics. Stage 2 is the development of speech communities, and stage 3 is recovering of realities behind figurative speech. Now, that stage 3 of level 2 is where the conscious community tries to have conversations, but they're not qualified to have those conversations because they never went through the previous stages, whether it was from me or not. And so what people are doing, they're looking at Egypt and they're trying to interpret the culture of Egypt without ever probing or engaging the culture through its language. And so people don't understand that when you're reading these different texts, that these folks and historical people on the continent invented figurative expressions. All of the different figurative expressions that we have names for now, all the different tropes, metaphors, similes, hyperboles, allegories, symbolism, all those things were purposely invented by ancient peoples because there was no such thing as writing. They had to create and invent things out of necessity in order to pass information from generation to generation. And so the way that they recorded their theories and hypotheses and this and that was in a figurative way. But today we're reading it, taking them literally, and we're thinking that these folks are out of their mind, but they're not. And so stage 3 of level 2 is to deal with all of that. But you have to have, you have to have some things on your belt before you can even get there. But that's where the conscious community tries to have these conversations. They want to talk about the afterlife, the duat, and the different deities. What does really mean and stuff like that? Like, you gotta go through it. So anyway, that's that. And then all of level 3 is stage 1 is application, utilization, and execution. So once you engage a culture through its language, now you can make informed decisions and find out, is anything applicable today? Because we're dealing with ancient culture. Is it applicable at all? If so, how do we utilize it? And then let's execute it. If not, we set it to the side. And that's just simple. So that's like the overall curriculum, the larger picture of the curriculum. But always it starts with learning the basics of the language. You have to learn the language in order to gauge a culture. If you don't know the language of a culture, then you're not going to know the culture. It's just that simple. There's no way around it. Language is the DNA of culture. That's the psychology of the people. The psychology of the people is recorded in this language.
But even when I hear those arguments, it's like I understand what's being said, and it's like the people be arguing sometimes. Like even I heard when y'all had that 2-hour back and forth on God, it's like they don't even. It's like they're not understanding what's being said, and they're just continuing to argue. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So let me. Mhm. No, okay. So let me just ask you, right? Like it's real simple. Well, nah, I'm not gonna go to come. That's gonna be part of the conversation. Another that's gonna be part of the other conversation. So yeah, people gotta have to slow these conversations down. Everything should be methodical. Everything should be, in a very structured way, but we don't want structure. And that's what it does. See, the internet has democratized information. It's made it where anybody and everybody can do any and everything. And so the quality has diminished. It plummeted. Like if this was stock, man, the stock would have tanked, because now the bar has been lowered and anybody and everybody can do, just grab a microphone and a computer. You can start a YouTube channel. You can start informing people and do anything, say anything. Just go to satire blogs and just repeat that stuff as if it's real. And you get views, and then you on it popping,
Yeah, but you should be able to understand the arguments, because like even Unbiased played the Rob Bourne Jabari thing, right? And I'm like, dude, he's telling you that they believe in an afterlife, and and just based on just common sense, you could understand that they did not literally think that there would be people walking around with a couch. You know what I'm saying? It's like certain things like that, and I see that go on for like 2 hours. I'm like, bro, it's like,
see, that's why I can't do it. I can't do it because Rob Bourne is a person.
Go ahead.
No, I was saying, like, I could, like, by it even being Rob Bourne, it shocked me, because Rob Bourne is a 5%er, and in their lessons, they're told not to take their lessons at face value. And that's another way of just saying that it's not literal. It's figurative. When you say don't take something at face value, you're saying don't take it literally. And so when you talk about the Yakub in the backyard of his uncle playing with these germs and magnets and stuff like that, creating the devil, wicked, and then later on proving that God and all this other kind of stuff, that's not literal, and they understand that. So, but I don't understand, why do they look at the Egyptian text and all of a sudden want to force a literal thing on it. That's not, they tell you it's not literal. The Egyptians actually tell you that the way they wrote these things is not literal. They show you a freaking man with a frog head. They show you a man with a bird head. Like nobody believed that a human being ever had a bird head that lived in Egypt.
Hey, and you know, and so in storytelling, sometimes it's the absurdity that lets you know that it's not real. You know what I'm saying? And sometimes it's the absurdity that makes you remember. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, right.
So it's
Yeah,
like
that's it too.
this shit just be driving me crazy. Like when he played it today, I'm like, I was like, man, it's like, I just don't, I don't get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, even with the God argument, and when you define what God is, and they hear you define what God is, and then that argument still have for 2 hours, and I just realized, and it's based on what I heard the other day. Like people still don't grasp that concept, which they still don't understand what you meant when you define God. And I was like, bro, I'm like, man, we ain't gonna never get nowhere. Shit.
Yeah, but see, okay, that's what I was gonna say to you. Like, for example, like everybody knows, like even if you don't know anything about linguistics at all, like you don't know nothing from nothing, you just went to school and learned English literature, English grammar, and that's it. You know how they teach in school. We know that the Egyptians specifically, we could talk about any African culture though, but um the Egyptians did not use the form God. Okay, you will not find God anywhere in any Egyptian text ever. So here's the question that this is why it needs to be slowed down. So the question is, what caused the people that translated the text to translate something that they saw in the Egyptian language in the form of God? Because the Egyptians didn't do it, because they wouldn't have known about that form God. The character of a G and an O and a D and all that stuff. They didn't know none of that stuff. That was totally oblivious to the ancient Egyptians. So what caused these translators, these scholars, to translate something in the Egyptian writing system and stuff into the form God? And what was on those scholars' mind when they did it? See, they don't even see, people don't even slow it down to even ask the right questions and to actually probe and investigate that. And that's what I'm saying. That's why I gave the analogy about chess. If you stop looking, if we all stop looking at people as opponents and we start looking at the squares on the chessboard and play against the squares for both colors, we will get somewhere. Because that's a conversation to have. That's an investigation to do. Okay, why did scholars translate this word as God? Why they translate the word nature as God? Why they even identify Ra, Jehudi, Osir, Osset, and all these people as GODs or GODESSs? Why? What was on their minds? Like what? Because translation is a skill, is a science of matching one side of what a word is, which is its concept or meaning. Every word contains two pieces that's joined together by a third piece. It's form and meaning. And translations, when you actually execute a translation, what you're doing is you're matching concepts to different forms. So, and I always give this example, a a big, huge gray animal that weighs tons with big ears, a snout, and some ivory tusk. In English, we give that concept the form elephant. But in Swahili, um, we give that form Ndovo. In the Luo language, we give that form Liech. All three match the same concept because we're talking about a creature that I just described, but the form changed. So I can translate Ndovo to elephant. I could translate elephant over into the Luo language as Liech. Same thing with Spanish. house is casa. So all I'm doing is matching the concept and producing the two different forms. So what did these scholars do, or what were they thinking when they brought over nectar and matched it with the form God? What was the concept behind it for them to do that? That's the question. And was it right? Was it correct? Was that correct in the first place? And that's the thing. See, they don't want to slow it down to even have that conversation, because that'd be a teaching moment. And they're not really ready. So we're gonna have a different conversation. We're gonna talk about the gods of atheism and stuff.
Yeah. When are you gonna do it?
I didn't give a date. I didn't give a date yet because I got some things that I'm gonna be not gonna really have the time. So once I'm free, it's gonna be soon. Like, I'm not trying to long it out or nothing. Within a week. Today is Saturday. Now we're going to Sunday. So within this week.
That's gonna be a good brain hemorrhage right there for you.
Yeah, and
a good brain hemorrhage right there.
I'm only interested in people who can think critically, man. Really, at this point, like I realized that everybody's just not gonna get things, and it's okay. Like, I don't have anything against none of that, but I don't like telling people what to think. I like people who focus on how to think, like how to know when you know, like how to discern and use logic. Like if A equals B and B equals C, then you can deduce that A equals C. Like, I like people that could do that.
Yeah. I think, and too, man, we need to have more folks. We need to not be afraid to get into some damn philosophical discussions too. I think that's good brain exercise too. You know what I'm saying? We can have a little more philosophical studies. You know what I'm saying? Conversation.
Definitely. Well, philosophy and science has the same genesis. You know, science and philosophy kind of split, but they were once one
thing.
One thing. To different cultures, it's the same. We the only ones that kind of, not only, but we separate it. And
we throw it out completely. In our community, it's like, we get that out of here. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Like, as if philosophy. See, okay, man, you brought this to the last thing I'm gonna say. That's a problem that I have with people throwing the baby out with the bathwater type of thing. Like, people will label something just to take it out with the other trash, and they don't want to look through it. Like back in the day, I remember being real little, and my mother and my mother and my grandmother and my grandparents and stuff, whenever they serve you food, right, you eat what you eat. But like, let's say I'm eating chicken, and before I throw what I don't want away, they come look at the plate, like, boy, what you throwing away? This is good. The gristle is good. They picking through it and eat, eating stuff that I don't eat or missed and whatnot, instead of throwing out. So we have to get that back in terms of information. We can't just throw things out indiscriminately. We gotta sift through it and look through it, because things don't just jump out of nowhere. Like a lot of things that are pseudo, within the pseudoism, there's some anchors or some nuggets of realities, of facts, and
Yeah, and that's where I get into a lot of rift with certain individuals. Like, Unc started calling me closet atheist. You know what I'm saying? And this is where we get. And this is where we get into our rips. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, like, I understand the stance, and it's kind of becoming cultish. The atheist movement, it's becoming like cult-like. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, spirituality is at the foundation of every civilization. And to simply think that you can just remove, you're just gonna just tear that out. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna rip this out of society. We're gonna flourish. Like, nah, it don't work like that. Like, if it was there since its inception, it's a need for it, even if you don't recognize it. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's laced through the fabric of our society. And it's insane to just think you can just rip everything out, man. So That's where we be fall out at every time.
But listen, but yet you got people who are pro-black, pro-Africa, black African power you to death, but yet they don't exhibit the things that is attributed to communities that are on the continent of Africa, because at the heart of a lot of African communities is what they are trying to throw away, and you can't throw it away and then try to claim to be that or part of that. So and I'm saying, and that's okay. I'm saying people need to call things what it is and what they are. We got to stop with the misnomers and all this other kind of stuff, these false labels and everything. You know, the atheist and theist argument. Somebody asked me yesterday, which one am I? You know, because my stance is that they're both confused. Theists and atheists are equally confused based on my experiences, years of experience dealing with both. I said they're equally confused. You cannot even get an atheist, a group of atheists, to agree on what atheism is. And just like theists. And I proved that by going on the panel that day that y'all talking about.
I seen it.
They don't understand that just went down. The fact that they didn't even agree themselves. So somebody asked me, and I said, look, I'm neither. I look at them as both being confused. And they said, well, you know, I said, I am a scientist, and I am a scientist, and I learn to discern. Oh, I said, I seek to know, and I learn to discern. That's what I label myself as, a scientist. I seek to know, and I learn to discern. You have to know when you know something. You have to know when you know something. That's what science is about. Science is two things at one time. Science is the methods and tools that allows a person to know when something is known. And then number two, science is the body of accumulative knowledge that's produced by number one. That's what science is. If we had to sum it up, that's what science is. And I am a scientist because I actually do science. That's it. And that's the bottom line. So I don't think anybody can disagree with that. Even those who claim to be atheists can't really disagree with that.
Yeah.
But
My
they want to say,
point. I'm sorry. Shit,
No,
I'm dozing in and out, but I mean, I spent the whole time on the website trying to figure out if I'm buying these 3 books, if I'm getting into the courses and all that. But I just got a question.
Oh, you talking about the language?
Right, correct.
Oh, listen, I could tell you right now what I'm going to do. I'm going to start a new class group. I got about 4 people that I'm starting a group like ASAP, like really like the first week in March. And that's basically I'm trying to get together and coordinate a schedule. And so the way I do the classes is self-paced. You can actually learn at your own pace. If you have the book, you go through the book in sequential order, and you actually take the quizzes at the end of each chapter online. And that's how you check. I'll be able to check your progress and the whole 9. But along with that, I have weekly 2-hour sessions where I walk everybody through the information in sequential order, answer all the questions, and I make sure everybody understands every single thing. And so that's the hard part on my part to schedule when everybody's available. So I usually have it on the weekends from 12 to 2 or some 2-hour interval, time slot on Saturday or Sunday. So if you're interested, I'm getting ready to organize a group because I got 4 people in the waiting. They're waiting. And so I'm trying to figure out what's the best time, and then I'm gonna get it going. So if you want to learn, you could jump in on this go around with the introduction to Egyptian hieroglyphic, that course right there on Saber. It's on saberuniversity.com if you go there.
Yeah, I'm there. I'm at the Billings page, but I'm just having trepidation. I got questions.
Okay, yeah. Go for it.
All right. I'm not of the Kemetic religion, but I'm interested in being a Kemetic scholar. Do those contradict?
No, not at all. Because I don't practice anything Egyptian. You can't. See, that's the thing. You can't until at the very least you gotta learn language. That's crazy.
I just don't want the prerequisite. I gotta walk around like Jabari with an ankh and wearing these wacky clothes or whatnot. I just want to learn it, be able to read it, and help.
Nah, you gotta wear the clothes, bro. You gotta wear the clothes.
Nah,
Like,
nah.
you're not getting to
Listen,
wear the clothes. Don't even be about that life, bro. Like, you gotta.
no, listen. You do not see me walking around with none of that. You don't see me doing none of that. And I've been dealing with this for yeah. I've been teaching for 8 years. I've been teaching the language on the beginner's level in 8 years. This year I'm going to start the grammar because I'm actually publishing a book, and that's what I'm working on now. And you don't see me doing that kind of stuff because here's the thing. You I don't know if y'all are familiar with for example Freemasonry or whatever.
Yeah.
But in any initiatory system, when you're a neophyte, you are cautioned to be quiet. Like you can't talk about anything because you're a baby. You're being nurtured into it. And so what would it look like for somebody to try to practice a religion prior to even taking the baby steps and gaining the nurturing information? And so, like I showed you all that pyramidal curriculum, you can't really practice anything until you get to level 3. And so that's the whole thing, because people are making assumptions. Like a lot of people are starting these things and doing things, but they don't even know the language. They don't even they're actually trusting what was laid out already, not knowing what's what. And people don't understand the history of Egyptology and how the text has been the trajectory of the interpretation of the text, where they looked at it through the lens of the Bible, of all of that kind of stuff. So that's why they have, the salvation, the afterlife, and the book of the dead, and all this other kind of stuff. If you read how it's being interpreted and how they translate things, it's not very African. Once you understand living African communities today, you'll come away with a little different picture. And so we got to do all that stuff, and we got to I'm gonna give you an example. The judgment scene. You said that Unbiased played Rabon and Jabari's thing, right? Are you talking about the one where Jabari showed the judgment scene?
Yeah.
Okay, so let's take that for example. Quick example. When you look at that judgment scene, a person who don't know anything from anything, they're looking at it. It's a beautiful piece of art, but they're looking at this falcon-headed man leading another man to a scale, a big scale, and they say, his heart is being weighed against a feather, and also kind of being judged. You see the judges up at the top, and then the ultimate judge Osiris is over there once he passed the scales and all that kind of stuff. And people will interpret that and then run with it and not know to engage it, not know that they're looking at a figurative expression of some reality, but it's told figuratively. And so in order for you to break that veil, pierce the veil to get to the reality, there's a lot of work you got to do to figure that out, because there's nobody alive from ancient Egypt to bring you into an initiatory setting and just straight up tell you that this means this. Like this figurative expression stands for this reality, and then match it. There's nobody here to do that. So you gotta play detective. You gotta go through a whole bunch of rigorous things, investigation, to uncover that. And that's what I showed you on the curriculum. That's stage 2, level 3. That's what we do. That's what we're going to be doing. And so until you do that, you can't practice it. What are you practicing? What are you going to do? You're going to set up a scale in your house and just recite some things? Like you don't know the reality behind it.
Right on. Because what I want to do is I don't even understand if it's specifically a religion or if it's historical text or information, but that's what I would prefer to, whether if I'm studying a religion or studying history, studying text, or learning how to read, write, or even speak the text. I'm cool with all those in the singular category, but I'm not trying to be a theologian. You understand? I'm not trying to, I don't even know if I'm using the terminology right, but
You're not trying to adopt the Kemetic faith, is what you're trying to say.
I don't want to be a Kemetic priest. You understand?
Right, exactly. But that's what I'm saying. Listen, it's not a situation of proselytizing. Nobody has to become a priest. And in fact, if let's say you wanted to become a priest, you would have to definitely learn the language if you wanted to, but learning the language doesn't fold over into you must become a priest. Because in order to be a listen, I understand, people are priests, stated priests today and stuff like that, but when you learn the language, you're it's gonna open you up to different things. It's not what people think. It's a lot of stuff is not what people think. That's all I'm saying. It's not what people think. Like even the judgment scene I was just telling you about, that heart on that scale is not a heart. It doesn't represent a heart. It represents the mind, and
Right
it has to do with a lot of psychology and things like that. And people won't know that until they actually engage the thing. So you learning the language would equip you to engage the culture. So if you're interested in trying to figure out, okay, what were the Egyptians all about? What kind of genius were they working with to produce such a beautiful culture and an impactful culture on the whole world? That's what you would be doing. You would be in a position to have that understanding. You don't have to become a priest. You don't have to practice anything. You don't even have to do nothing, but have the ability to engage the culture. Like you allow the Egyptians to speak for themselves by learning the language. You would be able to pick. I mean, if you learn the grammar and everything, you're able to pick up any text pretty much, read it, and understand the psychology of the people. That the text was a part of. That's it. What you do with it, that's on you.
But Blake, you got at least buy an Ankh though. Like I respect.
Bro, took Spanish. I never had to wear a poncho or a sombrero. Can't do it, bro.
Out of respect, bro. You gotta
Now
leave.
again, if I get into it and if I I can't do it, bro.
No, but see, this is the thing, and I'm gonna tell you that's what people in the so-called conscious community are implying. Like if you were to study Greek, nobody would even in a joke or not, nobody would even joke and say, "Oh man, do I have to become Greek? Do I have to wear a feather headband and throw on a robe like the Greeks?" And nobody would even say that, even in a joke, really.
Right.
But now Kemet is the joke.
Right.
Because this conscious community has made it that way out of insecurities and laziness, because nobody wants to really put in that work. We can't have Kemet as a classical resource like the Europeans do with Greece and Rome. We can't have Kemet as the equivalent of that. Nah, we got to joke about it and exaggerate an argument as if people are saying that all African Americans are Egyptians, or people are saying that they are actually Egyptians and this and that and stuff like that. So it's crazy. It's crazy. And that shouldn't be joked. Like I heard a joke yesterday where they say, "Oh man, you learning the Medu Neter, boy. Once you learn it, man, you're gonna pseudo-fy everything and this and that." And that's like discouraging people to learn it.
Did
If
you
I
see the
like,
Did you see the girl debate Jabari?
yeah, I saw. I didn't see the whole thing. I really can't watch all of
When I tell you about the attack on Kemet, well, I tell you the next was coming next. I told you.
Yeah, and that's probably one of the reasons why I think I want to study it. Because I mean, like if they want to attack it, then I'm like all for it. And as long as it attack it and find the holes in it and let it stand its ground. But I don't think anyone's really versed enough or really equipped enough to understand it to where they really can.
Man, ain't nobody attacking Kemet. Kemet speaks for itself. The reason why everybody anchors themselves in Kemet in some form or fashion, even Christians, even Muslims, even Jews, or whatever, is because Kemet it speaks for itself. It's real. It provides a wealth of material culture and attestations and actual artifacts and stuff like that. So if anybody wants to prove their existence, they have to somehow anchor themselves in Egypt some kind of way. So Jesus goes down to Egypt until he's 13 years old. Moses is raised in Egypt and stuff like that. Everybody tries to tie into Egypt. So now today, outside of the Abrahamic traditions, now you got people in the circus conscious community trying to anchor themselves in Egypt, but they're doing it in a way of attacking it. So, but they can't. What they're really attacking is the modern, like how people are trying to interpret Egypt. today. So like, for example, you know, like the attack on, well, not the attack, I'm not even gonna say attack, the back and forth with Baba Heru and Jabari between whoever like that.
Yeah.
So they're not attacking Egypt because Egypt has contributed so much to the world. And if Unbiased was awake, he made a statement like a few days ago. Because like if you open up the average math book, the average chemistry book, the average whatever book, you're not even looking for Egypt, but guess what? Those authors are somehow mentioning Egypt. If you open a medical book, and all this other kind of stuff, they're gonna mention, if they ever do some kind of history on the field, they're gonna mention Egypt. So Egypt has contributed a lot to the world to this very day, and everything. So nobody can attack Egypt for real. They're attacking what people are trying to say about it. And a lot of it is a lot of misinformation out there. A lot of misinformation out there. You know, you got people who studied Egypt for 30 years and think Egypt was this spooky people. For the life of me, I don't understand how anybody could think that the Egyptians were can just categorically say Egyptians were spooky. You know, but I understand, you know, because they call it Egyptomania. They're attacking Egyptomania.
Yeah, that's the thought process I had. So yeah, so I think if they're gonna attack the fringe and the pseudos of the Egyptian culture or the Kemetic stance, then I mean, like, oh, have at it. If they can defend themselves, more power to them. But I just really want to get back into, because I've considered myself a scholar. I study, I go to school, you know what I mean? So it's like, I want to keep my mind sharp, but I also want to start studying something on my own personal interest. And so before I have anyone try to explain to me in some pseudo mind of what Egypt is and what it could have been or what it should have been, I figure that it would be better if I just learn how to read it and understand it myself. Like I gotta have a minister or imam or whatever try to tell me what the Quran or what the Bible says, but you know what I mean? This isn't like the 1400s where it was written in a language where there was only an interpreter. I should be able to learn it and study it, then make up my own mind or get a grasp of it. And that's the reason why I want to do it. My mind sharp, learn a new skill.
That is the point. That is the point. That is the point. Because if let's say you were interested in Islam and you wanted to be the best Muslim, the only way you could be the best Muslim is if you learn Arabic, because that's the language that the religion is perpetrated, and it permeates through the Arabic language, and the Quran, which is the holy text, is written in that language. So it's your best job to learn it. And if you want to become an imam, you have to know Arabic. Same way with Egypt. If you ever want to even know what Egypt is all about, you got to learn the language. There's no way around it. And everybody's making excuses not to do it. I don't understand for the life of me why people have Egypt coming out of their mouth when they don't even take the time to learn the language. In any in-depth way. Like I can understand, you know, talk about the pyramids, the temples, you know, the surface stuff. I get that. But if people are trying to debate and argue, and you haven't even done the knowledge and learn the language and stuff like that, man, sit down.
Exactly.
You're not even qualified.
Because I'm in the chat like, look, y'all supposed to be over here with me, sitting down. Like, why is y'all in the ring fighting people? Right. It's like, that's what I don't understand. Because even like, I'm like, we got people with limited knowledge debating people that's with decades of experience. And like you're supposed to be asking questions like I'm doing. Like, you're not supposed to be in there going at it. Like, dude.
They don't understand some of the basic things. They don't, you know, it's really, really crazy. Like I be wanting to learn. I got to take this call. So go ahead, y'all. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I said I be wanting to learn it, but just with all the confusion, the chaos, that shit just wear you out. You know what I'm saying? You be like, you know what? Just get rid of it all. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, if this is going to be the result of it, this is too much. Like, if y'all been, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like, I can't learn nothing because, you know what I'm saying? Because everything he said, it makes sense, and I want to look into it. You're saying it's wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's like, man, good gosh. You know what I'm saying?
I honestly think that was Seti's greatest downfall. I think he got backed so far into the corner to the point where he was the great defender of Egypt, but somebody must have put it to him like, how come you can't read the Meta Nature, or how come you don't know it? And instead of learning it, he was like, fuck it, that shit ain't real. And he's been stuck in that corner and been fighting out of it ever since, and ain't never been able to get out of it. So it's kind of like he just made himself a walking contradiction, to the point where all the information he knows is based off of what somebody had allegedly translated or taught him, but now he's gonna say that everything that was translated and taught him was bullshit. But he still stands on the corner defending it, and it's like it's just watching him be in this shell of himself, and that shit is sad to me.
And I know he
But now
don't
check.
like young Pharaoh said.
Okay, check this out.
Saying some shit, I'd be like, man.
Did you hear me, Will?
No, I took a call. I didn't hear what you said.
Oh, okay.
But go ahead. Let me say this. Before I forget. Because I always make this point, and I just want to say this because we're talking about the language. Even when people go through all of the motions of learning the language and they gain proficiency in being able to read it, you gotta, you know the writing system, and you learn the grammar and everything like that. That is still the tip of the iceberg, because now you have to learn the difference between. You have to be able to get to the realities behind the figurative speech in which the language, which is what you're reading. So, like, for example, I can speak English to you. You know how to read English. You know how to speak it yourself fluently, but I can use English in a figurative way. So, like, for example, I can say something like, hey, those shoes are hot. That shirt is hot. Where you get it from? How much it costs? Now, because you're part of the culture, you know what I mean by that. But if you took it literally, you would think that the shoes are on fire, or it's a temperature, you'd be like, man, how can you wear hot shoes? Like, ain't it too hot for you? Or whatever the case is. That's my phone again. Grab it.
Ooh, y'all lit at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, you getting some booty calls or some
lit.
Man. Damn, it's 1 o'clock. What is it, like 3, 4 over there?
Yeah, it's 3.
Damn, man, who calling this man at 3 in the morning? Twice. I thought you said you was coming. Oh shit. Let's go, Woo.
Yeah. But yeah, man, you gotta get you on.
Stop it, cuz. It's not going down, man.
I got half on your first setup, bro. Like, no, I'm just messing. No, I'm just messing. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, I thought I don't got the patience for it, because I got so many other things I'm trying to damn tackle. But I always thought it'd be dope to just walk inside a damn museum and just be able to read that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, that is be ill as hell.
Understanding me. I'm tired of being lied to or having to rely on other people. And then I figured
that's the best way to go, bro. Like, I've been telling people, like, listen, I don't listen to nobody, bro. Like, like, if you're the expert, look, man, I hear you. And then I need to go check everything you said, bro. You know?
You see, I'm Googling every word Wu say just to make sure he ain't slipping one by me. Like, if I'm gonna take this dude on as a teacher, man, I gotta make sure he ain't bullshitting me. One lie, one fault. Like, man, next.
I'm on you. I tell you, you mess up. I'm on you. Hey, you said, man, I tell you, like, you know what I'm saying? Because that's that first line, man. I done been there before. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you agree with 80% of what somebody says, and then some people let that 20% slide or the 10% slide. I ain't doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly, man. I gotta learn that shit, bro. And I gotta make sure I get it done right, because I feel like it's just something I also want to make sure that my daughter has an opportunity to learn, especially at an earlier age, while they're able to learn it while they're young, because it gets harder the older you get. So instead of me trying to go to some university or some other place where I'm not going to trust what they're doing or saying, you know what I mean? Let me try to get it from somebody from the community.
Yeah, no doubt.
Somebody patient, because I feel like he'll work with me, you know what I mean? Especially if I'm fucking up. Damn, he dropped out tonight, didn't he?
I don't know, but like I said, it's probably dope though, because you know that you can person more hands-on. You know what I'm saying? You can get everything you need, like boom, boom, boom. You know what I'm saying? Hey, got questions? Hey, you know what I mean? Call like 3 o'clock in the morning, like nah, you know what I'm saying? You feel me? So But yeah, shit, my battery about to die anyway though. Hey, but good building, Blake, man. The watch. You know what I'm saying?
You know what it is, man. I'm gonna catch you on the next one.
All right, for sure.
Be safe out there, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, let me go ahead and lay it down too, man. See the homie Zane, homie Rob there. It's popping, y'all. Oh shit. You gotta dress like Mimfudishi. Oh, y'all was roasting. I missed all the jokes. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. All right, y'all. I'm gonna lay it down. We'll have to catch up with you tomorrow. What did it say? Woo on Messenger. I'm biased. But he roll over.